welcome to coverage here of the Mana Trader series. My name is Corey Ballmeister. That's Ross Merriam. We're going to be bringing you coverage here for the next 2 days of a really exciting format. We're playing Pioneer, but Mom's in the mix, Ross.
Yeah, and Mom looks like a very powerful set.
Yes.
A very, very difficult to really evaluate in terms of exactly where certain cards go. This new
Mhm.
card type. Anytime you have a new card type, you have
A
not
beta
only
Tarmogoyf.
not only a difficult time evaluating the cards because you've never played with this kind of card before,
Yeah.
but oftentimes when WotC releases a new card type, there are some cards that might slip through the cracks for being a little too powerful.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. I think there is a ton of cards that are going to make small impacts in decks, minor upgrades, but I think there's quite a few cards that can just full on bring new archetypes to the light or to light. So I think this is going to be a really exciting day. So for this Mana Traders series event, we're doing things a little differently. This one's an open event. So yes, anyone, you, not you. We're pretty much the
Yeah.
only two people plus the director Adrian in the back that cannot play in this event, but pretty much everyone else could. So this is just an opportunity to just try out the event, load it up with as many people as possible. You don't have to go through the grueling qualifying rounds. Now, that means a couple of things. One, maybe these players didn't get any practice with these new cards, which can be a factor. And number two, it's a much larger tournament. We got about 450-ish players. So we are going to be playing 10 rounds. So we're going to be splitting it up here. We're going to be doing 7 rounds on day 1, no cut to day 2, and then 3 rounds tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. Eastern time instead of our normal noon start time to get those rounds in. And then we'll be doing the top 8 right away. So that's the only differences as far as the broadcast schedule that you're going to be watching. So with that, let's take a look at the metagame for this specific tournament we're going to be playing in here and check this out. So starting it off, Rakdos mid-range, and these numbers are not going to be exactly perfect because, well, players were allowed to join and submit their deck list up until 15 minutes before the event. So we got to get as much data as we can. So this is not going to be a perfect data point, but it'll at least kind of spell a picture. Yeah. So Ross, talk to us a little bit about these decks here. Any surprises?
Nothing too surprising here in terms of the decks we're seeing. These are the decks that have been the most successful and most popular in Pioneer over the last several weeks and months. I would say the most surprising part of it is just the sheer numbers we're seeing in terms of the representation of the top decks. 21.6% for our most played deck of Rakdos midrange is somewhat high.
Yeah.
And seeing several other decks over 10%. And then the other mild surprise, I would say, is the prevalence of mono white humans. That's a deck that's really fallen off recently.
Off a cliff.
So to see that even in the top 6 or tied for 5th here with Hidden Strings there at 22 copies, that is more humans than you would typically see. It makes me wonder if there's something that snuck under my radar in terms of cards to watch from a mom.
Well, I mean, honestly, there's at least it's a lot more humans than we expected because it's an open tournament. Like there's like 480 humans in this is why.
I hate you.
All right, I knew it. All right, so it sounds like our bounty is already ready to go. So we're gonna jump in. We're gonna be checking out Todd Tandy Anderson here to start off. And Todd's deck is really sweet. As they get started, Adrian, can you just flash Todd's deck to us real quick here? Because Ross, tell me exactly how this deck works.
So this is a combo deck built around a new card that is Rona, Herald of Invasion, along with Mox Amber. Mox Amber being a legendary spell can continually tap and untap the Rona, and then you can just loot through your deck.
Okay.
Once you have Retraction Helix. So with Retraction Helix and Rona, you can target the Rona with Retraction Helix, bounce the Mox Amber, and keep recasting it. And then keep bouncing it, untapping, and
because you untap the Rona.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Effectively generating infinite mana, and then from there are several ways to win. And we're seeing, Tyvar as a way to, effectively give it haste and give yourself resilience against removal on your key combo piece.
I suppose like Kinnan can be activated. I've been seeing Todd's deck wrapping around a lot, and it's either he's a content creator just like we are. Sometimes you got to build the decks for the content. Sometimes they're really good. And this deck I could definitely see going either way. It's starting to pick up a little bit of steam. We didn't see it as, one of our most popular decks or anything, which this kind of breakout style deck, you're not going to see that. very often. But so I'm really interested to see how this goes. One other thing with the bounty system that we're doing, a pretty fun little thing here is where if Todd loses to anyone, Todd's dishing out a bounty, and if Todd beats anyone, he's getting a little bounty for himself this time. So a little bit different way we're doing it with this open field. So should be a lot of fun. But picking up the elk here probably not ideal, Ross.
Yeah, definitely not ideal in the face of Liliana. Todd had a solid combo hand with Rona and Retraction Helix. That's 2 of the 3 combo pieces, but this Rakdos mid-range deck, very good at just picking you apart if you're a synergy-laden deck. And
Yeah.
Fatal Push for the early Kinnan into Liliana for the Rona, and now the Liliana is going to start tearing apart Todd's hand. Though this Gigantha will come down next turn, that might trade for the second part of Liliana and clear that Planeswalker out of the way without any further damage to Todd's resources.
Yeah, Liliana still good in Pioneer. More news at 11 here, huh? Yeah, I do not love it whenever my combo deck gets like easily disrupted by removal spells, because that's what, in my opinion, combo should be good at is stranding all this removal in your opponent's hand, similar to like Lotus Field. That's my favorite combo deck going into this. But of course, it's a new world. Mom's here to cradle us all into this new world, and we'll see what's up. But
yeah, that's one of the key differences between spell-based combo and creature-based combo. And we see a lot more creature-based combo in Magic, in recent years. I think Lotus Field is really the main exception.
Yeah.
But of course, us old farts remember the days of spell-based combo, things like Dragon Storm, other storm cards, more storm cards.
Hey, my early one was Heartbeat of Springs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Star Wars kid.
Yeah, or I remember like Howling Mine Exhaustion. I consider that a combo deck. I was piecing together things.
Howling Mine.
Howling Mine, yeah. So I played some Gifts Ungiven. That there was a combo with that too, right? Or was that just
that was more of a mid-range deck? There might have been some combo decks.
Heartbeat Gifts was a thing.
Yeah.
But yeah. Back in my day, combos were way more tough to understand, and they were way better, I would think. Although Lotus Field is pretty tough.
Yeah. The spell-based combo decks tend to be a little bit less straightforward.
Yeah.
Creature combo decks tend to be a little less resilient.
That's true. So we got Karn.
Yeah, this is our main backup plan in this build of the deck. Todd's been working on these Rona decks all week on his stream.
Yeah.
Had a lot of different builds of them, has been doing quite well. Apparently, this is the one that he's liked the most. And with all the mana acceleration, and then Karn, because Karn can find Mox Amber, as Todd just did. It can also just find backup win conditions if you have to win fair. And is a great sink for mana. If you just have infinite mana with Rona and Mox Amber and Retraction Helix, I'm sure there's something in Todd's sideboard that wins the game with Karn.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I hope he's feeling better. If he had Rona all week, that's pretty rough. So my thoughts to him for sure.
Well, another removal spell on the elf means that this Karn is going to get attacked down, and now Todd just doesn't have a whole lot going on. Even if Todd is able to draw Tyvar here, which would let him get a hasty Rona back with Retraction Helix and Mox Amber.
Oh, yeah, okay.
He doesn't have anything to do with the mana.
Okay. So, yeah, it kind of seemed like Todd had a really good start, but now he's just, he's got a lot of helixes here.
Yeah, I had to find a third copy. It looks like there's no other targets for that Macromancer. And yeah, Todd's just going to pack it in here for game one.
It only goes to get Helix. Okay, there is, I think, only one Micromancer. Maybe we'll take a look at Todd's list again here.
There's another singleton to tutor for with it, but that's once you already have infinite mana. That's the one copy of Epiphany at the Drown Yard there, which effectively just lets Todd find a Karn.
Okay.
Game. So it turns Micromancer into that was going to happen into another way to win the game.
Okay, cool. So now this is all we see a lot of one-ofs because this is a Karn deck. And Disputes as the only other card. So this deck probably just resubmits, huh?
Yeah, I
maybe bring in a Chariot or something.
Maybe, but I think you kind of want that in the sideboard for your Karns. So
yeah.
I imagine it's the same 60 situation. And yeah, as I suspected, the Aetherflux Reservoir in the sideboard there, that is a way to win the game once you infinite mana and a Karn.
Or Talisman to go get more combo pieces. You have Paradox Engine, which can kind of work, you can go Kinnan, Mox Amber, Elves, where you're untapping at least a couple of things and you can start dumping out your hand a bit, it doesn't seem like you can, go infinite. Like if we had Kethis, something like that, that would keep that combo going. But yeah, overall, just looks like a really cool deck.
Yeah, and I like the sort of kit and package here as the support structure for the deck gives you a lot more, in terms of speed, because this is a deck that really can, with the power of Tyvar, can go off rather, from a low base of resources. You can go from zero to nothing really quickly, but you need, all the mana to start up the engine with Rona and Retraction Helix. Maybe you're digging for those with a Micromancer or something like that.
So how fast can this deck combo? Is it a possible turn 2, or is it just kind of that turn 3?
It is it. So if you get really lucky with a Tyvar, you could
Okay.
turn 2. So
Okay.
you could play turn 1 Elf, turn 2 Tyvar, just blind minus, hit Rona, and have Mox Amber
Okay.
in hand.
Well, you could. I mean, you can do something like have Rona in your hand and like have 2 Moxes, right? Like Llanowar into Kin and double Mox with Rona. You know what I mean? Like there's some other scenarios like
Well,
that too, I would imagine,
the
right?
issue is you need the Rona to not have summoning sickness,
Okay.
because it
Okay.
needs to be tapping for Retraction Helix.
Gotcha.
So you need Tyvar to give it, not summoning sick. Otherwise, you're just casting turn 2 Rona and then waiting till turn 3.
Gotcha.
But so turn 2 is unlikely but possible. Turn 3 is really where, there are a lot of different paths to get to a turn 3 kill.
Gotcha. So coming into the game here, and we see just disruption on 1, disruption on 2, and it almost feels like the noose is like, tightening a little bit here when you're playing this creature combo deck. It's just like these Rakdos decks are just taking you every single turn. They're depriving you of something, and that's the whole game plan from DM4X. By the way, DM4X, we're talking about Todd a lot. DM4X is a great Magic player.
Yeah.
We've talked about them plenty of times here in this tournament or in this series. But here we go. We got Tyvar, and Rona is back.
So no Mox Amber. Otherwise, that would have been a combo kill for Todd if that Micromancer was a Mox
Oh,
Amber.
really?
Yeah, because the Tyvar lets you keep, use its abilities and use play Mox Amber, tap for blue, Retraction Helix your thing, and then you've got the Karn.
Okay. Okay. Gotcha.
You find Karn for Aetherflux Reservoir, keep chaining the Mox Amber until the Reservoir gets a million counters, and
Okay.
send it upstairs.
And it's always the first time you see a combo deck in action, you're just like, wait, how? And then after the 10th time when the deck does the same thing over and over, you're like, okay,
Yeah.
okay, I get it.
So this was a triple disruption start for Rakdos, and Todd was 1 card away from winning the game on turn 4.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. It gives me some, dare I say, breach comparisons.
But unfortunately for combo decks, 1 card away, you might as well be every card.
Exactly. Yeah. Especially in Pioneer, at least Pioneer before MTG Mom, it is still a lot of just decks doing big things at each other. I wouldn't say it's completely 2 ships passing in the night, because Rakdos is kind of keeping that in check and interacting and stuff like that. But otherwise, Pioneer is surprisingly one of the more powerful formats out there, which is always weird to me. Like Modern is more reactive right now because we just have such great removal spells. But Pioneer has some of the more powerful decks, and the answers aren't as good, So it's kind of crazy. And then you look at some like vintage decks, and you're like, wow, if I had a 2-mana 3/2, I would destroy this person with some draws they're doing, So
Yeah, it goes to show you that the power of the answer is a pretty big part.
yeah, exactly. So there we go. We get to see Rona activate right away because it does have haste due to Tyvar,
and
which is pretty cute.
no second
Reality
or
chip
no
hits the
4th
yard.
piece of disruption here. So Todd gets to see a few cards towards Mox Amber.
It's Karn time.
But Karn finds the Mox Amber. So
Oh, is this game?
no, because we'll have to use the Karn. So Todd's gonna get.
Don't we get Mox? Yeah.
Yeah, we got Mox, but now we don't have any way to use the infinite mana.
Okay.
So we loot again, looking for it. And now if we want to go off, we've got to use Mox Amber for Retraction Helix. Oh no, we have another Tyvar. Okay, so we're fine here. So now Mox Amber gets to make green or black with the first Tyvar.
Yes.
And then, although actually we didn't need green or black mana because we have the Oath. So
Yep,
infinite blue mana would have cast that Tyvar, and that Tyvar is going to let us return something that
Kinnan would do it,
yeah.
probably, right?
Yeah, we get to return Kinnan, then put how are we gonna loop it? What is Kinnan gonna do for us?
Well, Kinnan you just cast, and then you still just bounce
Yeah.
the mana every turn, and then you activate Kinnan infinitely, right?
Yeah, but then what does that do for us?
Well, you find creatures that matter.
We've got a bunch of elves, more Kinnans, and one more Micromancer left in the deck. But Micromancer doesn't find Micromancer. So we're gonna use Kinnan to find the one Micromancer left in the deck because
Yeah.
there's two. The one Micromancer is gonna find that one copy of the X and a blue spell.
Yeah.
That's gonna find us a Karn. Then the Karn is going to
Get Reservoir.
get a
Okay. All right. Well, that looked awesome. That looked awesome because, like you said, that was Thoughtseize into Stomp Stomp, and then tapped out for a 3-drop. How dare you, Rakdos Gamer? You can't tap out against this combo deck.
Yeah, and Todd is putting his work. That's a really cool thing that second Tyvar could be your win condition.
Yeah.
And
okay, looks like this is gonna take Elvish Mystic, and we should maybe we'll talk to our director if DM4X ends up going deep about getting their hand cam. But the thing is, the way that all the players were forced to into the Discord and with verifications this time, we legitimately should have everybody with their hand cam from here on out. As we say that, of course, someone doesn't have it, but we should be looking better here. But
a rough start for Todd again. Drew the Karn after that opening Thoughtseize, which looked great, but then a duress here from DM4X.
But it seems like Todd has a lot of like really, really strong top decks, right?
Yeah, at this point.
And no pressure here from DM4X, so it looks like Todd's just gonna have time.
Yeah, and we've got the Gigantha chilling, in the side, Brad.
Okay, Kinnan here is not bad because next turn you can just activate Kinnan. That's kind of cute.
So we can play Kinnan. Yeah, use Botanical Sanctum and Elf to buy the Gigantha. Attack for 1.
Elk them down. Okay, looks like we got a Stomperoo here. Kinnan falls. Now you can still cast Gigantha next turn. All right, just a Bone Crusher Giant. Nothing great. Big draw step for Todd.
We have entered the Bone Zone.
Bone Zone. Another card I'm excited to see is like Bone Crusher 2.0. I don't know the invasion yet. I've been drafting all week to get ready for the Pro Tour, but I'm not sure exactly which one it is, but it's the deal 2. You can reveal a dragon, and then the flip side is a 4/4 dragon. That's one card that I have my eye on. It's just an incredibly powerful card, even without building your deck in any sort of dragon fashion,
Yeah, and really isn't necessary, but if you have some dragons, cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, here's another Kinnan, and we do have enough mana left over to activate it since the Kinnan will so give us a rebate through those elves.
And no cards in hand for DM4X, importantly. So we're gonna draw 1, maybe discard it if it doesn't interact. Basically, that's a keeper.
This is bad for Todd.
Yeah. Because the one thing Todd's deck doesn't do very well is block. There's not too much blocking here unless we flash in a Micromancer right now.
Which would be pretty cool.
Yeah, it would be pretty cool. Is it there? And Llanowar Elf. Or that.
The old bric-a-brac.
The old brickaroo. Okay.
Ooh, decides to trade off for the Goblin Shaman.
Looks like Kinnan, obviously there's certain types of draws that are very, very good with that card, but doesn't look amazing here. That does put a creature into the yard, so if Tyvar is top decked, you can at least just bring that back, but looks like there was already a Kinnan.
I think I would have waited another turn before blocking, just
Same.
Get another activation out of that Kinnan. Try to dig for the
DM4X has enough mana. That's not a problem, so cutting out the Shaman isn't that big of a deal. It doesn't help your clock. I guess it kind of does help your clock with that draw in a weird way. Well, no, I guess this Fable token will still represent lethal next turn. So yeah, I agree with you. I would have held off.
And gotta figure DM4X kept a removal spell in hand if they didn't play a card there.
Yeah.
Probably a removal spell that deals with Rona.
Probably. And I mean, Rona's not even a problem right now.
Mm.
Ooh. What do you name? Karn? Because you
Or
can't name Mox. That's a mana ability.
you can name Rona.
Karn, the great
Yeah,
creator,
name
it looks
Karn.
like. Looks like I'm much smarter than you, it seems.
I was just giving options.
Okay, okay. All right. Rona's back. Like it never left. Now, how does that die immediately?
Yep.
Yep, looks like Fatal Push was kept on top. And look at this hateful list. I mean, this just seems brutal for this kind of combo deck. A creature-based combo deck up against Rakdos, not what I would want to play against. I want to play against Mono Green. I want to play against Gruul Beatdowns. Basically, I want to play against everything that Lotus Field wants to play against, except Lotus Field has a decent Rakdos matchup. So that would be the tension point for me.
Yeah.
Because it seems like it kind of has the same good matchup, except if this is a matchup that's flipped, then you'd want to play that. Obviously, this is my first time seeing the deck, so it's far too early to make an assumption like that, but that would be my initial thought if I was testing for a Pro Tour, in 2 weeks or whatever, and it was Pioneer.
Yeah, I would say. Ooh, and yeah, this Thoughtseize will probably lock it up. Todd still had outs of. Todd still had the out of Tyvar
Okay.
because the retraction helix allows you to, once you make a bunch of mana, is going to allow you to bounce the Pithing Needle at the end.
Yeah.
If we had a Tyvar, but then we still weren't going to have a way to dig for something else. We would have to Tyvar minus on Rona, return it, then loot. Yeah, and then we'd have
A
to
lot of
find
stuff.
Mox Amber that we still don't have. Yeah, Todd was a little too far away here.
Yeah.
Kept it kind of opening hand. I think it was 4 lands, an elf, a Kinnan, and a Tyvar.
And a Tyvar, I believe. Which I totally agree with against Rakdos. You do not want to mulligan Mutsa against the Thoughtseize and Duress deck. So I totally agree with it, but I agree. It was not great,
Yeah.
Ended up not being great.
Yeah, and, 2 removal spells, 3 discard spells, a decent clock here. This is turn 8 that we're starting to force jump blocks, and we have the Pithing Needle, but so that's 5 or 6 pieces of disruption over the course of this game, and a medium clock. I would say that's all you can ask for out of the mono green deck.
All right, so there's that to bounce. Maybe we can top deck Karn. Okay, Oath is a couple more outs at it. I don't know how great Karn even is. There's Tyvar. So Tyvar can get back Rona. Rona can loot away the land. Can you win with something?
No, well, so
are we just trying to chump block?
So we can loot into Mox Amber, make infinite mana, and then stop the loop by looting again.
You can transform Rona as well, right? I don't know what the back half does, but yeah, it looks like that's it. DM4X takes it down and honestly takes down Bounty again. This is a second time that we've had the Bounty so far. It's been Brad Nelson for the Mana Trader series last week or last month, and now Todd for this one. And neither of them have made it out of round 1 without giving away a bounty. So DM4X is the first recipient of $50 from the Mana Trader series.
Yeah, good work for them. Yep. Always tricky when you're playing a matchup of a very new deck. I'm sure that's not a matchup that DM4X has a lot of experience with.
Oh, we know a lot of that when people played against us playing Jeskai Breach right away. I feel like free win machine. Let's go.
Pretty quickly identified what the important cards were, and used their discard spells effectively, and then made sure to apply pressure, which is always the key to beating combo decks.
Yep, that was impressive. We're going to be keeping an eye on Todd's journey throughout the event. He's not out yet, but 10-round tournament, you can't lose anymore already at this stage of the game. So, Mana Trader series, we have the great joy. You get your one. Yeah, everyone gets one.
It's like tennis. You get the one bounce.
It's like Spider-Man. Everyone gets saved once, and then he's out. So, Mana Trader series, we have the one luxury of having spectator mode. This is excellent, where we just get to jump into matches as we go. So, Adrian found us some superstars in the back tables, and we're going to jump right in. And there we go, and it's gone. We got Misplaced Ginger here, which is the Rakdos King.
At least it seemed like a close game.
Yeah, absolutely. We got the Rakdos King playing against Killa SUV. Let me tell you. And it looks like we're going to be going to either game 2 or 3, and we'll see how this breaks out.
Squash and a lot of squirrels.
That was game 1, I think. So, so this is the tougher game for Rakdos to win too. But wait a minute, this cannot be game 1. Pithing Needle in the main? No way. No way. I bet this is going to game 3. Would be my guess, but we'll see. But I mean, these post-board games get a lot better for Rakdos, so it makes sense that Misplaced Ginger lost game 1, won game 2, because when you can get out Fatal Push, Power Word Kill for Thoughtseize and Croxa and Reckoner Bankbusters, oh my.
Yeah, it's pretty big upgrades on the Rakdos side, being able to get those sort of anti-creature cards from your main deck into the sideboard, bringing your anti-control cards. So yeah, this is definitely a matchup where you if you don't take game 1, if you're down a game, you still feel good because you really like your post board position. But if you take game 1, you got to feel great.
Oh, very, very, very much so. And to be fair, Blue White Control, at least going into this event, things may have changed. I don't think it's a very good deck. I really don't.
I gotta say, I agree with you. I don't know how people win with it.
No, but the thing is, so this kind of deck, either the Yorian version or the non-Yorian version, I think they have places in the metagame where when the metagame is kind of narrowed down, then these decks get to be better. So that's usually late into a format. So probably 2 months from now, Blue White Control will probably be better because we'll have figured out the best decks of Pioneer. But especially week 1 with new sets coming in, it's going to be the Wild Wild West. You want to just play a deck that's proactive, powerful, don't mess around kind of thing. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan.
That's what I want to do all the time. So
yeah. I mean, same. But there is a time and a place for these style of decks. It's just not, very clear.
You gotta love the turn 3 Field of Ruin. I can no longer cast Absorb.
Yes. Yeah, when you're handicapping yourself to, like, Field of Ruin isn't even that great of a land right now, right? I mean, and there's some creature lands, dens, and
it's
stuff.
certainly relevant in this matchup. Things like Castle Lochthwain and those creature lands are
true.
Important to answer. So it's a necessary evil. And you see here, Misplaced Ginger actually had that second Thoughtseize last turn. Could have fired off 2 of them. Decided to be patient with it, and now gets to see an additional card.
And that additional card was Teferi, so not bad. And look at this patience too. You said it. Castle Lochthwain being the important thing, still in Misplaced Ginger's hand, and that is a card that just takes over. You're gonna play counter spells and Supreme Verdict. Okay, I'll draw a card. All right, You're gonna do that again. Okay, I'll draw another card. Guess what I'm gonna do next turn? I'm gonna draw a card.
And now we see the Castle Lochthwain decides to channel a Sokenzen. So now we're applying pressure. I like this.
Love it. Force the Verdict, and then you can go Bankbuster, because Misplaced Ginger knows about Verdict. So, okay, those were cards. Those were great 4-drops. Now you got all the 4-drops available. But now here's this weird pinch that Misplaced Ginger is not only great at doing, but it's really easy to do to these blue-white control decks. It's just like, okay, I'm going to attack. If you're not going to do anything, I'm going to probably play something. Now, do you want to spend your whole turn absorbing? Maybe. I like doing it now because if you hit a land, you're super happy to play it. And Misplaced Ginger knows what's up with this deck, that's for sure. We might even see Noxious Grass go to the graveyard with that blood.
Yeah, definitely could. And Killa deciding to get a little frisky with this Wandering Emperor. I was sort of expecting a deluge.
Yeah, I feel like you have to stop the pressure at some point here, but yeah, all of a sudden board's kind of stalled. You got a counter spell. Looks pretty good.
Ginger also has this Bankbuster, ticking down. So
yeah.
And just a couple of lands off the top between Draw Step and the Bankbuster. Plays a second one, and we're in we were, in sort of pressure you mode, maybe looking to end this game quickly. Yes. But Ginger has, himself quickly pivoted into let's grind.
And that's a very good quality to have. You got to make sure that you know what your role is in a game. Pretty much in Magic across the board, but especially Pioneer. Like, if Misplaced Ginger just stayed aggro there, be like, I have to deal with Wandering Emperor, which it wouldn't have been too bad to attack everything at Wandering Emperor here because it would at least die and you sacrifice, probably 2 tokens, but still not a bad thing to just hold back. And wow, there's Teferi off the top. We'll see if it's time to even go for it. You do kind of want to line it up where you can go Teferi, untap, have absorb. So I wouldn't be shocked if Killa waits.
Yeah, and they do not play that Teferi. Instead, continuing to hold up Absorb / Deluge.
A lot of lands, but at least Castle is pretty strong.
Okay.
Bone Crusher Giant was really good.
Yeah, that's a great way to get this Wandering Emperor off the battlefield.
Because you can even play it now as like a teaser or a tester spell. You kind of want it to resolve though, so who knows? Okay, getting rid of a token.
Interesting. Are we going to upkeep this Stomp?
Or probably at end step in response to this Deluge.
Yeah, sure. Once they tap down.
Stomp you.
Stomp you like a hurricane.
Yeah, wait. That's correct there. Make sure they choose the cards first. If they see another Wandering Emperor, they're like, I already got one. But then if you die, just kidding.
Yeah, if they had 2 mana up and they could potentially find a card like Dovin's Veto,
yeah,
do in response.
For sure, yeah.
1 mana up, the cards that they choose aren't going to make a difference. Why give them the information?
Exactly. All right, at this position, though, things are looking quite strong for Killa. But even it's awkward here because this feels like what you want to be for your Teferi turn, but it would not work out great.
Yeah, that's the issue for them is that they don't have recurring sources of card advantage because Ginger has the answer to the Teferi.
Whoa. Either get busy living or get busy blocking. So another Wandering Emperor can mess this thing up quite a bit, but decides against it. And actually, I was going to say as it stands, Teferi would be perfect, but there's that treasure. So this Teferi is still not going to work. It's going to draw a card, but it's going to get grass for sure.
I was wondering if we were going to go for a Shark Typhoon.
Yeah?
Ginger's
just hardcast it?
Yeah.
I mean, we know what Twitch chat's going for.
Yeah. Our Rakdos deck isn't removing an enchantment.
Yeah.
So you know it's going to resolve. You can start just trying to end this game, going over the top, making a bunch of sharks.
Yeah. At this point, it's going to be pilot Bankbuster times. Like, you can go activate that last Bankbuster, use the pilot to crew the other one, and like play Shieldred or Bone Crusher. Like right now, Misplaced Ginger is kind of doing it all right, even though he's flooding out. He's making all these land drops, being efficient with his mana, and then at some point, these castles are just going to allow you to draw 3 cards a turn.
So, his hand is, or his life total isn't so high that he can be too cavalier with the castles.
Very true. You can get into hall range and have some scary stuff happening.
There is a hall on the other side of the battlefield, so got to be wary of that.
I wonder if we... I think I'd still probably play castle, but see what we draw first. Ooh. Hello.
Fable.
Fable. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably playing one of those things. Getting rid of Blackleaf Cliff here, I would imagine. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely playing a 3-drop now. Because you just want them out of your hand at this point. Now it's just which one are you okay losing? And wow, doesn't go for it. Doesn't want to get absorbed.
Very interesting. And is this a 1/1 shark? Baby shark?
Baby shark do 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 do. Baby shark do 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 do. Good morning, parents. You all hate your life right now. It's mom. We got to do some mom stuff here, right?
Yeah, that is the mom song of this generation.
All right. Well, now this turn gets pretty murky. Where do you start here, Ross? You got a lot of options. You start by trying to attack. There's a hole on the other side, so things get a little dicey. Where do you go?
I think I would start by stomping this shark. Because I think that will require an absorb.
You think so? I guess. Killa's at 6.
Yeah. I guess the Wandering Emperor means that is not true.
And the hall just animating to block. It's not the best, but You almost know there's no removal left in.
Yeah. Hall, if the stomp resolves and they animate Hall to block, then your Shieldred is lethal.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, here it's about figuring out what card you most like to get absorbed, and I guess Ginger has decided it is Graveyard Trespasser. That will
Eat a
exile
deluge.
one of them at least. 6 more mana on 7 more mana with the treasure on Ginger's side, so he can play any 2 of the spells in his hand.
Can also crew up both Bank Busters and attack for 12.
Yeah, I like this. I'm a fan of the attacking.
So yeah, so it's interesting. Like you could just fire up a Hall, but that feels pretty risky. You probably just
I think we will see a Wandering Emperor
yeah,
deal with that Bone Crusher Giant.
or just die. Nope. Okay, decided to not to just die. Good call. All of these plays that we're looking at from the blue-white side, though, it's like how to survive this turn, how to survive that turn. You know, like there's no. I don't see a point where like, all right, all they have to do is get to this. You know, like it just looks so bad.
Okay, dealt with one of the Bank Busters. That makes sense with Verdict in hand.
Yep. You got to kill that other Bank Buster though, too. You know, absorb it.
With 2 absorbs, I think you're on the absorb whatever plan.
Yeah, but I mean, now Shieldred could hit the battlefield, but then Verdict is going to clean it up. So all of a sudden, this is looking pretty good for Killa.
Yeah, the incidental life gain that comes off of Wandering Emperors and absorbs really sort of helps you get that extra turn
Yeah,
to fully stabilize. I do like that Fateful Absence too. That's a pretty good draw.
that is a good one. Yeah.
Uh,
Bang. And now, do you take 2 with the Hollowed Fountain? Probably not,
yeah,
right?
I would guess no.
All right. Now that Stomp has a nice juicy end step target, thanks to the Wandering Emperor being so generous there. Goes with the castle instead.
Wants to use his mana more efficiently there.
I mean, that's been the name of the game from Misplaced Ginger so far. And honestly, just the name of the game in Rakdos. There's so many creature lands. There's so many ways to manipulate card advantage with blood, all this stuff, that as long as you're being mana efficient, you can pretty much guess that you're doing it all right.
Yep. This Stomp is going to meet an Absorb, mainly because the if you absorb the Stomp, then the Bone Crusher is also dealt with. So if you're gonna need to absorb the Bone Crusher itself, you might as well do it on the Stomp first. Save your Samurai. And while the Shieldred looks, threatening, the Fateful Absence
is going to clean it up. Here's the thing: do you castle right now? Perfect information would say yes, you do, but non-perfect information, I wonder if you fire it off. I guess you're probably didn't even do it before draw step.
Interesting. Drew a Teferi. Is that good?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
You a fan?
I'm a fan. 4 years ago.
Probably want to Fateful Absence before activating the Teferi, which also probably meant we wanted Fateful Absence before casting the Teferi.
Yep. But maybe you tuck it and you leave your Fateful Absence.
Yeah. Are you worried enough that the final card in Ginger's hand is another Noxious Grasp that you're willing to take 2 damage to play around it here?
I'm thinking you just tuck with Teferi. Just tuck the Shieldred. It's not great because you just get to draw it next turn if you really want to. But
okay. Looks like they agree with you.
Get to take 0, draw a card.
Ooh, that is a draw.
It was a good one.
That'll punish the tuck.
So if we go Urborg, Thoughtseize, draw.
We've got 11 mana, so we should be good.
Yeah, exactly. Enough to pay for Make Disappear while taking Fateful Absence and crewing the Bankbuster to kill Teferi, right?
It's third from the top.
Yeah, but we drew 1.
So now it's second from the top.
Oh yeah.
So we would need to castle twice to draw into it.
There's another one on top.
Yeah. So I think we will see the Thoughtseize fired off, and it gets awkward, right? Because 2, 4, 6, yeah, it's 11
Yeah,
mana.
you go to 7 if you castle.
Um,
Because you have to have Blood Crypt in hand. So yeah, it's awkward to castle. I don't think you can. Unless, because then Ginger would have to draw. There has to be something there. Otherwise, Hall can just finish this off. Yeah, Ginger actually found himself in a tough spot. I don't think there's anything in the graveyard. And you can't just like, not Thoughtseize and just castle. You still take 3. There's no combination where you can make this work. Really brutal. Now it's gonna be the real question if Killa recognizes this and decides to haul.
I get to see 2 cards first. Castle and Divine Smite.
You know what that one does?
I'm guessing it is a removal spell of some
I
kind.
don't know. Didn't haul. Okay. Interesting.
Oh, the castle is pretty good here too.
Yeah.
So are we gonna make a 1/1 and then untap 2 lands?
God, I would almost rather flashback Deluge and untap 2 lands, have 4 mana available. Yeah, I think Divine Smite is like a black red kind of get you card, you know?
Oh, is that from the color hoser from the new set?
I don't think it's a new set thing, but checking it now.
Exile is a black permanent from AFR.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, there is a lot of cards in hand.
Ooh.
We have Harvester and Shieldred.
Yeah, castle on the end step, so now Ginger is in Hall range at 7 life.
Now with Shieldred being able to do some work with the blood token, it's not so bad. Gets the Harvester down first so you can draw a card in response to a removal spell. And we didn't make a token with that castle, huh? That kind of went by fast, but...
Oh, wow. And has enough mana here to play both creatures with 4 mana up, which is important because castle can make a creature to then copy the make disappear.
Yep. Still can't really attack, though, because this Hall is threatening a block. I would have loved to attack with that Hall last turn. Would have made this game completely different. But obviously, if that doesn't work, it's a big problem. But what removal do you have for Hall post-board, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I just can't imagine there's anything. You're like, yeah, if I lose the Hall, I lose the Hall. You don't leave in Fatal Push, you know, none of that shenanigans. Well, it's been a great game.
Yeah, and really well played from Killa's side. I thought Ginger was ahead for most of it.
Agreed.
But Killa was able to just draw the game out long enough to where the verdict was really, really good. That was their big stabilizing point.
Yep.
Just able to sort of grind through all of the card advantage that Ginger presented.
So goes to 3, but is representing castle draw, blood draw to go up to 5, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it can't do like a wrath plus something. So we'll see what happens. I'm guessing we still have to go Memory Deluge plus Fateful Absence, the Shieldred. I suppose you get to start with the Deluge. It'd be delusional not to start with it. Both players' clocks still pretty good, so we're not going to really have that into effect. This matchup can definitely come down to that at times.
Yeah, an advantage for Killa on that.
Boom Bringer Valkyrie. That's a new card there. It's a supercharged Baneslayer, to be honest. Imagine giving that counter to Hall of the Storm Giants. Woo! Woo, baby! Back it up. I'm a fan.
Just a 13 mana play.
Yeah, I suppose that's if any deck's gonna do it. All right, there is a clue. Blood keeps the graveyard trespasser around. Oh, Shark Typhoon off the top. Is it time? Hard cast. Hard cast. Hard cast. Come on, chat. Do it with me.
think we're seeing a Boonbringer Valkyrie here.
That would also be pretty good. I have been playing limited all week, and I have had that card in like 3 different sealed decks, and every time I cast that card, I win the game, believe it or not. That card is ridiculous.
I played a 3-round pre-release last weekend, and 2 of my opponents had that card.
Yeah, yeah, the old Baneslayer. But to be fair, I was looking over like, limited resources and their review, and it's just going over rares, and usually there's like, maybe 2 to 3 A's, like especially in each color. You went through all the black rares, they're all A's. Every single one is an A, and like most of the rares are just all A's. So it's just you can just glump everything together. Everything's an A, or every non-rare is a B. Like
It's a powerful set.
it is a powerful set, especially for limited. It's going to be great for coverage purposes, but for the players playing that at the Pro Tour, that would be a little frustrating.
Okay, another Bankbuster is a surprisingly good draw.
It's always a good draw.
Oh no, we're still at 4. Yeah, so we can, we got another draw off the blood. Send the Thoughtseize away.
Croxarino, that's probably not going to do it. I think Ginger's dead.
Yeah, we're just a little short.
And Boone goes the dynamite there, Get to duress here, take a peek, and notice that your fate is sealed, basically. And this might be one of the early tournament favorites. Misplaced Ginger going to 0-1. Killa SUV coming down with Boone Valkyrie here, one of our new cards. Pretty cool stuff.
We knew that was going to happen after we both trashed Blue Eye Control when we started casting the match. We sealed Ginger's fate.
No, to be fair, we were trashing Blue Eye Control before. We didn't know Boone Valkyrie got to be added. Now that deck's great. Cannot be beaten. Makes sense why this is one of our most played decks. I mean, we got Baneslayer with haste here, so best deck.
Yeah, it completely won the match, as we can see. None of the other cards mattered at all.
At all. But to be honest, though, that was a really good back and forth. I think, either side, if played maybe slightly differently, could have won that game. And that's what shows a really, really nice close game set. When you go for that many turns, there's nothing against Misplaced Ginger. There's just different situational lines that you could have taken that could have maybe led to Ginger being a little bit more aggressive, having 1 extra turn, maybe too aggressive with castles. So many of those things you just have to make all these, split second choices at the time and hope they're correct. And, they're not always correct. So
on Ginger's side, you've got to wonder if he had been a little bit more aggressive in the middle turns of that game, could he have forced that Supreme Verdict out earlier when it wasn't going to be as good as it ended up being? Sort of try to play around it and limit the damage that it was going to deal, and ended up working his way into a spot where it was incredibly backbreaking because it dealt with his entire battlefield when he didn't really have much back.
Yeah.
Is he able to force that earlier and then recover from it faster and maybe, get over the hump there before that Teferi can come down and start stabilizing the battlefield, or maybe that Teferi from ever, being able to come down cleanly.
Wait, Teferi won, what is it, 2019 here in Magic? So gotta love it. But it sounds like we do have some more backup matches. We'll be able to at least see one more here for round number 1. It's a large tournament, so we got a lot of players going. Looks like we were heading to game 3, another Blue-White Control gamer and another Rakdos. So we're going to get to see it again. And that's Happy Sandwich below, a really nice grinder that is a frequenter of this tour.
Yeah, and they've got a very nice hand here. Turn 1 Duress, turn 2 to Harvester, turn 3 Fable is a great start. Key here for me, though, is the clocks. We got 6 minutes on Happy Sandwich's side, 4 minutes for...
Talk.
What is that, Ubark? Ubank?
Ubank, yep. I believe. And yeah, if there's one deck that wants to be lower on time, it's not Blue-White Control. I'll tell you that. You really need to be the other way around. So right now, Ubank has 2 opponents, Happy Sandwich and the Clock. Both are tough opponents.
Yes, both unyielding.
And honestly, I guess since Ubank is on the play here, there's going to be an answer for that Fable on 3. But outside of that, if that Fable were to resolve, that's GG.
Which is true in every matchup.
Yep, pretty much. What an incredible card.
Really, speaking of the devil.
One way to break up this Fable the Mirror Breaker shenanigans is just play them every turn. I mean, you got to just jam one right now, right?
Yeah, especially with
Yeah.
how weak the hand is.
Maybe next turn, if you sense that your opponent's just leaving up counter magic, like let's say they don't play land 4 and they just say go, and I'm like, well, they're not going to Wandering Emperor me, they're not going to Memory Deluge me. Maybe then I'd Sogenson, but wow, looks like we go for Den and doesn't want to play into it right now. That makes sense. I mean, I always like to pressure these blue-white control decks on 4 mana. On 4 mana is when I jam. On 3, they're not going to use their mana if I don't do anything. And making the games awkward for them is good. Like now, I'd be playing my best spell, though, so I don't get Wandering Emperor.
Well, it's a question. Would you rather lose your creature to Wandering Emperor or resolve the Fable? So,
Yeah.
which one is your bait? And Happy Sandwich has decided it's the Bloodtithe Harvester is the
Yeah.
bait. I want
Yeah.
to resolve the Fable, which makes sense because Fable is the best card ever printed.
Yeah. I checked out. It's Splinter Twin, but with itself. All right, so there is Dovin's Veto coming down. Now we do have Wandering Emperor or Absorb available for you, Bank. Picked up a Shieldred here for the happiest of the sandwiches.
Yeah, and decides it wants
Ooh.
to animate Den instead. I like not playing any of the 3-drops this turn because next turn you can play 2 of them.
Yeah, because Absorb is still known information. I don't think Wandering Emperor is absorbed information. I don't think it's known information anymore. So you can go Wandering Emperor, make a 2/2 block, then untap, make a 2/2, and that's pretty good.
Yeah, block that Den.
Ooh, exiles it.
Decided 2 life is worth of loyalty.
I suppose. And now you get rewarded with a shark. Oh, you know what I would love to see is the main phase cycle put a counter on it. I don't know if that's good, but at least gets it out of range of Harvester attacking. If you're going to make a token anyways, then you can for sure wait. All right, there is, yeah, you got to squint your eyes a little bit, be like, wait, what happened to Shieldred, the rest of the text? No, that's new Shieldred. That is a pretty ridiculous Shieldred when it comes to limited for sure. Once again, I've been playing a lot of limited, but if you flip that, it should just say you win the game because the options of what it does is absurd. Like, I highly doubt we're gonna see it because it is 5 mana and then you have to do the thing, but it's truly, truly impressive.
Yeah, all those Praetors are very high ceiling cards.
Yes. They're all meant to be commander cards, is what it seems like to me. So their ceiling is through the roof. So here's another Den attack, and we'll see, just forcing Eubank to have something, but in this case does. Has a 3/3 shark. It's not as backbreaking as a 4/4 would be.
So that can trade for the Den. Still gonna have a couple 1/1s around.
I wonder, do you want to trade with the Den or do you want to kill a goblin here? Goes for the Den.
I think with the Verdict in hand, you want to get these creature lands off the battlefield. Make sure that Verdict is as powerful as possible.
Yep. Okay, so pretty much nothing available right now. Just say go.
Ooh, and that hide is great.
Ooh. And now you can attack. This is probably a turn where, I mean, I've been saying that all match long that, all right, this is probably a time to play your spell. I'd probably play Shieldred, just to be mana efficient, into this Absorb because, well, you got to get it out eventually. You just have 4 sorcery speed haymakers, You're going to just not cast anything? Maybe.
I mean, with the creature land, you don't really have to.
Yeah, it is definitely an option.
Just to go for a Fable.
Eubank would have absorbed a wet napkin there.
But not much left back here for our Azorius control player. Never found a memory deluge, any source of real card advantage. So a mulligan to
Deck
start
the
this
halls,
game.
baby. Here we go. Oh, I got excited when we started tapping mana.
Yeah, forced a Verdict away just 2 Den tokens, which is not what they want to do.
Yeah, now it's just play your best thing. Is it new Shieldred? Nah, old Shieldred's still the GOAT. I almost would have liked to play that and then ditch the land. Didn't really need it. To the blood. All right, now Shieldred's just going to stay untapped for a while, I imagine. You could attack and then play other Shieldred.
No, we're just getting busted.
Okay, interesting to not draw here. We've been seeing like at least last round misplaced Ginger just being super mana efficient, trying to get that going. Oh, there's a card I kind of forgot was still in the format. Our said Parter of Veils. Probably want to draw some cards now. That means the shields are down. And the Shieldreds are aplenty. So I think this time we're going to see the same matchup, but a different result.
Yeah, I gotta find an answer to this Shieldred. There's
Okay.
Supreme Verdict.
That was big. Now it's lethal. Stomp and play it. Attack.
Yep.
GG. Happy sandwich. Gonna be a happy camper after this stomp. Will clean it up. Advance happy sandwich to 1-0. It's a long day though, so even 1-0, it's your tournament has basically just begun.
Yeah, and really the difference here between this matchup and the one before is the card advantage that the blue-white control deck is able to find.
Yeah.
Just a couple of memory deluges, an activation here of Teferi or two. That was enough to keep the blue-white control player with enough gas against misplaced Ginger, but not able to keep them in the game there in that match. So,
like we were saying, blue-white control just ain't it.
Well, a 1-1 split in a relatively close matchup.
Yeah.
I think I would generally give Rakdos the edge.
Yeah.
But probably not enough of an edge that I would think 2-0ing there is the most likely outcome.
Agreed. I would give them the edge just because they just play the better cards. You know, like the black-red cards are just phenomenal right now. Fable, Harvester, Shieldred, like
Bankbuster.
Yeah, I mean, any deck can play Bankbuster realistically, but it's very much utilized in that black-red deck to the extreme. So if you're just joining us, everyone, we got a long day of Magic in store for all of us. We're going to be playing 7 rounds today. And then there's going to be no cut, so anybody can play the next day if they want. And then 10 rounds is going to be our total number of Swiss before the top 8. We're just going to go last round into top 8. Usually we split it up by a full day. Going to be a little different with this open series as it is a large, really cool event here. So a couple things. It's probably going to be 8-2. There's no draws on Moto, so probably around 8-2. Maybe 8-2, maybe even misses. 9-1 for sure is getting you into the top 8. So really, really tough tournament. But next month's event, we don't have quite ready for y'all yet. But if you do want to start practicing on Magic Online and test out some of these new mom cards, ! Bash Bros in chat. You can use that promo code to get yourself the best code in the land, 15% off your first 2 months subscriptions. And there's never been a better time to do it than right now, as mom cards just came out. They're available for Mana Trader services. So, while you're watching us, might as well rent some mom cards and play your favorite format. I think they're going to make impacts on all of them, wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
I mean, up until like Legacy, modern on, I would think, but you never know.
I agree. It's it seems like a very powerful set. Like I said at the beginning of the broadcast, anytime there's a new card type, there's usually something that's busted.
Yeah.
Last new card type I think we saw was vehicles, and that was Smuggler's Copter. I remember when equipment were first printed, and the second set with equipment had Umezawa's GT in it.
Oh yeah.
And Skull Clamp. Or actually no, it was Skull Clamp was the second set. GT was the next year.
So the real question is,
in between.
Yes. The real question is, how big can Tarmogoyf get now? Is it a 9-10? Is it a 10-11?
It can be a 9-10, I think.
Just a 9-10 tribal in there.
Yeah.
Artifact.
It used to be 8-9.
Okay. 9-10 2-drop. Power creep. Is power creeping even old cards? Impressive.
Tarmogoyf always keeps creeping up there.
Absolutely. All right. So that is gonna about bring us to the end of the round. There's gonna be a lot of rounds left, but it's all at that end phase of stuff where we jump in and be like, oh, it's over. Oh. So if we got a long one going on, we'll jump into it after the break. But we're gonna take ourselves a short 7-minute break, and we'll be right back with round number 2 here at the Mana Trader series. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of the Mana Trader series. My name is Corey Ballmeister. That's Ross Money Merriams here. And we're going to be bringing you like that? You like that nickname?
No.
Okay, good. I'll keep mixing up your middle name all day. Okay, it'll be fun. We're going to be bringing you coverage. We're going to be bringing you coverage here all day. It's going to be 7 rounds today for Pioneer, supercharged with Mother of Machines. We got the new set in today. One of the first looks at the set in a big event in general. I mean, this is the first weekend that we're going to start seeing things. There's really no other big events happening this weekend, so you're going to see it here first here on Mana Traders.
Yeah, we're going to be the testing ground, the metagame setter, the trend setter.
Yep.
And hopefully we see a little bit more success than we saw in round one, where our spicy new card Rona was felled by Rakdos mid-range menace.
I know, but we did see Valkyrie, coming in for a win, so that's a W in my book. We got one mom card taking it down, so I do love that. So we're gonna be getting into round number 2 here. The players have been paired, but in the meantime, we're gonna give another look at the metagame here for anyone just joining us. We're gonna kind of set our stage here, and now these numbers are not exactly perfect. Because, well, we had to build our graphics at some point and players were allowed to submit up until the end. But this should give you a good, grasp of the decks. We kind of saw this first main page of deck lists here down to 7% for mono white. Let's take a look at the second slide of the metagame, since we did look at this a little bit earlier. And here we go. We got Azorius Spirits, 14 copies, Gruul midrange, and then Gruul aggro. I'm not really sure what the difference is. We can probably combine those, I would imagine.
Maybe one of them is like Bushwhacker.
Okay.
Stuff.
Okay. And then we got, is it Phoenix coming down? Another deck that kind of fell off the cliff. And then 5-color Indomitable Creativity. The one thing I'm surprised we're not seeing more of, just 2-color Creativity, essentially. The deck that just won the last Pioneer Pro Tour. Like, it's so weird to me that people aren't like at least trying that. So I don't know. What do you think of that? As you tell me that point, we're gonna head into the match. But yeah, let me know what you think of that deck.
I agree with you. I'm surprised as well. I think that is still a very good deck. I agree. It was partially very good at the time where the Pro Tour happened.
Yeah.
For the metagame that weekend, but it's not a flash in the pan kind of deck that was only good in that kind of metagame.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it.
It's still good in the larger metagame. The fact that it has the sideboard juke into just a straight control deck,
yep,
I think is a really important element, and that's what gives the deck resiliency in a larger metagame. So yeah, I'm also confused as to why that deck is not as popular as it would.
Totally agree. So getting into this match, not exactly what the players are playing. Maybe we can take a look at X-Whale here. X-Whale is Will Kruger, a very, very strong Magic player. Won the Mox recently. It has all around just dominated different tours. Really strong player up against our opponent. And hey, it's Azorius Spirits, something that we were taking a look at.
So we got X-Whale against Las Vegas Chaos. Am I reading that correctly?
That looks right. Las Vegas Chaos. You could leave the chaos out of there. Every time you go to Vegas, it's always chaos.
X-Whale playing a little Lotus Field.
All right. Excellent. The go-to combo deck here. And I know this is a deck that Will Kruger has a lot of reps with. Will Kruger and Connor, those two have been pretty much diehard Lotus Fielders, so it would make a lot of sense to stick with it. And I do think it's a great deck. It's a deck that I would have played back at the Pro Tour. I haven't played since then, so plenty has changed, I imagine. But still the go-to combo deck. Now talk to us a little bit about Las Vegas Chaos's Spirits deck. Anything spicy?
So with Spirits, there's sort of two modes of thought into playing this deck. You can play a list that's more akin to mono blue Spirits, that is a little bit more counterspell heavy. And then there's the Bant builds that are very creature heavy, much lower in counterspells, and use Collected Company as their main payoff.
And you kind of have to, right? You don't have the flexibility when you're playing Bant. You have to play all creatures,
And Azorius is in the middle of those two. It's a question of which side do you shade more towards. Looking at the list, Las Vegas Chaos is shaded much more towards the mono blue side. They are white for only 5 cards in the main, 4 of which are Spell Queller. That we see in their opening hand, and then this one copy of Errant and Giada. So sounds like a new card.
It is a new one. Yep. Errant and Giada. Any of the pairs?
And
I want to say that's the Flash one. Yeah, it doesn't show up on the Mana Traders graphic quite yet. So you might have to give that one a Google. I know it's the flash thing. I think you can play cards from the top of your deck if they had flash. I could be wrong.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it lets you play spells with flash or flying from the top.
Okay.
Or-
But it is not a spirit, right? So it is a cost to play an Engiata.
yeah, but just another source of card advantage for this deck, which it tends to be lacking if you don't get Curious Obsession going. But yeah, this really is, while it says Blue-White Spirits, this is a very akin to Mono Blue, just
Yeah.
splashing white there, mainly for Spell Queller, and the mana base at this point in Pioneer lets you do it.
And basically every card in the sideboard is white. It's mono blue in the main, and then just all white cards in the sideboard. So, and I believe, and maybe my director can double check me on this, exclamation point deck list in the chat, and you can go to the main page where you can scroll and find any of these deck lists to go along. So, really cool stuff. Also, it looks like maybe we don't have the hand for X-Whale. Hopefully, we can get that figured out. Well, we thought hand cams were going to be perfect today.
Yeah.
We were wrong.
But I've got to say that this is a matchup that X-Whale has got to be wary of.
Yeah.
A lot of counter spells. I see 4 Geistlight Snare, 2 Lofty Denial, 2 Spell Pierce, all in the main, along with those 4 Spell Quellers. You got a good clock. Curious Obsession can, provide you with a source of card advantage, though. Arboreal Grazer, very good at stopping.
You mean
early
unbeatable
Curious Obsession.
Grazer in this situation, right?
Yeah, this is, if there was a single matchup where Grazer is at its best, it is this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Grazer's just great in the deck, so there's no real crazy thing happening with that. But okay, land 3 being picked up for Las Vegas Chaos is very good. And we see the Curious Obsession on the Rattle Change. And now Geistlight Snare does cost 1 now, right, Ross? If you have an enchantment and a spirit, that's the 2 modes it checks.
The old 1 mana leak.
Cool.
Is that a good card?
That's pretty good.
So you have a very good setup here for Las Vegas Chaos. If they can get out of the next turn or two, and they've got the Geistlight Snare and the Spell Queller to help them do it, this Curious Obsession is going to keep giving them, a stream of fresh cards, good disruption, and they should be in good shape. But the Lotus Field already established for X-Whale. If we see, say, Thespian Stage.
Thespian Stage, yeah. That's the missing piece right now. Obviously, there could be plenty of missing pieces. We don't know the hand, but yeah, because that's the thing is all these counter spells are all pay counter unless you pay X. And honestly, if you have 2 hidden strings and 2 Lotus Fields, and then you have big cards like Emergent Ultimatum, it doesn't matter how many counter spells they have. You're able to just pay that amount of mana. Like you can get around that stuff if you have the time. You must have the time.
And your big payoffs are more than mana value 4, so Spell Queller is not going to stop Emergent Ultimatum, not even going to stop 4 of the pages.
Yeah. Hidden Strings is your best target with it. Just hit it early and just hope that you don't have multiples, you know?
For sure.
But here, there's not even 3 mana, so the only thing that's available is play another 1/1, and then just pay a 1 mana leak. And that might be enough for this turn specifically to stop, but who knows for the rest?
I imagine we will see a flurry of action over these next couple turns where, Las Vegas Chaos is going to want to use their counter spells aggressively, stop these, big turns before they really get going, and then hope to find, a couple more counter spells to close this game in 3 or 4 turns.
Yeah. And you think, oh, wow, X-Whale is playing kind of slow. Well, you know what? This is a deck where you play really slow. You really think out your lines because you don't play that many turns in a match, really, with this deck. You are just playing the couple turns. You're either getting beat down very quickly or you're comboing and winning pretty quickly. But if you go for it too early, you lose it for yourself.
Yeah, not a deck that is forgiving at all.
No.
And you got plenty of time on that clock. Might as well use it.
Exactly. Or double queuing, maybe playing a Magic Online challenge. I wouldn't put it past Will either. So I could see either. All right, another cycle from Vizier that does net 1 mana. And then if you have Hidden Strings, it nets 4 mana with 2 Lotus Fields, or it nets 2 mana if you don't have a Lotus Field, is kind of the numbers to look out for right away.
Yeah, notably, Thespian Stage here, copy Lotus Field into Hidden Strings would make the Hidden Strings Geistlight snareable.
That's the proper way to say it, right? But what about 2 hidden strings, huh?
2 Hidden Strings would be better.
Riddle me that.
I think if Will's hand is Thespian Stage, Hidden Strings, and then 2 more good cards, he might win the game this turn.
Yeah, you might go a little faster too.
Yeah.
It's probably Impulse, Botanical Sanctum, Boseiju, you know. And here's 7 manas. Pour over the pages, which is going to run right into that Geistlight Snare.
Yup.
Bang! Pay 3. Ouch. Mana burn 2, your turn.
Oh, the good old days.
Yeah, I mean, that was a calculated risk, right? Lawfully Denial would have countered it no matter what. Geistlight Snare was the one kind of thing, but this is an open deckless tournament. So players do have access to what they had. And there is 2 Spell Pierce in the main. So Will was playing around Spell Pierce. It's not like he was playing around nothing there. He was totally playing around that. It just was not the card in question.
Yep. And now has a chance to, reload. Still a spell queller back for Las Vegas Chaos. So as we noted earlier, they're going to want to use that queller early in the chain since it does not stop the big spells like Pour Over the Pages or Emergent Ultimatum.
Yeah. Basically anything except like a Grazer at this stage of the game, I'm quelling. Scrying, Impulse, Hidden Strings, quell it.
Yep.
Quell them all. Quell them into the ground. Now, let's take a look at Will Kruger's list while we're doing it. And you can look along with us at home if you go exclamation deck list. Anything new to this list with Mom, or is this just more of a MTG dad list, I guess, since Mom had no influence? It's a dad's day out.
No, this looks pretty stock to me.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like no Mom cards here in the main. And yep, you guessed it, no Mom cards in the side. So Lotus Field not getting any changes here. Makes a lot of sense, though. You need specific cards, and it is kind of a well-oiled machine that does its thing already. If you change any cards, you're kind of really changing the deck.
Yeah, maybe there was, maybe there's a sideboard card you would want, but Will deciding no, there is not.
Yeah, and some interesting stuff. We do see Dragonlord Jamoka, Sphinx of the Final Wind, Final Word. This is basically Nathan Stoyer's list from the top 8 of Pro Tour Phyrexia, which, shocking, he top 8'd that too. Did you know he just won the tournament we were at?
I did.
the kid can't be stopped. The kid can't be stopped. Wow. I guess I picked a good backup feature match for that one, huh?
Not bad.
That's a safe bet, though, to be fair.
It was not a difficult decision.
Yeah. Should we put the guy that wins every tournament on camera? Yeah, probably. And believe it or not, I believe he is in this tournament as well. And you know what's crazy? He's winning all these tournaments while he's in the process of moving from state to state. So he's just like, all right, I got to take this weekend off from moving. I got to go win this event. We're like, oh, I better take a break. I'm going to go win this event.
Maybe he should hire a moving company.
Yeah, no kidding.
Might have some spare cash for that.
Kidding. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe he's needing to win the Mana Trader series here in April, and then he's hiring movers. That's his extravagant expense. All right, we see Impulse here from X-Whale, which is Will Kruger. And you pretty much have to go this turn, don't you, Ross?
Yeah, there is 6 power in the air, and then the Mutavault represents a lethal attack next turn without anything added, but no additional counter spells found over these last couple turns for Las Vegas Chaos. So
all right, here's basically Thespian Stage 2. You start this off with either Pour or Hidden Strings, and you're online. 2 Lotus Fields is what's up. This should kind of alarm, saying, yeah, there's no spell queller number 2. It's on. Uh-oh. Okay, I was like, there's not enough green there for Ultimatum. So there's 1 card left. Gotta be Ultimatum, right, Ross?
Yeah.
Or Behold the Beyond or something. Oh, peer into the abyss. So what? You lose like half your life?
Yeah, and draw half your library both times rounded up.
Draw a card? I guess Geistlight Snare wouldn't do it, but okay, just drew 20 cards. You can probably win off that, right?
20 cards, 6 mana. Just got to be a little careful to play around a spell pierce here.
Yeah, okay, just cast Hidden Strings. I'm sure you drew one. Tra la 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 la, Hidden Strings. Would you like to untap? Sure would. And here we go, folks. Let's get your combo hats on. What happens now, Ross? What do we do to win the game?
So notably, I do not see any copies of. I don't see any copies of Mastermind's acquisition.
Mastermind's acquisition.
So
Yeah.
they're winning with just the main deck. So I imagine this is going to be a peer into the abyss U kind of game. So I think we're going to end up omnisciencing.
Did you peer into the abyss twice?
Yeah, targeting the opponent.
Okay.
And we have Bala get recoveries to keep rebuying it or Lear to play it from the graveyard.
Okay, that makes sense. So they just replace peer with Mastermind's acquisition. Yeah, now you can go get that. Let's go get something else. 6 mana. Got some pages to pour over. And there's Lear. You can recast. Now, Omniscience doesn't work with Lear. You have to.
Yeah,
you have to
Omniscience
cast
is only
things
cards
the
from your
old-fashioned
hand.
way. So yeah, it looks like there's a peer. Draw a bunch of cards. And then buy it back. Peer you again. Oh, how many times do you have to do this? Round it up. So 2 more times?
Yep.
I guess you can just do it infinitely, right? What do you got? 1, checks pages. Okay. Peer. Gut shot you. Wow.
There you go.
God, opponent still had all these 47 cards. Opponent couldn't piece together lethal with 47 cards in hand and 2 mystery cards in library. Unreal.
Really just showing a lack of experience with their deck there.
100%. Yeah, absolutely.
Not really familiar with its inner workings.
All right. So, yeah, let's take a look. All right. So, they're telling me, director is telling me this is Connor's list, but they're the exact same. So, technically, it's Will's list, but whatever. I'm not going to correct him on that. But, anyways, here's the list that we're doing. How do we sideboard Mr. Merriam?
Yeah, a couple different options here. I imagine some of these sweepers will come in just to sort of keep the pressure off. At least one, because you want to be able to dark petition for a sweeper if necessary.
Yeah, you actually have to sideboard without a Mastermind's acquisition.
Yeah.
It's weird that one copy makes that change.
I think we will see the uncounterable threats come in: the Sphinx of the Final Word and Dragonlord Dromoka.
Yep.
Dragonlord Dromoka is just very good at stabilizing the battlefield against a bunch of small flying spirits. So just by itself, it can dominate a game. The real question for me is, does Will want Hope Tender? That's a card that can give you a real big boost of mana in a matchup where that mana boost is relevant. You don't have a lot of removal. I don't think they want to bring in removal for it. So I imagine Hope Tender comes in.
I would think so. Anything that doesn't just have to keep in removal spell. Like basically you bring it against anything that isn't Rakdos because they're going to leave in Bone Crushers,
The problem is that Hope Tender does not play well with your sweepers. So
that makes sense.
I don't think you want to bring in 3 Hope Tenders and 3 sweepers. So the numbers on those is the tricky part.
Okay. Well, looking at the start here, we'll try to poke X-Whale on getting their hand cam, so sorry about that. But looking at the other side, we have a new invasion. What does that one do again?
Gobakhan. So this is the one that's
Gobakhan.
So 1 and a white has 3 defense, and when it enters the battlefield, you effectively get an elite spellbinder trigger.
Okay.
You get to exile a card from their hand. They can cast it from exile, but it costs 2 more.
Okay.
And then when it transforms, and it's pretty easy to transform, your creatures get +1/+1 counters after they attack.
Wow.
And you can sacrifice the light shield array to give your creatures hexproof and indestructible until end of turn, so it plays around a sweeper.
Wow. And here we go. It just hit. Pretty cool card. I guess we do get to see the Will's hand. So it's Impulse, Depopulate, Fading Hope, Vizier is Will's hand here, which is pretty poor. Early start of the game though, so Still plenty of development to do. Impulse hits the exile. So unable to cast that as it stands.
Yeah, and now we get to threaten to, attack the invasion immediately with the obsession.
Ooh, does this trigger Curious Obsession? That's the real question.
If it connects with a battle, it will not. You have to deal combat
To a
damage to a
player.
player.
Well, they didn't factor battles in a year and a half down the line, or I guess like 3 years, huh?
Yeah.
All right, hard cast Vizier, which looks great here. Now all of a sudden next turn you have 7 mana. The hope is fading as well, so great sequencing now. So we have Depopulate in hand for X-Whale and that Impulse in exile. Outside of that, the shields are down, but you also have 7 mana, so you can kind of do a lot.
Yeah, Fading Hope, another solid sideboard card here, just for keeping the pressure off. And there, you didn't even lose card advantage because the Curious Obsession went to the graveyard as a result of bouncing that Rattle Chains.
Yeah.
Oh, an excellent Fading Hope there, and I gotta feel pretty good if you're Will. That said, only has 2 cards in hand, and that's after the draw, so needs some
It's
good
got the
leftovers.
Impulse too, so technically 3.
Okay, yeah, Impulse is
Just
in
the
exile.
Spellbinder thing. 4 mana Impulse. Good card. It's expressive iteration at home if I've ever saw one.
So we could see Rattle Chains plus Lofty Denial, which I personally like because I think that this Impulse could easily find a card like Thespian Stage that you can't counter.
Yeah. I don't even know if you care about that though at this point.
Oh, apparently does not. Lets it resolve.
Okay. Let's see if you want to get in there. Attacking is pretty risky.
I don't.
So you could have Rattle Chain, Supreme Phantom, or whatever, and that would be a train wreck.
You don't win the game with this Lotus Field deck by plinking in for 1 damage with your
No,
Viziers.
I almost saw someone win with the one of Lair that they had in the deck when we were on Pro Tour coverage, but it was an almost, and it was a very strange game. So yeah, I don't think you're ever winning with Vizier. All right, Curious Obsession number 2, plus 2 disruption spells. Me like.
Yeah, decides to hold off on playing the Obsession because we're going to be attacking the invasion this turn. So just want to leave up both pieces of disruption for now. The invasion is going to really increase our clock while protecting against the sweeper. So,
yep. And for anyone who hasn't seen these invasions, well, number 1, what are you doing? Get into the Magic Online draft queues and start drafting this set. It is crazy and super fun. But the way it works is when you play an invasion, it goes on your opponent's side of the battlefield and you attack that. Then when you attack the invasion and it loses all its defense counters, it's like a new spell that goes onto the stack. So you can counter it. You can do anything to the spell itself, but it gets recast and then it effectively has Summoning Sickness if it's a creature and that were to matter. But that's kind of how the invasions work. And they all read pretty powerfully to me, to be honest.
yeah. And especially in a matchup like this where your opponent really can't protect it.
Yeah. All right, here's Lawfully Denial with 2 mana floating from X-Whale. Nothing else to do, but there was an opportunity there. If you have Hidden Strings, you can target Lotus Field and Vizier, and it's kind of like having 2 Lotus Fields.
Okay, so this is going to be an attack for 6. So this is a 3-turn clock. We're going to be 6, 8, 10. Because the creatures are going to keep getting counters on them at the beginning of each end step.
Yeah, that invasion looks awesome here. And another counter spell. 1 mana leak, or a Gust for Emergent Ultimatum as well, or Dragonlord Jamoka, if that were to be brought in. Okay, here's white mana. I think it might be time where this Jamoka is about to get some bad news bears. Okay, Depopulate coming up first.
Yeah, we just get to sacrifice our transformed invasion, and Depopulate's going to deal with the
resolves.
Yeah. Now the Vizier is gone, and you still have the 2 counter spells. We still have a 2-turn clock. We didn't need any more counters.
Yeah, invasion was truly incredible here. Invasion looked awesome, and now there's nowhere near enough mana to get around counter spells. This should be GG. for Las Vegas here, I imagine, and forcing a game number 3 between these two 1-0 players.
Almost unfortunate here for Las Vegas. Found that additional Geistlight Snare is going to end this game with multiple counterspells still in hand. When game 1, they really just needed one more counterspell to lock it up.
I'll get the smallest violin queued up for them. Dang it, I had all these in one of the games, but I didn't get them in the other games. That sounds like a Ross Merriam complaint right there. All right, Ritual Sun with 3 mana.
Well,
but the Wanderer!
Yeah, the Wanderer and the Geistlight Snare should team up here.
Oh, wow. That's a chef's kiss.
Yeah.
Or a Robert Goulet, if you will. Would you like to pay 1? No, thank you.
From town to town.
All right. That's going to be up to game number 3 here. And if we have the blue-white spirits list, if we got one of those, that would be cool. We'll take a peek at that one. If not, we'll stay right here. Really no real changes, except if Hope Tenders weren't in, they're for sure coming in now, right? But I bet you still have the creatures, you know?
I think Will has chosen just to be more of chosen more on the sweeper side. We saw multiple Depopulate and Ritual of Soot, and then the Fading Hope. So I think he's taken more of a heavy removal plan, and that means Hope Tender isn't really wanted.
No hope needed. Okay, but a pretty nice hand up there. You got a nice curve, Spectral Sailor into either Shacklegeist or Rest in Peace, and then just Disruption. So gotta be happy about this. Gonna be a big thing if Will Kruger has a Hope Tender here. Doesn't, but also Will is down to 4 cards in hand. So I'm guessing there was a mulligan, maybe a mull to 5 here, huh?
I think that they were on the play. Has to be
5,
mull to
right?
5, yeah.
Ouch. This doesn't seem like a good matchup for Lotus.
No. That said, a little bit of awkward mana here for Las Vegas Chaos. These pathways, are going to make it hard to double spell. Okay, deciding not to Rest in Peace early. Notably, the Rest in Peace is going to count as an enchantment for Geistlight Snare.
Yeah.
So we could play Rest in Peace next turn, hold up Snare.
That's pretty nice.
We wanted to.
Oh, yeah, because the enchantment would give it. Yep, that's chill. Yeah, couldn't have used Geistlight Snare anyways to counter this, so.
I mean, it would have cost 2 mana. We could have just held it up.
Oh, yeah. I thought it was if you have enchantment and creature, then it costs 1, but it's just reduced by 1 for each of those types. Huh?
Yep.
Okay. Well, then, yeah, maybe that's a mistake because the Lotus Field deck, believe it or not, without the namesake card, doesn't function. Like, especially doesn't function, like.
Yeah.
It's real bad.
And now Las Vegas Chaos in a kind of awkward spot. I almost just like getting the Rest in Peace down so that even on later turns, snares only cost 1.
Yeah.
But really needs to draw a second blue source.
Yeah, I would much rather play Hallowed Fountain this turn, untapped, and play Supreme Phantom and never lose the game. But as it stands now, I think I'm pretty content with either Rest in Peace or Go. I think I like this better, actually, because then end step Supreme Phantom is still pretty good, even if you don't Queller. And then if you get to Quell something, excellent. Like here, if there's this Thespian Stage, Lotus Field combo, which realistically, if this game ends up going in Will Kruger's favor, that turn 2 play from Las Vegas Chaos is going to be what you look back on and probably why you lost. Or maybe this turn from not playing anything.
Yeah. It was the choice of playing Spell Queller or nothing, decided to keep the Spell Queller around.
No, Supreme Phantom. Oh, wait, you don't have Rattle Chains. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, this is an awkward draw then, for sure.
Yeah, the mana's been awkward. Really wanted to draw another land and never did.
Yeah, in that case, without having, Rattle Chains out, I almost would have just jammed something. All right, I'm quelling that.
There is the Hope Tender.
Oh, I mean, that definitely could be bait. Oh, this could be a blowout. If there's Ritual Set or Depopulate, this could have been the most just... Will Kruger's at home. He's just making the fishing reel thing. He's like, come on, buddy. Bite the minnow. Let me reel you in. just give me a nibble. Yeah. Just give me a nibble.
Take one bite.
Spell Queller looks pretty good right now. Pretty good.
I bet it's tasty.
Hope Tenders. Nom, 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 nom. But yeah, I mean, if that were to be the case, we don't know if Will Kruger for sure has it. We're gonna find out. It looks like, because the end of this turn could be Las Vegas Chaos with no permanent, and Will Kruger with 6 land Hope Tender, which represents 12 mana next turn, and much more if there's even one hidden strings, because you can target the Hope Tender. All right, this is gonna be big. Is there Depopulate or Ritual of Soot? Depopulate! Reeled him on in. What a nice play here from Will Kruger.
There is the second blue source, but I think too little too late for Las Vegas Chaos. And yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. That second turn,
Yep.
if we just hold up a Geistlight Snare, this game is a whole lot easier.
Yep. 100%. 100%.
And when you're playing this matchup, turn 2 is usually the turn where you want to have a counter spell.
Yeah.
Because they're either, shimmering, impulsing, or Sylvan Scrying.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, is some of those you want to counter, some you don't. Like Shimmer, Impulse, the biggest deal, but the Sylvan Scrying, you almost assuredly do. But there could have been draws where Will just had the Lotus Field and did nothing and just played Lotus Field. So there's thought to it. And here, I guess you can tap down Hope Tender.
That's the turn 3 play, is the do nothing play Lotus Field. So you can you can tap out on turn 3 a lot more readily than you can turn 2.
Yeah, that's true. So I like this play, actually. The 2 spirits tap you down, just say, whatever. If you got the combo, just kill me, please.
Kill me.
But if this is hidden strings, okay, you can untap Hope Tender. Oh boy. Now we have 4, 3. So we have 9, 10 mana right now. I'll exert. Oh, it looks like, is it Dino? Everyone's all hyped about MTG Mom, but y'all forget about Dino Dad here coming to clean up the mess. And that's Zakama here. And
kill that.
Bang.
And kill that.
So anyways, I just started blasting, right? Yeah. Bang. Bang. Dino stomped. That's game. Yeah, that was a multi-5. Will Kruger takes that down, and you gotta think that big tension point was letting that Sylvan Scrying resolve. We'll try to bug Will Kruger to get that hand cam ready for future rounds, so we can kind of see if that would have been backbreaking. But I have a sense it probably would have been backbreaking.
Yeah, I don't think there was a backup one there, and Lotus Field looked a lot better than Chaco Geist in that game.
It sure did. Yeah, and that's a matchup where I would think that Spirit should be favored, but you have to play tight. And Lotus Field is just such a dynamic deck that it can kind of play around these counter unless you pay X style things. You need Disdainful Strokes. You need like these kind of hard counters, Dovin Vetoes and stuff like that to really deal with it. So yeah, maybe a little bit of a misstep from our opponent there, and then some really tight play. Reeling it in. Depopulate. That was really nice.
We talk a lot about how pressure is really important when you're playing against a combo deck. You want to cut them off of time and draw steps, and so it's understandable to want to play the 2-drop there and start pressuring your opponent. That said, when your opponent's on a mulligan to 5, Sylvan Scrying for Lotus Field is a very common and critical turn to play for them. You have the counter spell. I think it is worthwhile to just hold up there, play it. Next turn, you have the Spell Queller. If they try to, play cat and mouse with you and wait till turn 3. If they don't do anything, I'll just jam the Queller. And then the following turn, I can play Rest in Peace, have Geistlight Snare up, and then I'm off to the races. And this is not, in the post-board games, in that matchup specifically, they have all those sweepers. So you're not looking to just jam all of your creatures like you might be in game 1.
Yeah, you jam up until the point where you hold Disruption with X amount of mana you have left. If it's early turns, 1 Geistlight Snare is enough. Use all your mana except 1. And just always, that's a sacred goat kind of land. Be like, I need to disrupt next turn. So that's what I put in my head. I'm like, I will do whatever I want with the extra mana I have to leave open 1, or in that case, had to leave open 2. So there was no wiggle room kind of thing. Yeah, so it also sorry to interrupt you. It also led me to believe Shackle Geist were in the deck, which what are you taking out? Like maybe Rattle Chains and Shackle Geist were exchanged. And that, was the whole game right there, because if you had the option to just say go and either Shackle Geist at end step or just Rattle Chains at end step or just play a Shackle Geist, like you would at least have the option, and then you would have for sure countered that. So who
Yeah.
knows? Maybe it was a problem in sideboarding too.
Could have been. I would expect that 4 rattle chains were still in the deck, and probably fewer than 4, but more than 0.
Yeah.
Shackle Geist were in,
Yeah.
and that's just the way the draw went. But
Yeah.
to me, that's a case of letting your general heuristic of I want to get down pressure against a combo deck override the specific details of a given matchup and say, yes, I want pressure because my opponent's a combo deck, but turn 2 is also a critical turn against this combo deck specifically.
Yeah.
So I need to hold up in this particular matchup to make sure I have an answer for a card like Sylvan Scry.
Exactly, because it's kind of the same thing. Um, like if you're playing against Creativity, the Pro Tour Reed Duke winning deck, their big turn is turn 4. That's when you got to counter big score and stuff. So that just comes with awareness of the format and what turns are important to certain decks. And it was not respected that time and got thoroughly punished on every single axis from then on. Like the Shackle guys played to tap down Hope Tender, punished with the 1/3 to untap. So nothing went right for our blue-white spirit opponent, unfortunately.
Yeah, you hold up the spell queller on 3. Will just has make a second Lotus Field with Thespian Sage. Don't play into it. Then you've got to say, oh, do I want to play this spell queller so I have more pressure, or hold it back? Well, I've already played the 2-drop. I don't need more pressure, so I'll hold it back. Now I've just got this handful of cards, but I can't really deploy them because my mana is awkward. And Will's just like, yeah, what if I dangle this really important card in front of your spell queller? If you let the Hope Tender resolve, I could just go over the top of you with Emergent Ultimatum for some big spells. So you counter it with the spell queller, and then I've got
oops, Wrath.
Yeah, now you're tapped out. My Wrath resolves, and then the it's all falling apart. So
it was pretty sweet to play the old, I'm gonna play a creature before I Wrath. Very common play patterns, But honestly, that I think we saw that Spirits player kind of get walked right into these things, but that is definitely part Will's doing. Like, okay, you did this, you left up mana. Okay, it's Thespian stage time. Most of these turns were kind of forced anyways, but there's definitely some, Will kind of walking the dog type thing and putting, how am I saying this? Like, kind of making your opponent do what you want by the plays that you make. So
yeah, figuring out what's in their hand and then just really playing the game from both sides.
Yeah.
And it was very impressive stuff from Will. And I'm sure if the Hope Tender resolved, he just passes the turn.
Yeah.
Because now he's got 12 mana, had a Hidden Strings, could get up to a bajillion mana and cast Zakama through Spell Queller.
Or like Impulse or something. Something weak, non-super important if it did resolve. So yeah, really exciting stuff. So I'm guessing we're going to have a backup match here. Since we got plenty of time this match, we'll see if Adrian is ready for something. Looks like we're trying to find one. Okay, well, Adrian's finding something. Let's toss up the metagame here again and just take a peek at what we're going to play. And then when we get a match queued up for you, we're going to find it. So one thing that we haven't talked about so far, Ross, is Nykthos Ramp. Mono Green actually got an upgrade from Mom that fits perfectly in there, and that's 3 mana Pelucranos. It flips into Wormcoil Engine. So, I mean, if that's not included, I don't know what you're doing, because it's also a 4/5. So I mean, it's like kind of better than Old Growth Troll, kind of not. I don't know. Like, that deck's still just got to be good, right?
I agree, and it's just still one of the most powerful decks and powerful and proactive. So
yeah,
checks both boxes. I do think Pelucranos is good. I think it is worse than Old Growth Troll.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you play both, maybe?
Yeah, I've seen lists with like 2 Pelucranos, 4 Troll.
Okay.
The key thing with Old Growth Troll is that even when they kill it, it comes back and still provides you the devotion.
Yeah.
Pelucranos can be killed by Roast if they wanted to play that. It can get killed by Fatal Push. It can get killed by
Fatal Push.
a lot of the removal spells that people play. So while it's a good card, I think it helps you. The thing that it helps you with it is just consistency sake, and having that 3 devotion 3-drop more often. It's a difficult one to kill, and then it being a mana sink on top of being an early devotion provider, like transforming into Wormcoil Engine, like you said. That duality is something I'm always really interested in ramp decks, because it helps to mitigate the natural inconsistency of playing a deck with a bunch of mana sources and then a bunch of enablers to, get out mana quickly, and then a certain number of payoffs, and you're trying to draw them all in the exact right proportions so that your
Mhm.
deck really functions. Here, if you don't draw what's the 6 mana card?
Storm of the Festival?
Yeah, Storm of the Festivals, or don't draw a Karn,
Mhm.
start going off with all your mana. You sink it into Pelucanos, and now you've got something going,
Yeah.
especially in aggressive matchups. So it just makes it so that more of your draws are going to be able to just do that thing of generate a bunch of mana and use that mana to generate some really powerful effect that's going to dominate the battlefield.
Love it. Love it. Okay, sounds like we got a match, so we want to head on in. We got a backup match here for round number 2. And oh my God, speaking of mono green ramp, there's things happening. We ramping.
Yeah, I think we've I'm not gonna say we ramping, but we have ramped. The
Yes.
ramping is done.
Okay, so I mean, on just a quick glance, it looks like our top mono green gamer is ahead here. I believe we're in their turn. Look at all these power stones. So it looks like we had some leveler action going on here, which you can siphon into Nykthos. Gas. And now are we at layer stage of the game or is there storms? Either way, we're about to see some nonsense, y'all. And here's 15 green mana plus 1 artifact. So I guess that can go into layer as well. It's just a Boseiju. So unless maybe we can check out the graveyards of both players. Check out our Storm the Festival counts. Which I'm guessing there's not one if we're
Yeah.
okay.
Like everybody's kind of out of gas at this point.
There's a leveler in the graveyard here, so you can unearth that back. Oh, there's 2 levelers.
Yeah.
Wow. This person likes their stuff to be hung evenly. You need a level for that, There's a lot of leveling going on.
And that Pithing Needle is naming Kiora.
Kiora, okay. Yeah, it's always awkward in the mirror when you want to name something.
Less awkward here when your opponent has 3 Kioras to your none.
Touche.
And while these Cityscape levelers are impressive cards in the abstract, they don't deal with the Lair of the Hydras, which are the most important cards on the other side of the battlefield.
No, they do not. So now here's the real question. Do you block with... Are we just taking 16? Okay, I guess you can do that. I was going to say, do you block with Cavalier and try to put like a card on top and try to figure out something there? But without access to Kiora, there's no like combo things going on here. So
yeah, and if you block with the Cavalier, you only have 3 Devotion left over, so your Nykthos doesn't do anything.
yeah.
So yeah, not a lot to do here. And
Here's the OG.
This is a lethal attack next turn because of all the elves.
Got to be a great draw here, though. OG redraws. Adds 3 mana to Nykthos. So ideally, keep chaining those off. That's your best draw from this point. Because they're all free for a while.
We do have Wolf Willow Haven to make another blocker, but 4 blockers is still not enough. In fact, 5 would not be enough.
So it looks like the choices here is to Boseiju Nykthos in response. There'll be bad news to that answer because we do have the other one as a backup. Not that Boseiju is that good anyways, but...
Yeah, definitely something to think about, but this really just comes down to what they can find.
Well, they already have the Might Stone and Weak Stone. So this is a bit of a different list here from Pop. The one thing that is available is you do have Leveler to just level the Pithing Needle and then start untapping with Kioras and have basically infinite mana.
Yeah. So we've got 9 Devotion now. So Nykthos makes 7 mana effectively. So this will bring us up to 12.
Ooh, the Boseiju actually gets Nykthos right now without being able to activate. Now, we have another Nykthos, so it's not the biggest deal, but this is a tempting time to hit Nykthos.
Yeah. So Mightstone and Weakstone can deal with the troll.
Okay.
That is what's happening. Then we can...
Interesting. I was going to say just draw some cards.
Oh.
Try to win the combo way,
I suppose we could have tried to do that. But instead, going to make a bunch of mana with this Nykthos, then sack the Wolf Willow Haven. And now we have 4 blockers.
I think we're leveling.
We're still... Yeah, we can't... The Haven's not good enough. 4 blockers.
So you can level a bunch of stuff.
And the levelers are going to draw a card as well. You don't have to cast with Cure, just enter the battlefield.
Oh, yep, good point. So Now it's awkward though, because yeah, you have to do them both right now. I guess they're not legendary. Yeah, now you're kind of done though. I feel like there was a better way to sequence this to like level once on Pithing Needle and then start doing more stuff. Or are we just going for lethal? Kill 2 blockers?
Oh, is this
8, 13, 14 damage. It sure is. That's 14 damage. Wow.
okay?
Get leveled.
Maybe you wanted to use that Beseiju.
Would you, yeah, would you say this is next level?
Although the levelers are artifacts, right? So Beseiju can just deal with one of them.
Oh, it
Okay.
sure can.
So we're still fine.
As long as one of these elves didn't enter last turn, which I don't think they did. But we joined mid map, so I'm not sure.
What are what are these last 2 leveler triggers targeting?
Oh, I guess you can even use a leveler mana to Beseiju. So even if one of these Lana Wars
Yeah.
is sick,
So we float with the one that's being targeted, the elf that's being targeted.
it has the swirls if it's sick anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is not sick. It's just a sick play. Because now, does leveler have trample? I don't think it does, right? Oh, it does.
It's a tapped Power Stone token.
Okay, but you still have the other Lana Wars. So, oh wait, but you have to do it now.
Yeah.
So you have to kill a leveler and you can't block Cavalier. Oh, it's still lethal? This Beseiju does nothing?
One short of it doing something.
And honestly, that's just one short of activating a layer. Activate a layer for one less. Oh man, you got to think our top player maybe toss that, or at least you got to feel like that if you just barely lose like this and all you needed was 1 mana and you just had 32 mana the last turn, you know, like yeah, wow.
If the Beseiju answers one of the Nykthoses in response to the Mind Stone and Weak Stone,
you only get 1 leveler.
Yeah, stop.
So I think there were multiple mistakes made by our top mono green opponent.
Yeah,
but some tight play from our bottom mono green opponent. So yeah,
they found this sort of weird just combo line in a position where they were very far behind.
I actually love the mono green mirror. Like I love playing it because there is so many things that you don't think of. Like okay, Karn at end step or Karn and then play Damping Sphere, and then during your turn maybe destroy the Damping Sphere, add a bunch of mana, then return it at the end with a Damping Sphere, stuff like that. Those kind of like in-depth plays. It takes some experience in playing those kind of matches, but always makes them pretty interesting for the mono green ones at least. So all right, that's going to bring us here to a close on round number 2. Now before we leave, for anyone joining, this is a Pioneer Open event. Yes, you heard it, open. You don't have to qualify. We're going to be doing 2 of these a year at Mana Traders. The next one will be much closer to the end of the year. But this is where you don't have to play the qualifying round. You're sitting at home, you just click enter, submit your deck. It's free, and you get to get a large payout here if you do well in these tournaments. Plus, we are still qualifying 4 players. So I know it's the top 2 of the tournament, and then I think it's the top 2 records in the Swiss. Don't quote me on that. Maybe Adrian can double check me as the ways to get 4 players still qualified for that end of the year tournament, which is still a big deal. But there's going to be a big tournament and a tough tournament to top 8, as it is going to be a 10 rounder. We're going to have 7 rounds today, 3 more rounds tomorrow. And if you want to start practicing with these MTG mom cards, !Bash Bros in the chat. That'll give you access to our code Bash Bros Bro. Gotta love it. Bash Bros Bro will be switched to Bash Bros Mom pretty soon, which is even better. We like to put it of the last set, you know. Nice. Bash Bros Mom is pretty nice.
And we'll have Bash Bros Uncle, Bash Bros Dad, Bros.
Yeah.
Step cousin.
I mean, we did kind of already have this meme where it was FF Freak's little bro, where I started by trolling my older brother. Then people started putting like FF Freak's grandmother, FF Freak's dog.
FF Freak's long lost Tybo teacher.
Exactly. So we might be getting that. But anyways, use that code. It'll save you 15% off, which is the best code in the world for Mana Traders here. So make sure to check that out. And then don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back with round number 3 here after a nice short 7-minute break. Don't go anywhere. Bye-bye. All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of the Mana Trader series. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's Ross Merriam. We're going to be bringing coverage here of round number 3 and all of the rounds, but spoiler alert. We're going to be trying to head into Batatinha, a very strong Magic player who is a regular on this series, playing Mono Green Ramp. And this is, I would say, one of the better Mono Green Ramp pilots. Been playing it basically since the deck came out, so should be a fun one.
Yeah, and this is, as we saw a little bit towards
Yeah,
the
let's
end of
take a
game
look
one,
at that list if you got it while we're chatting about it.
the details can matter when you're playing this deck. So
Yeah.
an experienced pilot definitely going to be quite valuable. And we do see 2 copies of Pelucranos Reborn.
Yeah, there's that 4-2 split you were talking about.
Yeah, and then Cityscape Leveler. So that is sort of the flex spots in the deck.
Yeah, what did we cut for this? Trying to remember.
21 lands, maybe they could have landed.
Yeah, maybe. Or like the Wolfalo Haven. Some lists were playing both. So kind of cut all the chaff out to play Pelucranos and make this just a really lean, mean mono green machine.
That indeed it is.
Any surprises in the board or?
No, nothing out of the ordinary there. Just your classic 15 singleton.
Love it.
Otherwise known as the Gabe Nassif special.
The Gabe Nassif special? No, it's the Commander special. No, all one-ofs. All one-ofs.
I think Gabe had a 15 one-of sideboard at a Legacy Grand Prix in 2005.
Really?
Yeah. I think it was Grand Prix Chicago? Somewhere in the Midwest.
Okay. Yeah, I know one other time when a player had all one-ofs. It was a very famous debate that this person was in, and yeah, that's a story for another broadcast. But anyways, are we ready to jump into the match, Adrian? Oh, okay. Sounds like we do got a little bit of time here checking out what our opponent is going to be playing against. So yeah, let's just take a look at some of the deck lists. We saw Rakdos. We saw, I believe the next deck up was blue-white control. Let's take a look at just some of the stock decks from our most common ones. So here is blue-white control. This is Tiago Saporito, a blue-white control specialist for sure. And I see at least one new card in the sideboard here, and I believe that is Invasion of something, but it turns into Teferi on the flip side and just creates a bunch of 2/2 vigilance attackers here. That card is insane. Yeah. Super powerful.
I've had it cast against me for X = 7.
Did you win that game?
Nope.
Yeah.
From my empty-handed opponent. So that wasn't fun.
I believe that wouldn't be that fun, Yeah, I believe that would not be fun.
Invasion of New Phyrexia.
Invasion of New Phyrexia. I know it makes 2/2s and then it flips into just a new Teferi. So naturally, any blue-white gamers are like, oh, new blue-white Teferi? I must try it.
It's a Teferi that
keeps on giving.
You can draw 2 and discard a creature or 2 cards.
Yep.
And get an emblem to pump all your knights and give them ward. And then you -3 when it starts on 4. Tap X creatures you control. You can shuffle a non-land permanent and opponent controls with mana value X or less into their library. So all the knights that you got on the front side can then be used to -3 on the back side.
So pretty good, but the backside isn't like amazing, right? Like it's just okay.
Yeah, especially in a deck like this, I think in a more creature-oriented deck, that +1, you're going to draw 2, discard a creature pretty frequently.
Yeah.
That's a pretty powerful ability to be able to draw 2, discard 1 every single turn.
Mm-hmm.
I think the emblem is relatively powerful, and you could just go back-to-back turns, emblem. Now I've got a bunch of 4/2s with ward 2.
Oh, the ward does stack?
Yeah.
Or does it just give them ward 1? It does, but ward...
It gives them ward 1 twice.
Okay.
Effectively the same thing as ward 2.
Sure.
But they are 2 separate triggers.
Yeah. Slightly different, right? Like, it'll effectively play out the same, but there are instances where maybe it would be slightly different, but...
Yeah, I imagine there's some weird interactions that would make it different, but...
All right, let's check out the next most popular deck in our metagame while we kill a little bit of time as we wait for our players to get ready. And that's the old Greasy Boys here. That's Grease Fang. You're trying to bring back Parhelion 2. Any other big changes that you see here? This is the Vessel version, which became popularized by David Inglis and the team at Pro Tour New Phyrexia.
Yeah, really crushed it. If you looked at the breakdown of performance during the constructed rounds, this was one of the best performing decks. I think one of them went 9-1 with it.
Wow. Wow.
And yeah,
It was given to some of the best players in the world as well. Like David Inglis is a player that we got to watch from some of the online events in the COVID era. Players Tour finals, for instance, stuff like that. Other online SCG events when those were a thing. And David was like crushing all of them, but he was just relatively unknown, just an online grinder. Everyone knew Tanengrams. I truly think Tanengrams is the modern day FF Freak. Yeah. When Brad came up as just a online grinder in his first event, everyone's like, "Oh my god, check it out with all the pro action here." And they're like putting him in with Patrick Chapin, Nassif, all this stuff, and he'd be like, "What? You want a daily or something?" But he got that much hype off all his Magic Online success, and then he ended up being the superstar that he is today. But David Inglis
let's
went
not
along.
go too far.
Well, had a superstar career, that's for sure. Maybe it's not superstar aspect anymore. Although I believe he just beat you in last weekend, right?
He did not. Blood Moon beat me.
He beat me too, to be honest. He eliminated
me.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, but this is a really good deck. David Inglis is a really good pilot. And a lot of people decided to play at least Greasefang, not for sure the Vessel version. The Vessel version just isn't necessarily a stock list or anything. But all right, let's take a look at our next most popular deck list. We're going to give you all a little idea. This is Lotus Field, and this is the list that we saw Will Kruger and Connor played this list. Tell me a little bit about Lotus Field.
Yeah, really just trying to, play the namesake card. You copy it with Thespian Stage. You start generating a bunch of extra mana with Hidden Strings and Vizier to untap those lands. And then from there, you can win in a variety of different ways. You can cast Emergent Ultimatum. Emergent Ultimatum can find Behold the Beyond, Omniscience, and Peer into the Abyss. And, or maybe Lear's in that pile. There's a few different piles you can do. And then, usually some combination of those cards will find a win. But this version has a little bit less clean of a kill, but does it so they don't have to apply Mastermind's Acquisition and they get really a fully functional sideboard. But you end up just casting Peer into the Abyss several times, targeting your opponent to kill them with the life loss from that. But really, this is a deck that requires very intimate knowledge of the deck's inner workings, because there's a lot of detailed lines that you have to work out. And we saw Will pilot this a couple rounds ago and did it with aplomb.
Yeah, did it with a depopulate, I'll tell you that. Did it with a depopulate and a fishing reel, if I've ever seen one. That was some impressive stuff. You can check back on the VODs here. Sounds like pairings are up, and it sounds like we have Tiago queued up. Maybe Batatino was not necessarily ready. So we're just going to jump into this. This is Tiago Saporito down below here, Bolivo, up against a blue-red deck. Probably isn't Phoenix. We'll see if we can get the hand cams loaded up here for you as we step into round 3.
I just want to let you know, it was 2009, but it was Chicago.
Okay.
Love it. 15 singletons.
No Karn back in those days,
no.
Huh?
It was just 15 different cards.
Love it. All right, so we see Fable Amiric Breaker coming down. Looks like we do have the Pro Tour winning deck. Both these players are at 2-0. Seeing a little bit. There is a Volcanic Spite. Just an upgrade from Fire Prophecy. That's nice.
Yeah, you'll take any small upgrades you can get. And pretty solid hand here from the creativity side. That said, they need to make land drops in this matchup.
Land drops, they do not have next turn. But yeah, if we're able to draw a card, get the largest score possible, and get rid of maybe Dig Through Time or something, then you can leave up Spell Pierce and just be really all set. How would you think this matchup plays out? I would think it's heavily favored in Izzet's side.
Yeah, generally speaking, it is. Game 1 isn't as good because actually the creativity plan is pretty weak. So this is a matchup where you board into being a controlled deck.
Like the Krakus stuff, right?
Yeah, with Shark Typhoons and Hullbreaker Horrors, and those are excellent against the Azorius control strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So
Evan of Real, I believe, is the name. We'll see. We're gonna double check the list to see if there is that control aspect here for game number 2. But yeah, we have 2 Field of Ruins here. And I'm guessing since Field of Ruins being activated this aggressively, there's only 2 mountains? Question mark. Yep, sure is. So there is Field of Ruin that acted as one a way to just interact, and number 2, the second one, is a strip mine. So any more Field of Ruins are just excellent here from Tiago.
yeah, that is a devastating play when they're already down on lands.
All right, so we do have Fable going to chapter 2, going to be able to discard a lot of these not so great cards. Probably Volcanic Spite. Even gets rid of Spell Pierce. That card's pretty good, but does find 2 lands. That is the main thing. Has lands, and you know what? It didn't work the first time. It worked quite well the second time. Third time's bound to be even better. Third Fable, the Mirror Breaker, coming down.
Third time is the charm, and the second time was already good.
Yeah. Yeah.
You do the math.
Carry the 3 divided by 6. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Ooh, looks like Evan playing a little. Okay.
No, it's just for the worms.
Should have known.
Yeah, and in the sideboard, we see 3 Sharks, 2 Hull Breakers. So probably one of those matches that will be an, oh my God, goodbye. It's farewell time to clean up everything there. What a top deck there from Tiago.
Long farewell, auf Wiedersehen, goodbye.
Now, do you just big score right away?
I mean, I do like big scores, and I cannot lie.
Yep, absolutely. Big score getting rid of Hull. Now you do have Make Disappear, a Poopy Spire, Bluff Canal, Valakut's Awakening, which is pretty good. And then the old Dig Through Time as an option. So, yep. Yeah. I mean, Tiago's up against it now. Just draw, go, try not to die to a worm combo.
And really not a lot going on in the hand. I guess the veto can hit the Dig Through Time.
One thing I'm thinking is, can't you just march Zendigo? If the combo comes out, and then you just have to deal with a 15/15 worm, which, you know, still hard to do, don't get me wrong, but
yes.
I bet we're just gonna see maybe a slow turn here. This doesn't feel like the turn where you're just like, all right, well, I guess you can't even creativity for 2, so this definitely is not the turn. Creativity for 1 to hit a worm.
If I had an untapped land here, jamming one of the creativities is not the worst. Just
yeah. Totally agree. But you don't.
Can't do it.
All right. So Kahira picked up for Tiago as just a, oh, if I'm not doing anything else type plan. And then a couple counter spells to prevent it. Wow. For 1.
But if you're Tiago, you can't really let this resolve, right? Because it's 50-50 to be the worm.
Yeah.
That's actually, oh, we're just marching the treasure. Okay, smart. Like that play.
Okay.
I assume
Resolves.
Did we not sack the treasure in response? Just for
yeah, we could have dig through timed, right?
Yeah.
Well, you kind of need the other treasure anyways, so
yeah.
I just don't like that play in general. I'd rather go end step dig and then untap, do your thing. You know, that's what you're trying to set up with these blue-red decks. This is true when it was in standard with Alrund's Epiphany kind of thing. You go end step something very important that they need to deal with, like a dig through time, and wow, so punished. Draw and Zendigo. Now at least you know your creativity for 1 is going to hit.
Yeah, I think the goal there from Evan was to bait a counter spell, and unfortunate that the March was there in order to stop that creativity and take you off your second token.
Yeah, March was the worst case scenario, it looks like.
And it looks like they are going to go for main phase Dig Through Time. I like this here because you can make disappear and absorb. Now, you know, Tiago does have Dovin's veto, so the make disappear isn't going to work, but, you know, playing around the absorb by main phasing and having the make disappear makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
And now we could even Valakut Awakening on the end step.
It's actually pretty awkward. Plays it? Don't you want to get rid of that Zendigo?
I guess not.
Yeah. Well, maybe this is why we're in the booth. Or it's the first mistake a player's ever made on the Mana Trader series.
Yeah. You know,
to be fair, the censor would have actually got this Valakut Awakening pretty bad, but all right, Kahira coming in with a long clock.
I think we're just going to see creativity for one, and a cycle of sensors going to have to find something.
Sokenzen at least makes tokens. But yeah, I mean, more than likely. But here's the awkward thing. Creativity for one doesn't do much besides put a 15/15 into play. But you're not casting Zendigo for a while if you get rid of that treasure.
Yeah.
So there is some thought to Sokenzen, and then, 3, 4, 5. I don't know. I was gonna say you could play Zendigo and then channel Sokenzen. I think I like this.
Going for the jam. Sensor. See what you got.
Yeah. Would you like to cast it? I wouldn't recommend.
Get in the
cycle. Bin. What do we got? Redraw.
Get in the bin.
All right. All counter spells are still live.
Get in the
now
bin.
They're not. Absorb can get make disappeared.
Need a veto.
Need a veto. Hollowed Moonlight.
That gets make disappeared too.
That gets make disappeared. Oh, wow. What a tilter. Guys, that was the perfect draw. And you can't not cast this, right?
Yeah.
It's just going to be a train wreck. Wow.
Now you need to draw like a Teferi.
Tiago drawing that card is just thinking like, I'm dancing in the moonlight. Everybody feeling out. And then after it gets counter, I'll be like, oh, I'm going to bed in the moonlight now. No afternoon delight for Tiago. Let's see if he fires it off. I mean, I think you're priced into doing it because once this spell resolves, like Hollowed Moonlight is a dead magic card. That it doesn't get good later.
Yeah, I don't know what the thought is here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the one piece of information that Tiago doesn't have is the fact that we know there's a target in hand. So Tiago could just be like, yeah, whatever, just hit Zendigo, sure.
I think Evan might have been the one with priority sitting there and not realizing it.
Nice. What'd you pay to? Oh, worm.
Okay, you got 2 draws.
I mean, yeah, Teferi, well, maybe 2 draws. If we draw a treasure or something to cast Zendigo, what does change the equation do here?
Well, it stops a treasure from ending the game. Oh, there's a deluge in the graveyard. Okay.
All right. Memory deluge.
So if we can find answer to the worm plus an untapped land.
If we can find laydown arms and 11 more planes, we got it as well. But otherwise, what do you do to this? I mean, you have to Teferi Tuck, right? Like, we'll see if there is Fateful Absence. So you could find land Fateful Absence, but
it's not going to be great.
Not ideal. That World Spine Worm has a way of multiplying.
Wandering Emperor.
There is 3 Teferis too, but yeah, Wandering Emperor is a banger.
Untap land Wandering Emperor here, so that we'd have changed the equation up for the hard cast Xenagos if that happens.
Yeah.
I think would win this game. Or at least put Tiago into a winning position.
Yeah, because once you lose World Spine Worm, you're in trouble. And I know there's a clause on World Spine Worm. Maybe we can maximize it. It's when it dies. It's not when it goes to exile that it shovels in, right?
It never dies. It has the Progenitus clause that if it would go to the graveyard ever, you instead shuffle it in.
Okay.
As opposed to Eldrazi.
Nothing to do with exile, though, right?
Oh, yeah. If you exile it, it's gone.
Yeah. Okay. So Teferi will be able to...
Well, Shark Typhoon
was there one shark in the main here?
Yep.
Oh, baby. 4/4. Oh, you can cycle it and make it a 5/5/2 if you take it from this World Spine. It'll be a sick block here. Tiago does it. Tiago Saporito doesn't do it. Now you got to play that Sokenzen. You got to play that Sokenzen here.
Do the math.
Do the math. Think about it.
I guess you could still just make a 4/4 and then channel the Sokenzen, and then Kihiro blocks one of the 1/1s and you get in for 5.
True. I like this better, though, I think.
I agree.
Okay. To Fairy and Absorb. I don't think that's it.
Odd.
As long as our top player doesn't play something during their main phase, this top deck shark is going to be Xaxes. Oh, also get to eat a Kahira if you got the I don't know, the stones to cast it. You could go land lay down arms if you had it, so I think it's still pretty risky, but it would still be sweet if we see the cycled shark here.
Yeah, no way you do that.
Yeah, it's too risky,
Combat.
right?
Gotta wait till the end step because the shark is like the only way they could have won this game.
Yeah.
Thiago found what they needed off of that deluge, had this all set up, changed the equation, and absorb. We're gonna stop almost everything else.
And most of the time, it's 4 sharks in the sideboard and none in the main, too. So this list is deviating, and oops, it was perfect. What a top deck.
5/5 shark.
What do you have? 5. Now just don't cast anything. All right, good. You can't. All right, that's going to be game number 1 going to creativity. And that's the game that Thiago had to win, in my opinion. I think both post-board games get much worse for Bolivo.
Yeah, and I mean, he was set up really well to win this game. The one Shark Typhoon is stealing it.
Yeah. Tornado Shark takes down the game, and Evan for real with a 4 real top deck here. And here we go. This is Thiago's sideboard. What do you do up against creativity?
I think creativity has the long game, so I'm inclined to bring in some of these creatures and try to play a more beatdowny plan.
Wow, get the cats in there.
Maybe these invasions, just to, like, to have some more threats.
Yeah,
You're just not beating Hullbreaker Horror in a long game.
well, I mean, Fateful Absence, you can kill it with that.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Yeah, and your opponent turns into a 4 shark dot deck, and they probably take out the combo. They bring in sharks, Hullbreaker Horrors, disputes,
Narset's reversals, negates, disdainful stroke. Like, this is an 11 card sideboard that's coming in.
Yeah, because you take out creativities and stuff. That's what Reed's plan was at some point. He also deviated at times where he'd be like, I'll leave in the combo every once in a while to get you.
Yeah. We'll take out creativities, impulses, and 3 volcanic spites and bring in 11 cards.
I love it. I love it.
All right, I guess we got to bring out the 2 creatures and 1 volcanic spite. We'll leave in 3 spites.
Well, fiery impulses are all bad too, right?
Yeah. So 4 impulse, 4 creativity, the 2 original creativity creatures,
yeah,
and a spite. So you still have 3 spites that can, like, Agate Fairy or something.
Yeah, that still seems bad. Maybe you just bring in Rending Volleys, right?
Maybe. Rending Volley doesn't really deal with any of their post-cyborg creatures very well, though.
No, Wandering Emperor, though, to Fairy. It's not great, but deals with the creatures, I guess.
We'll be fine. I think that you're bringing in enough good cards. You can have some volcanic spites. Everything's going to be okay.
Everything's going to be all good.
And then, yeah, there's some counter spells and some threats. And I think you sort of have to be the beatdown.
Yeah, checks out to me. It doesn't seem like a good plan, but I agree. You got to kind of do something, or you just go all counter spells.
Yeah. Magic's not about finding a good plan sometimes. It's about finding the best plan.
Yes.
Yeah. Solid opening hand up top. Solid opening hand down below. Interesting that Supreme Verdict is still in the deck.
Yes. I guess you got to deal with those sharks somehow, but yeah, I mean, the hand up top looks amazing and exactly what I'd want to be doing. Just, I got counter spells. I'm going to cycle. I'm going to play draw go. This looks great. And on the bottom, you're like, did I sideboard? These cards are still in. It looks clunky. Yeah, this just seems like a matchup that, and to be fair, blue-red creativity style decks are exactly what I want. Uh-oh. Looks like... Oh, looks like we have a match crash. Okay. All right, we're going to come to us, and maybe we're going to maybe just take a short break to get that figured out. But I mean, honestly, sometimes when you're on Magic Online and a lot of players are playing, crashes can happen. And when crashes happen from our director side, we can't watch the match right now. So that's
We have clearly angered the many wizards that create
yes.
the internet because that's the only way it works. It's magic.
That's true. That's true.
I don't
So
know why they're mad. Maybe they need a sandwich.
maybe. And maybe you would need a sandwich. So we're going to take a short break here, maybe like 3 minutes or something. We're going to put a timer up, but basically, whenever our director has a match back up, we'll just jump right back in. So, maybe run to the bathroom, grab yourself a snack, and then come right back here to the Mana Traders coverage. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with round number 3 coverage. All right, everyone, welcome back here to coverage of round number 3 here. We got some matches going here. Not the match we necessarily wanted to see, but once Magic Online crashes, we're unable to get back to the exact match. So we're just going to be checking out these 2 players. Looks like we have Azoria Spirits up top and something with a Xander's Lounge down on bottom. We'll see if we can get these hand cams up for you, and we'll see what's up. Well, welcome back to round 3 of coverage. If you're just joining us, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. All right, Xander's Lounge into Fabled Passage. Haven't seen that one in a while, Ross.
That is, an interesting sequence of plays.
Atraxa. I love it.
Looks like we're trying to reanimate Atraxa.
Yep. This looks like either the Creativity Atraxa decks or, some kind of reanimate version of it. One of the 5-color Creativity lists. That was one of the more popular decks. It was one of the lower end of our list, but definitely was a thing. So, all right, we're seeing Curious Obsession, Fatal Push in response, and bam, Rattle Change. Get out of here. Boom.
Rattle Chains is basically never better than when it's doing stuff like this. And not only going to counter the removal spell to clear the way for the Curious Obsession, also gives you an additional creature so that the Liliana of the Veil is not going to deal with the creature next turn.
Yeah.
So if this was just a regular counter spell like the Lofty Denial, then at least the Liliana would clear the battlefield on the next turn for our bottom player, but instead things looking very good for Spirits.
Yep, that was a nice sequencing there from our Spirits players, and quite the blowout here for JZ Laws here.
Yeah.
But there is another Fatal Push picked up, so you can still just get rid of Wander, which is the most important thing. I think you kind of have to, right?
I think that was the Fatal Push that was in hand.
Oh, was it? Okay. Nope. That was another one.
Okay,
so that plus... Yeah, I love it. I love there's a Dwarven Mine cross. So you're able to just go with all mountains and then get that going, and it's gone.
Fabled Passage for Dwarven Mine exactly on turn 4.
Yeah.
That's pretty neat.
Wait, you can't actually Fabled Passage for it.
Oh, yeah, it's only basic.
Yeah, it's only basic. So you just have to draw it, but you just have to have mountains.
Okay.
All right. And our opponent's hand changed drastically. So we'll see what's going on there.
That said, even with the second Fatal Push, I still like the position Spirits is in. They've got some pressure. They already got a card off of the Curious Obsession. And, they're with the Rattle Chains down early, they are in pure Drago mode.
Yeah. 100%.
Sees the spoils, going to pitch the Atraxa that was in hand. Okay, finds a Fiery Impulse, some more cheap removal. Like me a deck that has so many 1-mana removal spells.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But here is the blowout scenario where you play a spell and have to discard something. Even if you want to discard it, it's still pretty brutal. So, yeah, this looks like just, kind of the other Creativity decks that we saw, but just mixed with more removal, more Rakdos, kind of more to the standard version that we were seeing with like Cruelty of Gix, that kind of stuff.
Interesting. Could have gone there instead of using the Lofty Denial on the seas. Could have played Mausoleum Wanderer, then played the second Rattle Chains, and then used the
Yeah.
Wanderer to trade for it. Not sure if
Hmm.
that would have been better.
Yeah, interesting play. And they're just jamming out Supreme Phantom. If there's creativity, you only need creativity for one, right? I guess it will be 2 power for the Wanderer, so you will be able to protect it. So you do have creativity on lockdown here. So all right, I like it.
Well, land number 5, removal spell on Wanderer, creativity on the Dwarf would be a complete blowout.
That
but
would be a complete blowout.
that's not very likely. They've already played 3 1-mana removal spells, so
Yeah.
I'm okay not playing around that specific set of cards.
So here goes Liliana. And what do you sacrifice? I kind of want to sacrifice the Supreme Phantom. I want to keep this Wanderer and then peck down Liliana.
I think with the Lofty Denial, you could keep the Supreme Phantom.
Yeah, I think it could go either way, but now like Rattle Chains might be a counter spell to creativity. You know, you play Rattle Chain, get it to 2, sack, use Wanderer, and then you have Lawfully Denial as well. Seems decent, especially when your opponent's at 11. They're already at a decently low life total. We got a new card in hand. Aaron and Giada. Nice little pair up card. What do you think of these pair up cards? You like them? You hate them?
Well, I'm not a big fan, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
It's just an excuse to put more text onto cards.
That's true. That is true.
And I'm already annoyed at how much text all of the cards have.
I'm surprisingly decent with it, with the fact that it's just the name. It's like Aaron and Giada. That's simple. You know, it's not Aaron, the Grand Unifiers, and Giada's Angels Express. You know, like they're not at least putting those extra words that nobody needs. But yeah, otherwise, once again, this set broke the record for being the most wordy set. The last set broke the record for being the most wordy set. The next set, it's going to break the record for being the most wordy set. It just happens.
It doesn't just happen. They make it happen. Much to my chagrin.
Ross Chagrin Merriam here joining you in the booth. That should be put on your birth certificate, to be honest.
My middle initial is C.
Yes. All right, that's my new intro. Ross Money Merriam never fit. Ross Chagrin Merriam. Is it Corey? Is it Ross Corey Merriam?
It is not.
All right, chat. What do you think Ross's real middle name is? Let's get some guesses in the chat. 7 minutes from now, we'll see if you were all right or very stupid.
Unless someone in chat actually knows, they could get 1,000 guesses and not hit.
Yeah. It's that tough, huh? Charles? Be like, yep, you got it. The most generic name ever. All right. There is the Invasion. That is the Elite Spellbinder type card that we saw in Spirits before, and it looked great then. We'll see if it looks great now.
It doesn't look as good now because we're not immediately able to transform it. But
I mean, Atraxa's never being cast. That's the one that got put in exile. That now costs 9. So that's pretty good. This Rattle Change will then pester it, and then you'll get pumps, and then you'll have Lawfully Denial as a backup. So honestly, it still looks good. Especially when your opponent gives you the information here that I don't have anything.
I like how this is a deck that feigns the ability to cast Atraxa when all of its lands are mountains. It's like the one color.
That's just good deck building right there. The old Dwarven Mine Atraxa deck. That's just awesome. And I did see the one thing that's also spicy about this list from our bottom player. They bought Obosh at one point. So it's an all odd deck.
I love it.
I love it too. Creativity, Atraxa, 1 mana removals, 3 mana enablers, big score. Can't play that. Seize the spoils, baby.
And now we have transforms. So we've got protection from removal. We've got this is just 5 power.
Not protection from this removal spell though. That was actually one of the better draws, I would assume. So you can kill Rattle Chains now.
It's been indestructible from the enchantment.
Wait, what?
You have to sacrifice the transformed
yeah, you can sack it, but then you lose that constant effect.
But you don't need it. You've got 5. It's 5 power in the air right now, so it's just a 2-turn clock.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah, the first trigger was good enough.
All right.
That's actually like very good management of clock and damage there.
Yeah.
They dealt the exact 3 damage to the battle, or then got it to an exact 2-turn clock as a result. So I would sack.
Yeah, yeah, because it is a 2-turn clock. I was trying to run the numbers like, you attack for 2, then 3, then 4. That's not even a 3-turn clock. So I think, yeah, easy sack. Now you have a lawfully denial. So as long as your opponent doesn't top deck another 1-mana removal spell, the game's over. Fatal push.
Fable
will
doesn't
get
even
denied.
matter.
Yeah. All right. And Cian wins the game here, picking up a win here for Azorius Spirit up against Rakdos Creativity.
Yeah. And the real key turn that game was turn 2 when they could have jammed a Curious Obsession, but waited till turn 3 when they had the Lofty Denial back. Was able to get a card out of it, make their opponent's draws as awkward as possible, and sort of snowballed into them just always being ahead.
Yep, looked pretty good. And now these players are not at the top of our standings here, but with a little crash there, I believe these players are 2-1. And we'll see how they do here. Really cool decks. And while we're waiting for them to sideboard, let's take a look at standings here real quick, Adrian. If you got that queued up for us. And we'll just kind of take a look at who's doing well at the top here. And we'll scroll down. A bunch of players are going to be at that 9-point wins. See a lot of Nykthos ramp, a lot of it there so far. See Batatinha with Mono Green picked up a win last round to be 3-0. Swale at 3-0 with Hidden Strings. Soul Strong, the other Grixis Death Shadow Master with Teamer Black Creativity there. Let's click on that one and just take a quick peek because that looked pretty cool. So yeah, your traditional stuff. What's the black for?
Got to be something in the sideboard. Is it just light lines? Yep.
okay. All right. You got me this time, Soul Strong. So yeah, this is just the PT winning deck.
Yeah.
Nothing too special. Looks like our players have started the match already, so we'll get into that.
That Naya other deck from Too Tall Tim, by the way, is a Boris Heroic deck that is flashing green.
Okay.
That's
interesting.
Cool one sneaking in at 3-0.
That's just scratching the surface of our 3-0s. We got plenty more where that came from.
When I say splashing green, I mean with Gigantha.
I hate when they describe that as a Naya deck. It drives me crazy. We'll blame Adrian for that, as we do with everything. All right, we got a second Seacrum Coast, and we got Curious Obsession, and we have some other good stuff. I like not going for the Curious here, as you did not have a way to back it up.
Yeah, but I'm not sure I'm a fan of playing the Invasion because I wanted to go for Obsession next turn.
Yes, I would have went for pass the turn. Well, I would have attacked, but then pass the turn. Invasion is the thing you want to be playing as one of the last cards, All right, we do get to take a card, though. So taking Seize the Spoils or Fable from being cast. That is kind of disruption here. What do you take? It's got to be either Seize or Fable, you would think, right? Maybe it's Path?
I mean, with them having no black sources, I can't imagine it's Path.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Good call. Good call. Took Path of Peril. Take that, dum-dum. All right. Fable comes down, and it assuredly should have been taken, I imagine. Because that Fable is going to do some work. The Shaman token is just going to get black mana now.
Okay, I forgot about that we're playing on Magic Online, so if you take Path of Peril, they're guaranteed to draw another one.
Oh, you just want them to draw more bad cards?
Yeah.
Wow, so big brain
That's
stuff.
next level.
Wow, that was next level. So now we're going to see the Shaman come in, which will unlock black mana here. So Fatal pushes online, as well as Seize the Spoils, is able to be cast in the face of nothing. Your opponent could have like Lawfully Denial. I guess can have Geist Light Snare, which they do have.
Well, they
don't want to cast.
They can play Rattle Chains into the snare because that's a battle, not an enchantment. Yeah, I always think they're like a subtype, but it's a whole new type of card. Yeah, that's just a whole other reason to have not played the Invasion last turn, because now our Geist Light Snare is even awkward. I honestly think you would have countered that Fable.
Oh yeah, could have. I would have taken Fable for sure with Invasion, hands down, 100%. When you're in a Reanimate deck, or I would have not cast it in the first place. Yeah, totally.
That said, I don't think it matters.
All right, so
actually, this Goblin Shaman giving black mana is a big deal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Goblin Shaman is the biggest problem.
So we can protect here,
and then I think you have to attack the Invasion just to have another piece of protection available, even though you don't get to draw a card.
I mean, it's like drawing a card, right? You get the other side of the Invasion.
Yeah. But I'm saying I'd snap it off.
Oh yeah, definitely
But
attack
also, didn't we have 3 mana last turn? So couldn't we have played Mutavault and then double Curious Obsession? Then it gets a little closer. I don't think we played a land yet.
Yeah, I would have played the Mutavault last turn too, but some
Tomato.
sequencing things from our Spirits player. Yeah, this is their turn 4.
No
But,
land drop. Love it.
Deciding to bluff with that Mutavault, I guess.
Here's a Traxarino.
Okay.
Okay, there is Cruelty of Gix. Okay, so I was wondering if that was in this list. I love it. Can't cast a thing.
Well, we've got the Cruelty of Gix, but we also discarded Obosh to the Season Spoils, and now we have 2 Atraxas in our hand. So that's a little sad.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
Probably would have preferred to discard an Atraxa there.
Not ideal, but hey, when in doubt, Obosh him out. That's what I always say.
I've never heard you say that ever in my life, Corey.
Well, you haven't been hanging around me enough because that is what I always say.
I've been hanging around you with the exact amount I want to. Very
Too
little.
much. All right, here is a gigantic Rattle Chains. And we're going to have a huge hit coming in.
I get him for 5, draw a couple cards. Got a 1-mana link in my hand. Surge of Salvation.
Oh, to quote the great Lupe Fiasco, you might just break the chain on this one. Sure, that reference you totally got, right? Big Lupe Fiasco fan?
Yeah, that's a name that I've heard before.
What's up, you hip other kids? Hello, other kids.
Lupe Fiasco. You know, I mainly learn about current musical artists from trivia.
Yeah,
when questions come up, and I'm just like, I've never heard of them. Let's Wikipedia that person.
Yeah.
And then I get an idea. Never heard that name. No idea.
Kick Push? Never heard that song? It's classic.
Kick Push?
Kick Push. Then we coast.
That's a weird order to do those things in.
Well, have you ever longboarded? You got to do that. Kick, you push, and then you coast.
I've never longboarded. You've seen me try to get on a scooter.
Fun fact, y'all. I did try to teach Roz how to scooter one time. It did not work. It didn't work. We tried everything.
I prefer my feet to be on the ground.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Failing that on a floor of some kind.
And at that point, you were doing neither. So
maybe a Segway would be more my speed.
Yes, absolutely. I can see that. So now here's a question: are you going to fire off one of these Atraxas now that you can cast it? You're going to play Cruelty. Cruelty actually gets past. So if Atraxa was in the yard, we totally could resolve an Atraxa into the battlefield. But since it's not, you have a tough choice. You can, of course, bring back Obosh, which surprisingly most of your creatures are even, which
I think I would go for the Cruelty this turn, because next turn you can presumably cast Atraxa again by getting more treasures.
Path of Peril. One-sided Wrath, but the wrong side. We're going to need an ambulance, but for me. Yeah, Surge of Salvation also is quite an impressive card. Just gives all your stuff hexproof. So then, yep, resolves. But wait,
Hexproof doesn't stop.
Oh yeah,
Wrath.
And now you get to resolve Cruelty because, well, no, there's an enchantment. It is an enchantment, right? The flipped side of the battle actually is an enchantment, so you can Geistlight Snare this at least, so you're not complete. They chose not to do that.
Maybe they don't know the reverse side is an enchantment.
To be fair, it is battles. That's a new card. Let's hover over that battle though, make sure it is an enchantment and that we're not crazy, but it's an enchantment.
Oh,
that'd have been pretty good.
So we tutored for a Lightning Axe. Okay.
Okay.
So worst case, we can just Lightning Axe our own Reflection and return Atraxa with the other chapter.
That's pretty cool.
But also, your opponent's probably going to play a creature because they kind of need to.
Yeah. It'd be a lot cooler if they had a a 6/5 rattle chain that drew you 2 cards right now. All right, here comes Unbeatable Sailor. And Supreme Phantom. Tap land.
Probably should have tapped Mutavault for the colorless on Supreme Phantom.
Yeah, oh, to hold up Geistlight Snare. Yeah, that would have been good.
Don't think it matters.
Yeah, he couldn't have done anything here, to be fair.
I don't think it matters.
There goes Atraxa to the yard. And Cruelty, Chapter 3. Well, this has been a game.
Game of magical cards.
All right. And we're heading to game number 3 here.
And, well, you got to feel pretty good if you're the Spirits player. You get to be on the play for this game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of 1-mana removal, which makes this kind of rough at times. But outside of that, your opponent's playing a lot of clunky sorcery stuff, and they're not pivoting to sharks. So if you can beat the 1-mana removal spells and just have counter spells for cruelties, for fables, stuff like that, you're going to be in a great spot. That being said, here's 2 1-mana removal spells, which are going to look pretty good.
Yeah. Actually, no 1-mana creatures for our Spirits player. So yeah, these 1-mana removal spells could be really important for sort of keeping the battlefield clear for many turns.
Yeah, and only a Phantom with no 3rd land. That top hand needs some help for sure.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Invasion get cast on turn 2.
We saw it last time. With them playing a Fabled Passage, I think I would still play the creature, because then if you do top deck a land, it gets so much better, but it's tough. It's tough.
There's the Invasion.
Now yeah, I guess you want to Invasion just to like get a little bit of an idea of what you're up against too.
Yeah, you don't have to go super fast.
Yeah.
You want to measure your threats, be very careful about what you're doing, because this matchup is going to come down to a couple key turns. You know, last game it was the Path of Peril turn where we didn't navigate that one as well as we could have. The game before was being patient, waiting till turn 3.
Yeah.
In order to land that Curious Obsession, and that little bit of extra value is very important, cascaded through the rest of the game. So Invasion giving this information, allowing Cyan to sort of figure out the next couple turns and navigate them so that they come out ahead in those early exchanges.
Yep. Took Fiery Impulse, so that'll be a 3-mana threat. And here's Blood Crypt tapped, so no interest in holding up a counter spell now.
Surprised that they would take the Impulse, because their opponent's very far away from Spell Mastery, and all your creatures have 3 toughness.
Yeah, Fatal Push is just better, right? You'd rather take that or take Cruelty.
Maybe
Seize the Spoils off the top. That's a banger.
Maybe got hung up on the fact that there was a mountain on the battlefield, so you want to take the red one, but
yeah,
there's a Blood Crypt, so not as relevant. And
I mean, definitely Seize the Spoils here, right? Okay.
All 3 there. Where did that mountain come? All the lands that we could see enter tapped. The Fable Passages.
Isn't Smoldering Marsh untapped?
That's the one that you need. That's the battle land. You need 2 basics.
Oh, I thought it was the fast land. Okay. All right. Hall of the Storm Giants, a big tilter off the top.
So
now you do have Lawfully Denial as some interaction. So if you get a little frisky and you were to Seize the Spoil first, then maybe this wouldn't work. But as it stands, Thoughtseize into Seize the Spoil is just going to be a great turn here.
Yeah, take one of the Quellers, because your opponents are so light on creatures at this point.
Wait, didn't take Lawfully Denial? You can't cast Seize the Spoils then.
Oh, true. Yeah, probably should have done that. And the Lofty Denial is good against the Cruelty next turn, too.
Yep. Yeah, that will still just be good. But yeah, man, just such an awkward hand from our Spirits player. Here's Otawara. No way to play a creature and have Lawfully Denial, anything like that. So might see just Spell Queller come down, even if there isn't, something cast. So the good news for our Spirits player is you have both of these spells on lockdown. Is Seize the Spoils an instant?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Thought it was a sorcery, but I could be wrong.
I think you're right.
Either way, I think I would have just cast Spellqueller there too. And just get it Curious Obsession and have Lawfully Denial. You got to do something.
Yeah.
The long game will favor the Atraxa deck, for sure. Atraxa never runs out of steam, essentially. It's just clunky to do so.
No, I agree. I think the pressure there would have been very important.
Creativity off the top. Now you do have 6 mana, so you can go for Cruelty as it stands. Looks pretty good here. Geistlight Snare, I guess, can clean it up. But looks like we're going to have Seize, and now the patience with the Spellqueller is going to pay off. The Spellqueller looks awesome here in response to this.
Yeah, exiled that. Now I've turned on my Lofty Denial.
Yeah, now you've turned on Curious Obsession and 2 counterspells. All of a sudden, our Spirits player has switched. Who is ahead? You get to purchase Obosh. What a deck. Obosh, Cruelty, Creativity.
Oh no, they've got the Impulse that was exiled.
Oh, I forgot about that. That happened so long ago.
They are going to have to discard another card to recast the Seize. I imagine
I don't think that's how it works. It's an additional cost. It's already being cast? Yeah. Oh, I guess you did. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know how cards work.
Spellcaller lets you cast it without paying its mana cost. Seize of Spoils has an additional cost. You still have to pay those.
Fable and Path of Peril picked up. Both cards that have text.
And now just absolutely no pressure from Cyan.
All right, Wander is actually not terrible here. Don't play Curious Obsession. Whatever you do, no. Bid it.
They're gonna be sad.
Bid it.
The old shame scoop.
Honestly, I think we've all done that with Mono Blue at some point. It's like, oh yeah, I can't just post-combat play that. Oh. All right, Jay-Z Laws picks it up, and that was a match of Magic the Gathering, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it was. People played cards. There was interaction back and forth, and eventually someone walked away with a match win.
There was interaction from not only the players, but interaction from us via the players. Every play that we suggested, they did a different one. Yeah. And I
feel like they must have had the stream up. They were listening.
I think so. Yeah, the 7-minute delay stream, that makes a lot of sense. So yeah, all right, that was our really cool Obosh player advancing with the win there. We'll see if we have any other backup matches, but with this round starting a little rocky, we might not have access to a ton of them. We'll see. Okay, so it looks like that is probably going to bring us to the end of round 3, right? It's round 3, not round 4.
I believe that is round 3.
Okay.
That's what our screen says.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's anticipating that Adrian didn't make a mistake. So I had to double check, because you never know. So, all right. Now, a reminder for anyone that is just joining. This is a Pioneer event. This one's open. We'll be doing another open series. I believe it's closer to the end of the year. It's maybe the second to last one. But don't quote me on that. I think it's maybe the October one. But for the most part, you play in these Mana Traders events, and you qualify via winning about 65-70%. They have you can check out their website to check out the specifics on how to qualify. And you can do that next month. Next month, we'll be back to kind of our normal scenario. So you can use !Bash Bros in chat. That code will allow you to get 15% off, which is the best code out there right now. For your first couple months subscription, if you want to start testing out these mom cards. Format still to be determined. We haven't been known that quite yet, but it'll be a Magic Online format, so probably Modern, realistically, but might be one of the other formats as well. So if you want to check that out, use that code, and we're going to take ourselves a short 7-minute break, and then we'll be right back with round number 4 out of 7 for today, 4 out of 10 for the Swiss portion of this event. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. everybody. Welcome back to Mana Traders coverage here. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's Ross Merriam. We're going to be bringing you coverage here of round number 4 of this Pioneer Open. And round number 4, things start to heat up a little bit. If you're 4-0 in a 10-round tournament, you know, that's not nothing. This tournament is a long one, but starting off 4-0, you can kind of start painting a picture. I think we have 59 players that are 3-0. So still, you know, a lot of players that are undefeated, and we'll be cutting that in half down to about 30 players going forward here. So let's take a look at the standings, see if some of your favorites are at the top of the leaderboard, and kind of take a peek of what decks they're playing and having success with.
Yeah, field is starting to narrow. The best decks are starting to rise to the top. So, you know, we see a lot of our most popular decks: Mono Green Devotion, Lotus Field, Abzan, Greasefang. Interesting that, you know, Dimir Control, not a deck we see very often in this format. That 5-color other deck we see in 8th is actually a Niv Mizzet classic Pioneer stratagem.
Okay.
And here
We see Sandy Dog there playing mono green, usually known for attacking there with Nixos Ramp. Nixos Ramp with black, it's just green. Blue is for Kiora, black is for maybe Nicol Bolas. Or Pestilence Cauldron. Yep, absolutely. So we can keep scrolling down. We'll take a look at some of the other players. See a couple of Hidden Strings gamers.
Not a lot of Rakdos we've seen so far. We looked at 18 lists here.
Agreed.
P-Tarts there, our first Rakdos player at 3-0. I wonder if they just have kind of weaker tiebreakers, but there's a second.
Here we got Bant Angels in 8th place, which is just green-white. Nice.
Now, Rakdos midrange was a little over 20% of our field, so we would expect about 12 or 13 in this bracket to be Rakdos.
Yep.
And I'm seeing, like, I think I've seen 5 or 6 so far.
Yep. There we do see through, so Evan For Real with that creativity list we saw a little earlier in the day. They continue to go 3-0. We got Scrooge McDuck there, staple in our Sunday coverage most of the time. Scrooge makes a lot of top 8. So mono green, just on quick glance, looks like it's doing quite well.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. First week of a new set, no BS. Play the busted deck where people are not as focused for you and have good results. I would have totally played either mono green or creativity for this if I would have played. I'm not sure exactly. Probably still would have played creativity because I like playing it more. But yeah, just no mess around. We'll go all the way down to 59th place. We'll take a look at some of the other undefeateds as we get our round paired. DM4X at Rakdos we saw a little earlier.
Yeah, we're starting to see the Rakdos players. They just kind of have weaker breakers, so they're a little further down the standings. But at this point, at 3-0, that's not a big deal.
Yep. Couple Is It Phoenix players, which there were not a lot of those.
Yeah, baby.
They're doing good. They're coming back from the grave, just as Phoenix decks
mother truckers.
Wow. All right, we'll take a look at the rest unless our match is ready. Okay, sounds like our match is ready. We're going to jump on in to this match. It's us. Just kidding. But now we're going to go into the match. Had to see you all distracted. Yes. All right, let's do it.
Trying to look at an interesting deck list.
All right. So we got X-Whale. That's Will Kruger. And I was told that we have Will Kruger's hand this time. If not, it comes out of Adrian's pay.
Hopefully Will Kruger has 2 hands, not just the one.
That's a good point. Hopefully 3 then. We need the hand cam working and both hands that he started the match with. Honestly, if Will lost a hand from match 1 to match 4 and he's still playing, gotta respect him. Give him the trophy at this point.
That is some dedication.
All right, we see an elf and then no follow-up for 3 drops, and there's Will Kruger's 3rd hand. Gotta love that.
And I see, okay, we have the Sylvan Scrying, so
that's a hand. Completely functional.
Yeah, so we can scry this turn for the Lotus Field.
And you have Beseiju for the possible Damping Sphere, which is the card that really gets you. So, yeah, a lot to like about this hand.
Now, unfortunately, we're one short of being able to go stage, grazer, put in field, copy with the field trigger on the stack.
Yeah, so it had to have been some kind of weird draw where Temple didn't have Botanical Sanctum or something. Otherwise, Grazer, believe it or not, you want to cast it on turn 1. Here's Karn the Great Creator, which not really a bad card for X-Whale, but what it finds is very dangerous. Damping Sphere is the card. So we'll see if Will wants to play the game a little differently. Usually see a bunch of Pithing Needles in the board, at least pre-Pro Tour Phyrexia. as the stock list. Things have changed a little bit, as that's not the best plan against other decks. But we will see what the answer is. A big think about this. You got to plan it out. There is the sphere that damps. And now Will has to play this turn in a much different way.
Yeah.
One different way that you can do, you can just go blue, blue, play Lotus Field, cycle Vizier, untap Lotus Field, go. And then you can at least float 3 green. If Damping Sphere were to get cast, then you can blow it up. That's a thing. That's a option. You could just go Thespian Stage, go. Or you could go Thespian Stage.
How do you feel about Thespian Stage, Vizier, go? And then next turn, you're kind of ready to just go off.
I actually like that a lot. Yeah, I think just playing the Vizier is pretty good. With knowing both hands, that's the worst possible play because your opponent's going to go the Might and Weak Stone, kill it, play Damping Sphere.
Well, yeah.
That's not a very common main deck card, but once again, it is open deck list, so Will is probably going to sniff that out and probably go for my play, which seems a little safer of just cycle it. Because you can also just Karn for a boat, right? So, or you could Karn for Might Stone and Weak Stone.
Yeah. Okay.
So that does seem a little weak. Stone.
Yeah, with the Karn available, so yeah, we don't want to play the Vizier. You could cash in both the Vizier and Hidden Strings and get 2 Lotus Fields into play, but then you don't have a green source to be able to Besage you the Damping Sphere next turn and unlock them.
Yeah, it's a lot of different lines you can have, and Will's definitely thinking them out here. Goes with Thespian Stage. Razor. Okay. And get Lotus Field and cycle and tap. So yeah, you get to do one extra thing. So kind of going with the line I suggested, but better because Will's better than I am. So yeah, makes sense. Now you get to cycle, leave Lotus Field untapped. Oh, you know what? I'm just going to turn off the mic. Let's just watch him play. How about that?
I think he's going for the make 2 Lotus Field. Or no, he could have poured there, right? Cycle Vizier on top Lotus Field, and then we could have poured.
Yeah, but then you don't get to do it with the Thespian Stage. So I like this because you're going to win next turn no matter what if your opponent doesn't have the thing. But Damping Sphere is face up. You know about it.
Yeah, you basically force the Damping Sphere because otherwise, if you don't Damping Sphere, your opponent just gets to copy it on step. And
so here's the nice thing that Will can do is you can cycle Vizier, float a blue, add 3 green, Besage you, and Thespian Stage Lotus Field.
Okay,
that seems
so that's
nice.
what he's setting up for.
And then you go pour over the pages, net 1, emerge an ultimatum, win the game. Pithing Needle, though, if you play that first, oh, it actually really messes with Will's plan, depending on the sequencing from a mono green player. If you Damping Sphere first, your opponent is forced into activating Thespian Stage. Then you can go to your next main phase and then Damping Sphere, and your opponent has 2 colorless lands. So the mono green player, it's their game to lose here. They have all the tools in a nasty little fashion here. Boom. What do you do now, Will?
And this was also face up, right? You know their sideboard has a Pithing Needle in it. You know they have the Karn.
Yeah.
And yet we made this play that allowed our opponent to sniff out Besage you, which is the card that you're going to try to play around with your Damping Sphere.
Yeah. So now you have to live the game with 1 Lotus Field unless you can find another Lotus Field on a land. So it's going to be a lot tougher for Will. That was a nice play.
Gonna make sure we name the right Besage you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can just name Besage you here.
Yeah.
I was going to say you name Thespian Stage. That's good too, but.
No, yeah. Just name Besage you, play Damping Sphere, and I don't think Will has another answer.
Yeah.
So yeah, either. I think Will probably kicking himself, probably ends up not liking the play that he made because it's not like there needed to be a top deck there or an unknown card.
Well, I'm wondering if there was a way out at all. Maybe there just wasn't. You know?
I mean, we could have poured that previous turn, and maybe pour hits us some Ghoulers.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Coolers,
hidden
you
strings,
say?
hidden string.
All right. That would be a Robert Goulet, as BBD would say.
Maybe the only way out there is just try to kill them that turn.
Yeah.
And I think we had some outs to do it.
All right, now the matchup shifts quite a bit. Lotus Field on the play. This is a very much play dependent. I think it very much favors whoever's on the play. Actually, I kind of disagree with my own statement there. I think it favors whoever's on the play if you're the Lotus Field deck, and I think it's like basically 50-50 if mono green's on the play. But a mulligan there and a not so great hand. I guess you do have Lotus Field. You got to keep it. We'll see if that hand updates here shortly, because there's a lot less cards in hand for Will. And there we go. You have Otawara to play, and then Lotus Field, and then Thespian Stage. All this is very slow, but on the other side, there's only a Nykthos and not another land, so problems on both ends.
Yeah, this is setting up for a turn 5 kill for Will.
That's what we needed. A 10 drop. All right. Otawara, go. What's the draw step here for our mono green gamers in a forest? Nykthos. That will not. That's just an elf pass.
But even
Karn is the most important, though.
Yeah, even with all bricks, we get to go turn 3 Karn, which means turn 4 we get to cast Pithing Needle Damping Sphere again.
If you were able to go Old Girl Troll here and then Nykthos is online next turn, it's not too outside the realm that mono green were to win next turn if there was a forest drawn,
But Will is going to need some help even to beat this relatively slow draw out of his opponent.
Agreed. Here we go. Lotus Field. Chuck those lands into the yard, and what are you going to do about a Karn? Karn, go get Darksteel Citadel, maybe, if you really want to land. Or you just get Damping Sphere, Pithing Needle, and just say, yeah, you can't beat it last turn. What makes you think you can do it now?
There's step 1. If we draw another hidden strings here, we can go 3
or
blue,
Vizier.
Play stage, 2 blue floating, untap both, activate stage, then play a second hidden strings would let us emerge an ultimatum.
That doesn't look like it, and I don't see a way out already. Yep. There's close games.
Their list just doesn't have a way to answer Damping Sphere outside of Besagin.
Outside of Besagin. So the Karn package of Pithing Needle and Damping Sphere is just GG unless you can combo faster. To be fair, super slow draw from Will on the play. Mulligan didn't have Grazer, didn't have Hope Tender. Just did the surface value play of Lotus Field, not using anything on turn 3, turn 4, Thespian Stage to copy it, and hope to win turn 5. That's not good enough almost in any matchup, especially against a deck where Karn will completely punish you. And the flip side, our mono green player just had Karn. That's it. All the rest of your cards are basically textless, and you need Karn against them. So, yeah. Good stuff. We're going to head into the next match. Well, we kind of unpack that, but yeah, that isn't how I would have expected that match to end there, Ross.
Yeah, but it was pretty straightforward.
Yes.
One card mattered.
All right, and here we go. We got the exact same deck on the bottom because this is Connor M. Connor Mullally? I'm not sure. Mullally, yeah. Up against Harry 13. That is Harry MTG, very popular YouTuber. And here we go. Got the hand cams for both players. We love that. And yeah, we've seen this matchup before. It did go in favor of the Lotus Field deck, but this one can be close, I think,
Yeah, this is an interesting one because it really sort of depends on Connor's list. Because the lists that have...
It's the exact same as Will's.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Because the lists that play Masterminds Acquisition often have a Thought Distortion in the sideboard that is a game breaker in the control matchup. But without it, you got to kind of play straight up. And that means the counter spells are pretty rough to play through. All these Absorbs and Dovin's Vetoes and even Censor can be a problem because there's often a point in your chain where you're tapped out. And normally you just have a ton of time in a matchup like this.
Yeah.
But with the advent of things like Shark Typhoon and the Wandering Emperor, these Azorius control decks can clock you. And, oftentimes we'll set up for just a turn 7 activate Hall and deal the last points of damage because I've gotten in so many chip shots during the earlier turns. So this is a matchup that I think has gotten significantly better for Azorius control over the last 1 to 2 years.
Yep, I would totally agree. But as we say that, Connor has 22 cards in hand. Can we get that hand cam shrunk a little bit so we can see all those cards, Adrian? I'm just kidding. Please don't do that. All right, just going through the motions here. I think it's basically impossible when you have this much mana to brick. Like, I guess here's the turn, right? Cast that, make disappear, sack a creature, and hope you don't have another one.
Yeah, that's probably the your best bet. But with Connor also at 10 life, like, yeah, he could discard this turn and still be fine.
I don't know. Hull plus a 3/3, you could lose.
Well, you're sacking the samurai to the.
Yeah, if that happens. Yeah, if that does get sacked, then yeah, nothing you can do.
Bad news
Otawara
bears.
looking terrible.
We could also have a even with the make despair. If we have a vizier in hand, we could cycle the vizier and pay.
Yep. Yep.
And I'm just gonna guess that there's a vizier in hand.
Yeah. Yep. We see X Whale in chat, kind of as we're of course 7 minutes different. Needed him to mess up, I think. He didn't mess up. Tough beats there, Will. We love you, man. Thanks for putting on an entertaining show and having that hand cam working for us. We appreciate you. All right, getting back here. Connor 3-0 as well. So this list is doing well, that's for sure, even though we just picked up a loss from X Whale.
Saw several copies in our 3-0 bracket, so a formidable deck for this tournament. And just another one of those decks that says, you know what? I am not going to mess around with these new cards. I don't want to have to figure that out. I'm just going to play a very strong, powerful, proactive deck.
Yeah.
That is just going to beat people that have untuned lists.
Yeah. And that's usually what that's my approach when it goes into week 1 of a tournament like this. I'm going to play a deck I already know. I'm going to make sure it's proactive and powerful. I'm not going to play a control deck, anything like that. And then I'm going to look at the new set if there's any upgrades where they're just slight upgrades of cards that are already in my deck. You know, I never try to reinvent the wheel on day 1, try to play new combo decks or something like that. Most of the time it's not going to work, you know?
Maybe for you.
Maybe for me, yeah.
I reinvent the wheel all the time. Let me tell you, like 8% of the time, it works every time.
Ooh, I like those odds. I like those odds. All right, hidden strings, more hidden strings, add a bunch of mana, blah, 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 blah. Connor's going to be winning this game.
Sometimes you play crappy Esper Reanimator. Sometimes you play Jeskai Breach.
That's true. That's true. One of those decks is good. Imagine if you did that at the SCG Invitational. Well, I guess you already top 8'd. Wait, no, you didn't, did you? You would have top 8'd there then, almost assuredly. Or if you played the Shadow of Death. I mean, I had a ridiculous record on that one. 7-0. I lost one game.
We didn't have Ledger Shredder then. That was the difference.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why I wasn't tricked into playing bad cards. Thank God.
You still probably should have had like a breach or two in your Shadow deck.
Oh, yeah. Well, I didn't play Bolt, to be fair, so it wouldn't have been good. But yeah, I probably should have just played 1 or 2. Probably 1. I already played Croxa, and Croxa was insane at that time. So maybe it wasn't the best there. The thing now about playing Breach is Croxa is not good. I'm having them discard cards that they're reanimating and shit, you know? So not ideal. So here we go. We're just going through the motions once again. Dark Petition. Omniscience is on the battlefield. We're going to be starting to peer. The one awkward thing is this whole peer game plan.
Yeah,
your opponent's just going to draw 2 Dovin's Vetoes, right?
So that's just 2 more times you have to cast it.
Oh, yeah, I suppose. Good thing there's no Force Negation, huh? All right, and here, this makes it so they can't be countered when Lear's in play.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, you just Lear first. We just have to cast Peer 5 times targeting our opponent.
Duh! The traditional way that we kill people. Yeah. Pretty standard. And let's get some pages poured. This is what we call garbage time, Ross.
Playing with our food.
Yep. This is what we call garbage time.
Fun with phonics.
Casting all the things. Yep. The main difference between this version of Lotus Field that Connor and Will decided to bring, no Masterminds acquisition. So that's normally you just go get Either Dino or
Approach.
Yeah, Approach Second Son. Says, you know what? I'll just kill with this main deck card. That also draws me 20 cards.
Yep.
Not bad. Does seem like an upgrade to me.
It makes your operations a little bit trickier, but if you know your deck, that's not a big deal, and you gain a couple sideboard spots.
Exactly. You keep that right there, Adrian. Don't even try to meme. I think he was trying to meme.
Trying and failing. Okay, yeah. Now we're just gonna hidden strings tap down our opponent. That's another way to play around them drawing into good cards.
I love it. I love it.
Tap all your lands.
Then go to second main phase.
Which is awkward because we have 9 mana floating.
No. Gotta click no. You don't want to untap your opponent's land. All right. I'd like to go to combat. Yeah, sure. Toss that out. Gonna just empty our mana pool here, it looks like. And now I'm sure we have the world available. Oh! Does that do anything? You can just recast it right now, right?
Yeah.
But it's cute. Now you don't have to go to second main.
Just, normal things.
Normal stuff. You can go ahead and draw 20 cards. Our hand cams just needs a cigarette break after this.
Notably with Lear, that you can't cast spells from your graveyard for free with Omniscience, because Omniscience only says hand.
So Bala Ged's recoveries.
Yes. So we're going to cast a bunch of Bala Ged's recoveries and keep casting the pier from hand, so that we don't need that much mana.
Yep, and you can cast Bala Ged recovery by paying 3 mana and then just cast the card for free. So, I mean, for every 1 Bala Ged, you get 2 piers. Pretty cool.
2 more.
Or... All right, this is sweet. This is sweet. And nonsensical at the same time. I love it.
It is, it's a thing.
Oh, wait, don't you gotta do it twice? Yeah, because they're at 1. Round it up.
I said 2 more when they were 2.
Oh, okay. All right. What do you got? 1? Gut shot you. AKA Pier.
The smallest power of 2 that is greater than your opponent's life total. The exponent of that power is how many times you have to cast Pier to kill them.
All right. Thanks, nerd.
So they started at 23. The next power of 2 is 32, which is 2 to the 5. 5 Piers will kill them.
All right. More math with Ross Merriam here. So, all right, we'll take a look at this Lotus Field deck. What do we do up against control decks?
Probably bring in this Sphinx of the Final Word. Make our spells uncounterable. I like that.
That seems good.
I like these silences.
Yeah, silence is a spice one.
And I
guess silence is in the spot of dispute, right?
Yeah.
That is kind of cute.
And I'm guessing Hope Tender is good because there's not going to be much removal, but maybe not.
Hope Tender, Silence, maybe Dragon Lord Jamoka, because that's uncounterable as well. Sphinx of the Final Word uncounterable is like a pivot. But yeah, Silence seems awesome. Yeah. Especially when these blue-white decks are bringing in either Dovin's Veto or Dispute. Dispute used to be the hot card for this matchup. Like, I'm going to get your Pores, I'm going to get your Hidden Strings, I'm going to get your Disputes you're bringing in. But if you're bringing in Silence, can't always do that. Shh. This is a library. This is a silence. Sir, this is a Wendy's. All right, and then from blue-white control, do you just bring in every single counter spell possible, or how do you attack this matchup? Do you even want to, like, Rest in Peace? I guess Rest in Peace does something.
Well, given the win condition of this version of the deck, Rest in Peace is a lot more effective.
Yeah.
Normally, I would say Rest in Peace is not very good, but it actually stops the mechanism that this deck has to win the game.
But you're going to sideboard where you're going to bring in other cards, right? Like, so you're not going to be solely, like, even the creatures, right? Sphinx, Dragon Lord Jamoka, you'll have a plan B to a Rest in Peace, but yeah, Rest in Peace is probably still good enough. Although it doesn't do anything except literally stop you from dying. So they can do every other thing to their combo, and if they have a plan B, then it does actually nothing. You know?
Oh, but we saw in the game against or in the match against mono green. Like if you just protect that piece of hate, then the rest of their combo doesn't really matter. The only answer they have is Beseiju.
Yeah.
Now I don't think they have an answer to Beseiju the way that the mono green deck has Needle, but I think it just makes things easy on
That's
you.
a 7-lander for Harry there. You keeping that one?
You know, wouldn't be the first time I've kept
Risk
a
it to get to the
7-lander.
biscuit. Narset Parter of Veils is a nice one, though. That is a good one. Pour over the pages. Yep. Discard 2.
Awkward hand from Connor here has only 2 lands and one of them's a Lotus Field, so needs another land. There's the
There it is.
Narawara. That'll play.
Yeah, every time I've kept those kind of hands, I say go on turn 2.
I was
Pass
hoping to
the
see our
turn.
Boreal Grazer was the draw. And you're like, ooh,
Yes.
good. I drew for turn 1.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Dragon Lord Jamoka off the top. Uncounterable threat. Pretty bad against Wandering Emperor, but whatever.
Okay. Doesn't want to play the Scrying. Would
Looking
instead
to Impulse instead since you already have the land needed. Also represents a counter spell in case Narset gets cast, but this is the turn for Narset. I love Harry jamming there. Be like, you know what? I have to do it anyways. Because, the next, every turn from here on out, Harry has to hold up counter spells. So Narset's going to just get worse and worse each time. And it's going to look great here.
When you're playing Blue Eye Control in this matchup, you got to go,
NBA Jam?
What is it? Is it Duke Nukem that says I came to kick ass and chew bubblegum and I'm all out of gum?
I'm all out of bubblegum. I'm not sure, but that is a good expression.
There was some video game character that said it.
I came to win this tournament and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. Oh, love it. Love it. All right. Impulse finds. I believe that was another. Yep. Finds a Thespian stage. Which that is a ton of mana. So Dragon Lord Jamoka can be online in a few turns. And honestly, even next turn, we could add a.
We can make 2 Lotus Fields next turn.
5. No, you can't. You gotta play the first Lotus Field.
Oh, yeah. We don't have the Grazer.
Yep. Unbeatable Grazer is not here. Decides to just play one of the Viziers. I think I like that because next turn you can do some stuff. Invasion of New Phyrexia off the top.
Yeah.
Love it. New cards, new cards, new cards.
Aggro.
Probably don't play it for 2. Probably just Wandering Emperor, but at some point.
Yes, hold up counter spells, have Wandering Emperor. I can do that. I can do that. Then you want to tap there. So we can still cast Dragon Lord Dramoka next turn, provided the Hidden Strings resolves, which it probably shouldn't.
Yeah, change the equation though. It's counter a 2-drop or a 6-drop if it's red or green, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Or less in either case.
Or less. Okay.
So counters Hidden Strings and Sylvan Scrying in this hand. Does not counter Vizier or Dragon Lord Dramoka. But the Supreme Verdict will answer a Dragon Lord.
That's true.
The Verdict is a surprisingly good find, although now it's the fact that it's face up.
Yeah, did find it off that. Pour over the pages with Narset on the battlefield is not ideal. But yeah, we'll see. Is it going to attack? Wandering Emperor going to get it good? Yeah, I think I would. Why not?
Yeah, and Hidden Strings is a sorcery, so we can't untap the Vizier.
Yeah.
I guess we could make it.
Wait, you can cycle your Vizier and untap Wandering Emperor, right? You can untap your Vizier? Oh, that'd be gas.
Oh, yeah.
You don't get the draw? Okay, goes for the safe block.
Yep, Harry playing around that. Smart.
Oh, man, there were some levels to that one. But yeah, you don't get to draw off the cycle, so it's not as good by any means, but... Now what do you do?
Cry.
Yeah.
You can't even really play the second Vizier and hope to get anywhere.
I mean, what else are you going to do? You can't cycle and float mana.
You, Corey. Cry.
Oh, I think what I'm doing here, I'm just making 2 Lotus Fields and just saying go. You can do that and just have 6 mana, pass, and then be like, all right. Wow, not going for that. Vizier. Now that Supreme Verdict is looking pretty tempting.
Yeah, I'm a fan. I think I would cast it.
NBA jamming into play.
Yeah, play this farmland, play that Verdict, make a 2/2 with Wandering Emperor, pass the turn, do a little dance, make a little love.
Get down tonight?
No, I wouldn't do that. That's a step too far.
Okay. Hurt your back tonight. Hurt my back tonight.
That's a common consequence of getting down.
Yes. Back hurting. More old man tips from Ross Merriam here as the day unfolds. All right, here's Botanical Sanctum. Now we have this. Connor's moving pretty quick. Looks like we got a hidden string, untap.
Yeah.
6 mana, play Dragon Lord. What else are you going to do, I guess, right?
Yeah, we don't really have a good answer to this. So I guess the goal was actually
Now
bait.
let's hold, or let's maximize Dragon Lord or get a reminder of exactly what that card does.
Your opponents can't play spells in your turn.
Can't be countered.
I think this is actually well navigated from Connor. He baited the Verdict and then landed the Dragon Lord, which is his only real threat and his only way to answer this Narset. And now, like, what is Harry supposed to do about that?
How about make a bunch of tutus? Harry got really punished for playing that farmland. Wait, was it a farm? No, cycled the farmland. Okay, never mind. All right, so there is a new card, Invasion of New Phyrexia. And it's not going to do anything for now. So the one thing is you do have to attack Dragon Lord Jamoka at Wandering Emperor. Step 1. You have to.
Why?
Because otherwise it'll exile your Dragon Lord Jamoka.
So you might kill them this turn.
Oh yeah, you could hit Narset. Yeah, okay, good point. Good point.
I think I'm just trying to kill them.
Oh yeah, good point. I was getting tunnel visioned on trying to win with the dragon, but now at this point, let's get those books out. It's time to pour over some pages. And you have Balagad's Recovery to maybe buy it back. Like, all right, let's spin it.
If you bricked on the previous turn, maybe you go kill the Emperor first. Take a little slow.
And floated the black mana without having Emergent Ultimatum, just saying, you know what? I'm going to find it. Found it. Play to your outs. And here we go. Emergent Ultimatum. That's got to be game, right?
Yeah. Really well navigated game from Connor here.
What are you going to get? What are you going to get? Lear's in the Yard, Omniscience, Behold, and something else?
You talk about walking the dog. That Verdict was face up from the Narset. And he just had Harry play at the exact turn he wanted him to.
Was this who was walking the dog with that Hope Tender last time, or was that Will? I forgot.
I don't remember.
Yeah, okay. Well, either way, they both clearly have, they know their deck because they've been doing a lot of dog walking here so far and really putting people into the plays that they want. And, that's just showing off their impressive skills. They're just great Magic players. But also this deck, when you know it, it gives me a lot of feels like Jeskai Breach and stuff where, like, those inner lines of how exactly to do every kind of play with every scenario you have. And it always looks really nice to watch these players navigate through that kind of style. So I believe when you have 2 mana floating here, it's game. No matter the scenarios, these will get it done for you here. So here's Behold. Ditch whatever card you had. Go get 3 bangers. And then Dark Petition to search something. Have 5-6 total mana.
6 mana and 4 Demonic Tutors. You should probably get there.
Hidden Strings, Lear. I thought you had to get cards with different names.
I think one of the Hidden Strings came off of the
Behold. Okay. Makes sense. Okay. Everything's fine. It's garbage time, baby. Now we got a bunch of Hidden Strings in the yard. Untap. Pour over the pages. They're all online. Can't cast cards for free with Omniscience in play. And when they're going to get exiled, this is a trick that I see players do. Just, if you're flashing it back, automatically cipher it. Because otherwise it's gone. So you cipher it on any creature. Here we go. Bunch of mana. Cipher. Time to pour over some pages. Dark Petition. Close your eyes and pick cards at random. You can really do whatever you want at this point. Now we behold. I bet peer over the pages is probably going to be one of them. God, I'm good. Once again, I thought you had to pick different cards, but I guess not.
Who cares?
Great commentary. Ron's is like, I don't care how the cards work.
He's gonna win anyway.
We're doing it.
Does it actually make a difference?
Get in, loser. We're Lotus Fielding, people. You can fit so much I don't care in this bad boy. Oh, God. And here we go. Spin it. It's the first pour. Target yourself. Maybe. They're at 2. Paula gets it back. Target you. Paula get it back. Target you. Oh, they should be playing gut shot at this range. I've seen a lot of opponents of Lotus Field going to 1.
Yeah. How could we ever kill them without a gut shot?
Exactly. He gets it. Connor coming up wins that match against Harry 13 to advance to 4-0. And that looked pretty impressive. We had Will Kruger on as our main feature. That was our backup one. Will fell to mono green, really fell to Karn the Great Creator.
Yes.
Um,
The only non-green card in the deck.
Exactly. So, I mean, the bros, I know they're friends as well. They're playing the exact same list. They're 7-1 in between them with a lot of tournament left still to go. Got to think those two would be some heavy favorites to do pretty well in this.
Yeah, and doing well so far. Like we said, they both very clearly know the deck very well. We like their list, even though may have come back to bite Will a little bit without not having a non-Boseiju answer for Damping Sphere in the mono green matchup.
That's future Will's problem.
Well, it's past Will's problem now at this point.
Okay, sure, touche. All right, so we're gonna see if there's any matches still worth jumping into. Sounds like we got a good one. Let's watch some more backup magic here. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Just jumping on in. Whoa, what do we got here? Couple mono green enjoyers here battling against here. Ross, unpack this battlefield.
Well, interesting that the Pithing Needle is on Karn the Great Creator, which both players have a copy of, so those aren't going to be activating anytime soon. That is the reverse side of the Pelucranos.
Yep.
So that's pretty good.
It's basically Worm Coil Engine. So let's see. What does that do? Another token you control dies. Create a 3/3 reach. And wow. Whenever any non-token Hydra you control die. So when it itself dies, it gets the Worm Coils, but also it triggers Legend Rule?
Yeah, but once it's on the reverse side, the second one isn't going to Legend Rule it because they have different names.
Yeah, if you flip it and you Legend Rule it, one of them has to go away.
If there was a second one,
yeah,
that was already, if they're both flipped.
Yeah, they're both flipped.
Yeah.
Then you get to automatic. So it's a better Worm Coil Engine, kind of.
In fact, if you did that, then they both would trigger for the one that died, and you would get 2 sets of tokens.
All right.
Well,
cool. Boat coming in, as well as we have Worm Coil Engines trading off. Yep, this is Pioneer. Yeah, I believe both of them trigger different art, same card.
When the battlefield is a bunch of 3/3s, Boat is really good.
Sure is. We had to deal with Karn. Had to deal with Karn so that you can crew. So, all right, we're online. Now let's see how much mana we have available. That's 4 mana. Kiora untaps to 6 mana. 7, 8, 9.
Stormy Normie?
I think we start by getting the storm brewing.
8. Ooh, another Nykthos.
Oh, yep. Flashback of Storm Arena.
Yeah, there it is.
There we go. The festival is being stormed. What do we get? We need some bangers. You're definitely behind on Battlefield. Old Man Troll and Wolfwillow Haven. That ain't ideal. That was a pretty weak turn. Yeah, the mono green mirror just comes to be like, it's just you and a couple buddies, and you're like, you got your skateboard, and you're like, all right, now check out my trick. He's like, oh, dude, that's sick. Now see my trick. You're like, whoa, that was really cool. But check it out, though. I can do it even better now. It's just 2 players doing kickflips on each other. All right, I do see a Storm of the Festival, maybe ×2 in the graveyard here from our bottom mono green player. So, yep, it might be time to Storm the Festival. The Pithing Needle on Karn, though, changes things quite a bit because there's really no way to eliminate Pithing Needle without Karn if it's on Karn, you know? I don't think there's a way. Boseiju, I guess. Boseiju is it. Karn the Great Creator and a Leveler. Okay, Leveler's a way too. All right. Get busy storming or get busy dying. Goes with the Leveler instead. Probably pretty good.
Seems good to me.
All right, what are we hitting? Kiora, maybe?
I mean, Kiora we can just kill with the boat.
Oh, yeah.
I'm inclined to just kill the Nykthos, but
Is it non-land?
oh, it is not. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not
okay.
land.
Help, just getting man out of there. That sounds good.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you just want to reduce the opposing mana count, really.
Yep, exactly. All right, plays a Wolf Willow Haven. And is there anything else? Now, there is a reach blocker. Now, that is one thing we don't normally see in these battlefields. So you do have to boat down the 3/3 reach, I would imagine. And we'll see where this is going. I'm with you, though. I'm boating down the 3/3, and I'm having Sky Sovereign attack Kiora, though.
Yeah.
Remove every permanent, and then the rest face. Who cares?
Yeah, you've got like 20 power in play. You'll kill them in
Yes.
one attack.
Exactly. Goes with the Llanowar, and I think maybe those are all going face.
Interesting.
Okay, nope. At least one of them did go to Kiora. Weird. A forest off the top. New Kiora is ready to go. Now, Kiora, with that Power Stone, you can use the Power Stone to activate Nykthos. Kind of a cute little interaction, but 6. Oh, can't use the Power Stone because of Karn. So it gets exactly to 10 for the other Storm.
Show me potato salad.
Potato salad better be 2 Cavaliers.
I mean, Karn Cavalier, I think, might be better.
Yeah, actually, yeah, because Karn shuts off the boat.
Yeah.
Cityscape Leveler can destroy something.
So it'll destroy the Karn, but after you
Yeah, so you won't be able to boat this turn. But let's check out our bottom mono green player's graveyard and make sure there is some Storm of the Festivals. Yeah, 2 of them. So, I mean, that's your plan B.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
And Cityscape Leveler says opponent controls, right? So you can't blow up your own Pithing Needle and try to win the game?
Non-land permanent. Its controller creates a tap power, so you could.
So could we just go off with our own Karn here?
We probably could. So you know what that means. We're for sure not gonna. That's kind of how our guesses have been so far today.
We're only on 9 Devotion. We don't have the extra copies of each Planeswalker in the graveyard.
Yeah, I think if you just attack with Leveler first and go get Chain Veil, the game's over. You know? But double Storm for 2 Llanowar Elves, that's pretty good too. Leveler has looked good. Every time we've seen it, it's looked like a much better main deck option than like Boat or Love Struck Beast, you know, any of that nonsense.
Just the versatility, the fact that it just destroys every non-land permanent.
Yeah.
Just get them out of here.
So here's what I would do. I would cast Karn right now with that 4 mana floating. Legend Rule, keep the bigger one. Attack with Leveler, destroy Pithing Needle, win the game.
Yeah, because then we have 2 Kioras and 2 Karns and a million Devotion.
Exactly. And you win the game on the spot. But instead, what are we even doing? Oh, get some wolves. Winning the game on the turn you want to is kind of overrated.
It's fine, I guess. But instead, we could play some more Magic.
So the one thing, you would have to blow up Pithing Needle, and then you would have to still have Karn be attacked. So you do have to kill your opponent's Karn as well, but you just put everything at Karn and destroy the Pithing Needle. Just make it so it's mathematically going to happen.
Is that actually possible, though? Yeah, I don't think it is. You can only deal 3.
Well, the thing has trample.
Oh. Yeah, then that deals 5.
Yeah.
No, hold on. So you can prevent 9 of that there.
Yeah, you can only deal 4, actually, right?
And block. Yeah,
With the
yeah.
Llanowar Elf.
Yep.
You can deal 4.
They could put Cavalier and a 3/3 in front of the Leveler, and then the other 3/3 and their Troll in front of one of your 3/3s and the 5/6, and you get 1 3/3 through and a Mist and an Elf. Okay, so maybe we couldn't kill them this turn.
Well, you still could have then Karned for like a boat, and then still did your thing. getting to be a lot of mana, so maybe it wasn't fully possible, but it probably was still possible.
Well, with all the extra cards in our hand, I think it's possible, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, use the first card to deal with their card with the boat, and then the second card to kill them.
But as it stands now, it looks like our top player is going to get one more turn to do something big, and has a Cavalier in hand, has the ability to put something on top exiled. I'm not sure what we put, but there's a plan in place. And this is probably just a block to just say, I don't want to die. 13.
Are all these attacks at face?
That's a good question.
Our Cityscape Leveler killed an elf.
I would definitely put Leveler at Kiora and the other 5/6 at Karn. Maybe something like that, but who knows? Maybe just attack all is correct as well.
Yeah, it looks like this all went face.
Face is thy place, but the more Karn stays in play, you can't activate Boat, and Boat is still very good. Drew a Leveler. Okay. Here's Cavalier.
On an Oath of Ness, so that's not bad.
Okay. Untap.
Whoa, we want to Oath before we Nykthos.
Yeah, you already had one.
Oh, already had one. Okay, yeah. Missed the first one.
There is the new Polukranos. Draw a card. And now there's Leveler. What does Leveler do? All of a sudden, we're kind of coming right back into this.
Level your Leveler, but that now we can just unearth it.
Yep.
So,
and Lair, that was a pretty good turn.
If we just went unearth Leveler, attack, destroy your Leveler, what does that do? Destroy your Leveler and your Polukranos. Then there's 4 blockers. Yeah, that's not enough for lethal.
Here's another Polukranos. Play that first, kind of get the free pips. And then probably Leveler from the yard, but running out of options here from our bottom mono green player.
I still think we have the option of destroying our own Pithing Needle.
I don't like it. Well, withdrawing Nykthos, maybe it's a possibility. And now clocks are going to be starting to come into play here. Who knows what game this is? Okay, there it is. Pithing Needle is gone.
Okay. Not sure why this Polukranos came in.
Yeah, good
Are
question.
We just
it can
throwing
just get
away
blocked,
some
right?
devotion, yeah.
You can just block it to the Leveler. And the Polukranos does still count for 3 devotion, I think, when it's flipped. I could be wrong on that, but...
No, and yeah, when it's transformed, it doesn't have the pips.
It doesn't have any devotion?
It just has a color identity.
Huh.
Okay, so throwing that away didn't really matter that much. So we have...
I think you might be wrong on that. I think it does.
Has the same mana value.
Oh, maybe that's it. Okay.
It does not provide the same devotion.
Okay. I could be wrong on that. I really don't know. All right.
So I think we might be a little short on devotion to win here, right? We're only on 8.
Yeah. Well, you have another Nykthos here. So you get to Nykthos twice. This is 14 mana. So now the real question is, what do you get to start? So one thing you can do, you can get Pestilence Cauldron and at some point end the turn with Pithing Needle in play. But like you can't activate the Chainmail right now, so.
Yeah, the opposing Karn is making this tricky.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. And just tough to do with the amount of time that these players are asked, so. The person on the defense right now might just be the one advantage because they're not eating up their clock.
Yeah.
This is where the pressure is on. These players have great records going into this, so that's a brutal one.
But it's a long tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, this is round 4 of 10. Reminder to everyone, this is an open tournament instead of our normal traditional. Okay, so here's Karn, number 2.
Even if you can't win this turn, I imagine there is some lines that put you very far ahead.
Yeah.
And you should find one of them very quickly.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing is you're kind of not that ahead on the battlefield. So like your opponent can just attack and kind of kill you. So like normally it would be sweet, have Damping Sphere, have Pithing Needle, and just try to win it that way. And that is looking like what our opponent is going for, but it's not that good. Okay, there's Pelucranos and another Nykthos. Pelucranos Legend ruling here just to draw a card. Yeah. I mean, the clock's coming. At some point, you just got to make some choices, but that was not necessarily a solid turn. And all of a sudden, you know, this is kind of Cherryman's game to win when we pretty much thought it was the other way around from the beginning.
Yeah, I think it took our bottom player a little bit too long to figure out that they could blow up their own needle.
And a big shout out to Doomwake here, 7 minutes into the pass for that big old rating party of 183 people. Appreciate you, Doom. Sorry your dino dreams were dashed. But that deck looked pretty cool. I saw it this morning before we went live. Bushwhacker, hell of a Magic card.
Yeah. I played my fair share of Bushwhackers.
All right, here we go. Karn activation. Finding the Filgree Silex. Oh. That kills all tokens immediately. Bang. All of a sudden, it's looking like our top mono green gamer can't lose. That's Ratchet Bomb, basically.
They transform the Pelucranos, and I think they might be on the Turtle Up plan.
Yeah, probably can't win the game in the amount of time, so goes for this. Now you do have Karn again, but now the Damping Sphere that you played is now shutting this person off. Wow. So all these kind of minor scenarios have been pretty brutal. One thing you can do here, yeah, Karn activate boat. I love that. Love that. It's only 5 power, and I believe, doesn't the Pelucranos have reach?
Yeah.
And that. So there's 2 excellent blockers.
Yeah, it's reach lifelink instead of death
Yeah.
lifelink.
All right, there you go. 6 life for you. What a weird game. Gonna cast Old Growth Troll here for 4.
Draw another card. That's a land.
Coming down to the clock a little bit.
Even without the clock, I kind of like Cherry's position here.
Yeah, I think so. Yep, and there the writing is on the wall. Cherryman wins in the mono green mirror, and wow, that's a lot.
There was a ton going on in those games,
Yeah.
and a lot to keep track of. And yeah, we said the entire game it looked like Cherry was behind, but just kept grinding and grinding through, and ended up being the needled Karns doing the heavy lifting of stopping his opponent from going over the top. And he was able to, do a little bit more damage, I think, with his flashback to Storm the Festivals.
Yeah.
That second one that found that Karn and a Cavalier really was the inflection point, the turning point in the game.
Yeah, Cherry ended with the kickflip into 900, and that was too much of a trick for our other opponent to handle. And picks it up and is into 4-0. That is good. That was a very long one, so we are going to take ourselves a short break. We're going to set it at 5 minutes, but we might be back a little bit sooner because I think that was the last round. So we'll be right back with round number 5 here on the Mana Trader series. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of the Mana Trader series featuring Pioneer and featuring one of Ross's favorite decks for sure, if not the absolute favorite. We got Izzet Phoenix for Danielakis, one of the really strong Magic players playing the deck up against Jinjae playing Nykthos Ramp, Mono Green Devotion. Ross, tell us a little bit about this matchup. I know you're familiar.
Yeah, this is a matchup that tends to it tends to favor Izzet Phoenix, but it is a matchup that really hinges on a few key points.
Yeah.
One is how fast of a draw the Izzet Phoenix player has, and you saw the mulligan, a pretty reasonable hand with a lot of early removal, had 2 lands and a pieces, so a third land could start setting that up. Had a Phoenix. What Danielakis is really looking for in this matchup is one of the copies of Thing in the Ice. They're actually playing a build with no Ledger Shredders and 4 things in the main. Wow, which is excellent in the mono green matchup.
Yeah, that is a lot of things.
Yeah, mulligan to try to find it. Unfortunately, didn't, but has some considers to try to dig and a pieces and a crew. So still a solid 6-card hand here. But yeah, Thing in the Ice is definitely going to be the key card here. And, it's about getting that one down and then, really just blowing up the opponent's board. But you ideally do it with Temporal Trespass. So you basically just combo kill them on the turn that you transform Thing. Only 1 copy of the Trespass in the list and 1 iteration. So moving a bit away from the combo element that this deck has featured and becoming more of just a Thing in the Ice deck.
I think I like that. Obviously, it's just completely different deck at this point. But, the temporal trespass thing was very, very good when people weren't prepared for it at all. Needless to say, that could still be the case. The metagame we're in week 1 of the new metagame, but I tend to like it.
Yeah.
Quite a bit here.
So the end step consider looks like it put Galvanic Iteration in the graveyard. Then a main phase consider puts Axe in the graveyard, and we found a Spikefield Hazard, but Stormcry Coast can cast it. So played a tap land. Now I imagine we will see Coast into pieces. And then next turn we could do like Thing in the Ice plus removal spell.
Yep. Okay. Just getting Thing down now, it looks like. Reasonable.
It's just less mana efficient.
And now it's time to get the trolls down, huh? Right? Or
with pieces of this turn, next turn we could have gone Thing plus Cruise. And now we're going to be, unless we can find an untapped land, we're going to be a little bit behind the 8 ball.
Yep. So now it's either get the trolls going, chain those together, or do you get Karn the Great Creator against this and get Tormod's Crypt to be safe? Or
the awkward thing about Crypt is you need to blow it up early to deal with Delve spells, and you need to save it if you want to deal with Phoenixes. So you'd only ever get part of it, and there's only 4 cards in the graveyard. There's the iteration there.
Yeah, I don't think I would do it quite yet, but if my opponent went consider, maybe, or if they went Lightning Axe, pitch Phoenix, then I'm snapping it off for sure. Yeah. But I like just old growth trolling. Get the pressure down. Your opponent's pretty unlikely to chain a bunch of spells together off on turn 4. It's definitely not impossible, though.
I also kind of want to just dig for a Nykthos. A Nykthos with this hand, and we're off to the races.
Actually, I totally take it back. You know what I would much rather have done is Karn, negative for whatever. Sure, Tormod's Crypt if you want to start with that. But then next turn get Might and Weakstone to deal with Thing. Now you don't have that available.
Well, with land 5 next turn and the Kiora, we can Karn for Damping Sphere and play that, which is pretty good against these decks.
True. Looks like instead we're going to get this. So now with 9 cards, it has to be Karn, Tormod's Crypt. Yeah. I don't think there's an option at this point.
And that would be devastating, but there is another pieces found for Danielakis, so they're going to be able to rebuild their graveyard pretty quickly, probably transform this Thing and then deal with the Kiora, and then, just kind of mid-range you down with this 7/8.
Awaken the Horror. Yeah, either way, this looks a lot of bad news bears for mono green.
Yeah, and if they don't go for the Karn Tormod's Crypt plan here, then we've got Flashback Iteration Treasure Cruise, draw 6. Good luck.
That's pretty good. Yeah, all these scenarios of if they don't go for Tormod's Crypt, things are going to happen. You could just start with a time lock too, but yeah, correctly gets the Crypt. Otherwise, things were going to be truly happening.
Yeah, and there's a Phoenix in the graveyard from the pieces. So, yeah, easy decision to just pop the Crypt immediately.
Yeah.
Interesting that they use the Kiora to get to 4 mana for the Karn. Okay, and then now play Beseiju, so could have just saved themselves a loyalty counter on the Kiora.
Yeah. Definitely could have.
And pieces of the puzzle here. And now the Fiery Impulse draw, we can just fire it off on the Old Growth Troll just to transform Thing in the Ice
Yep.
if we need to. But
Hits an opt, that's probably better.
Yeah, instead found an opt. Looks like we found opt 3 lands Thing off that pieces, so just the opt coming down.
Good enough. That's all you needed. That's all you needed was an opt. And yeah, I would have fired off Fire Impulse if I didn't hit it, because this swing where you get a Woken Horror, you get a Planeswalker Lost, and everything goes to your hand. Then Mono Green has to have a setup turn, and then it's not even guaranteed that the turn after isn't still a setup turn. So it's too much to come back from almost 90% of the times when this happens, and I don't think this game looks to be any different.
While Karn is usually the scarier Planeswalker here, I think in this situation, the Kiora is scarier because your opponent's light on mana.
I agree. Unless you have some way to kill this Awoken Horror, which, like, Filigree Silas, you'd have to charge up twice still.
Yeah, what's the Transmogrify wand? You need 5 mana, right? Or is it 1 tap? No, it is 1 tap.
Okay, so you got the wand.
Okay.
Now you got an Ox.
But now we just have, 7 cards in graveyard still. We can just cruise again.
Yeah, I think that's where I would start. Take a cruise, see what happens next.
Ox will attack the Karn. So Jinja's still at 20 life here. And the wand will also answer future Thing
in the Ice, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. So has a way to kind of buy a lot of time this game. So now for Daniel Akos, the goal is going to be setting up a big Phoenix turn.
Yeah, I think at this point, I think I play the Steam Events untapped, and I pay 3 for Treasure Cruise. Yeah. That's what I think I would do.
I like that too.
Yeah. Or you take 3 and you take an extra turn. I like that a lot less, but...
Yeah, I want to trespass on the turn I bring back my Phoenixes.
Yeah. Decides to get full value, still reasonable. Gives yourself the opportunity to do something else.
All is solid there.
Discard a card. There's a Lawnmower. There's a removal spell for that pretty easily. And Old Growth Troll.
I think we'll see Impulse on end step just to be mana efficient. Yep. Now we've got Lightning Axe or Old Growth Troll, Chart a Course, and Trespass. Maybe even just Cruise.
Ooh, now Axe consider Trespass win the game, probably?
Yeah, I would consider first.
Oh, the other Phoenix that got exiled?
Yeah, by the Crypt. One of them.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
There's the second Phoenix. So now we can discard that to the chart. And we can chart, discard Phoenix, Axe, discard Phoenix. Still can't trespass after that.
Yeah, but honestly, if you're just gonna cruise after that, good luck,
Yeah. And we also don't have any more Galvanic Iterations. The one in the deck got exiled by that Crypt.
Yep.
So we're only got 1 time walk for the rest of the game.
Yeah, because you haven't played a land yet, so you can go chart into Temporal. It's an option now. Because you'll discard, then you'll have to discard. You'll have to exile a Phoenix, which is not good. So yeah, we'll see that. I like this. Lightning Axe, discard another Phoenix, and then cruise with all the remaining cards post board or pre board or post combat, I should say. Yeah. Doesn't really matter. Because now you have 2 Phoenixes. So we have
8 spare cards.
Yeah.
So we'll have 2 spare cards in the graveyard after cruising.
Yeah, you can cruise. You can play that Otawara still.
Going for the opt. Okay, yeah, now we'll just play tapped land. Yeah, this is still fine.
Yeah.
Attack you for 8.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of lines where it would have been like, yep, that'll get it done. It's just setting up lethal next turn.
Yeah.
In some different way,
And you also have the Threat of the Hall next turn. Yeah. We are ways away from casting that Cityscape Leveler.
Scoop. I think if Jinja had open information on what the hand was, could probably safely scoop this up. But since you don't, might as well play it out.
And there you see the power of Thing in the Ice. It wasn't amazing there, but it sets the mono green player back, attacks a Planeswalker, forces their next play with the Transmogrifying Wand, and from that point on, they just can't really get any traction in the game. And the Is It Phoenix deck has such a powerful late game You just canter through your deck. You eventually have, a million Arclight Phoenixes, and it's pretty easy to set up. So as long as you can get to that mid game and your opponent's battlefield is relatively clear, you're in good shape. Normally that would be a very difficult thing to do, but Thing of the Ice is excellent at doing exactly that.
I don't know. You said that it wasn't that amazing. That all sounded pretty amazing. So I think it was still amazing. It was still backbreaking.
It was still the key card.
Yes.
It just didn't look as amazing because it only bounced one creature.
Yeah, it didn't look as flashy.
But just bouncing the 1/3 and then attacking a Planeswalker is great.
Fiery Impulsing the Phoenix instead of the Ox for a little bit of BM. I love it. And then Temporal Trespassing will bring back the last 2 Phoenixes, and that'll lock up game number 1.
Yeah. And this is just 20 damage right here, right? With 2 Phoenixes, 2 Oxen, and 2 attacks. So
no, it's more than that. It's 27 with the halt.
Oh yeah, 27 and the halt. Yeah. So we didn't even need to deal it's one of the reasons why a lot of people are tempted to try to race in the air. Just deal with your opponent's permanents. Eventually, this is a Phoenix deck will set up a big turn like that.
Yeah, 100%. The birds will find their way into the yard at some point.
Now,
that is for sure.
The post-board games can get a little bit more chip-shoddy because you have things like Crackling Drake, and then you have the counter spells where you can just, get 2 Phoenixes down and ride them while you're playing these Negates and Disdainful Strokes and Ether Gusts.
Yeah. That is honestly, for me, the thing that I like about Isn't Phoenix the very least is every post-board game, you're making your deck so much worse. Naturally, that's true about every deck, right? You're taking away from your proactive game plan most of the time, sideboarding in every single matchup. But it especially hurts for Phoenix when you need this density of spells to be able to return Phoenixes and bring back and have enough Convoke cards in your yard. So if you're ever bringing in just sorceries or counter spells, it always makes it feel worse. It of course is still correct, but it always feels worse to me and is one of the big boons for me to not play the deck, because I'm a huge Phoenix fan too. I mean, Phoenix is awesome, but that is one thing that keeps me away from it. But it's by far the only and most powerful Treasure Cruise deck, and that's one of the best cards. So utilizing that makes a lot of sense.
And when you get to the post-cyber games with this deck, your opponents are going to disrupt your main game plan. So you can't be as all in. You've got to be more nickel and dime.
Yeah.
And
maybe even quarters.
So it's a little too far.
A little too far. Yeah. You can't be changing your whole deck that drastically where we're talking about quarters here. So we're going to take a look into the next game here. I guess if you have never mind. I was going to say we'll take a look at a deck list, but here we are getting ready for game number 2. We have Danielakis up a game against Nykthos Ramp. These players are 4-0. This is round number 5 here on the Mana Trader series. We're playing Pioneer, and if you want to play in the series next month you'll have to qualify again. We don't know exactly the format quite yet. ! Bash Bros in the chat. That'll give you access to the Mana Traders loan program and give you 15% off the first 2 months to boot.
Very solid hand here from Danielakis. Gets to kill an elf on 1, play Thing in the Ice on 2. Now I've got a bunch of cantrips and counter spells, and you just hold up and set up a big turn with a Thing in the Ice while countering your opponent's main threats. That draw.
Draw was nice. Yeah, it was tempting to Spikefield Hazard that too, right? But I think I agree with this.
Yeah, Thing in the Ice is just too important.
Yeah.
And as it turns out, the elf just wouldn't have been.
It's not even going to be tapped. So, yeah. Now it's important to kill next turn, though, because you always just have to make sure you keep your opponent off Storm. If you have a counter spell, that changes as well. But a nice top deck there. Draw, go, and it's time to get that thing out of the ice at some point. But you get to be super patient now. The card you don't want to see is probably the card we're going to see, which is Pelucranos or Old Growth Troll. That's kind of the hole here. This is not as bad as Old Growth Troll. That would have been much worse, but the Lightning Axe can at least clean this up.
We'll see. Probably consider Axe on end step. The Thing will be on 1. If we draw a 1-mana cantrip, then, we can play it on the next turn and deal with the cure immediately. And if we don't, we can just hold up a counter spell.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if we try to play it at all right now, or if you just untap and see what's up. What would you do? Would you kill it right now?
Ooh, I would have, if just because
ended up not mattering, except now you get a haul. So
yeah, you could go nuts and go Axe axe and negate my axe and
Yeah.
transform thing, but I don't really like that.
No, I think I just go hall pass. Give it a hall pass. Then if your opponent goes to transform, you kill it in response.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as the transform is sorcery speed, which it is.
It is, yep. All of them are.
Yeah, so we can just play hall here, pass the turn.
Yep. Then you have counterspell for the storm if they go to cast it right away, which probably why wouldn't you?
If they do go for the storm, you got to make sure to axe first and then counterspell, because then you, if you axe as the last with one counter on thing, the creature will get bounced with the axe on the stack.
Yep.
You'd much rather it die than be in hand.
I was gonna say, don't target the elf. That is not the card you target to untap when you have lands.
Yeah, looks like
So yeah, here's storm.
So
let's see if axe is being played.
Yeah. We want to axe the Pelucanus first. Yeah, I think they caught themselves.
Yeah. Okay. There is an axe on something. Pelucanus makes a lot of sense. And then do you negate it or do you stroke? Probably negate, right?
Think.
So you counter Cavaliers?
Yeah, Cavalier is way more threatening than Kiora, right? So
and then Disdainful Stroke hits everything else that matters. So
yeah.
Things are bounced to the hand. No mana to replay that Elvish Mystic to then maybe block. So here goes Kiora. And oh, what do you know? I top deck Ancestral Recall. Happy day. Oh, happy day. Oh, happy day. I'm drawing 3 cards.
So happy day.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Land, blow up Kiora, and life is good.
Yeah, we got Fiery Impulse for this elf. Disable for your next threat. Arclight Phoenix makes it a clean 2-turn clock.
Yeah, that's about.
We didn't even attack the Kiora. We're just going for the throat.
Okay. I like it. Bold. I always just take the avenue, and it almost always works, of deprive mono green.
Yeah.
If you can kill something of theirs, or you can deal them a non-lethal amount of damage, deprive them, But with the Disdainful Stroke, nothing matters. And that's GG.
Karn,
the Great, Disdainful Stroke target.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Even if your opponent had an elf after this, you've got the impulse for it. And yeah, that is textbook how you want this matchup to go from the Izzet Phoenix side.
Yep, it looked beautiful. And I mean, to be fair, this is not your traditional Izzet Phoenix deck. This is 4-thing Phoenix. And that style of deck, you're going to have, give and takes. You play against Rakdos and you're like, wow, these things are terrible. You just turn on their Fatal Push targets. But you play against Mono Green, it's looking awesome. So, yeah, really cool match there. Oh, Danielakis moving to 5-0. So we'll be keeping an eye on that player because, well, we're both Phoenix enjoyers. So we'll be checking that out.
There's also a lot of Mono Green doing well. I think the most popular deck in our XO bracket. So things breaking well for Danielakis could be prepping for a deep run.
Yeah, no kidding. Keep playing Forests is Danielakis' motto. So looks like we got a backup match here. Let's head on in and see what Director Adrian has for us here.
Oh,
Mono Black?
Oh, more Phoenix.
Yeah, you're just like, oh, Phoenix, not this wild Mono Black thing that's not going to do very well.
Crackling Drake, yes.
Yes. All right, so we got Crackles on the battlefield. Another Izzet Phoenix deck that looked like they pivoted a bit up against Mono Black mid-range, Invoke Despair, Gifted Aetherborn, basically everything with black pips. It looks like, maybe this deck has Gray Merchant.
I don't think they are going that hard.
Gary?
This deck is what happens when you want to play Rakdos mid-range, but you prefer to cut the best card.
Ah, yes.
But what if I cut the best card and played more swamps?
I wouldn't recommend that. Yep, this looks pretty cool, pretty wild, but here we are.
Invoke Despair is the main card that you get, and it is a very powerful card.
Oh, there wasn't a Spell Pierce?
Particularly in the mid-range mirrors.
Wow. It looks like the Spell Pierce got cast on the Thoughtseize. I mean, I guess regardless, Invoke would have resolved, but, you're just like, yep, sure, bin it.
But, I mean, Iteration Pieces is pretty good.
The one thing that I love that Danielakis is not playing is Poopy Ledger Shredder. I'm glad that card is not in the deck, and I love Thing over that. I mean, at least Thing wins the game, and Ledger Shredder is just always so medium. I don't know. I am not a Bird Advisor lover, I'll tell you that.
interesting deciding to go for the creatures this turn instead of iteration on the pieces, which is fine. It's gonna
Just cast pieces now, though, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
It does mean any Arclight Phoenixes you find, right, are gonna get
Yeah.
exiled if you just find the one. But if
because of a trespasser?
yeah, if you had gone iteration pieces, presumably you will find a spell you can cast.
Yeah.
In the top
That's a
10,
good point.
and then any phoenixes that you
But
find.
instead, it worked out better because they have a braid pieces now, and they can do that same play next turn.
Yeah, that's looking pretty good.
That is looking pretty good. On the other side, there is some stuff. There's another trespasser, another Etherborn, some pushes to get these shredders and young Pyromancers out of the way. I mean, there's a lot of answers in that hand.
Push the shredder first. Now we'll push the pyromancer. You don't get to connive. And then probably just attack and play another trespasser. I imagine we will see a chump block. Maybe not.
Maybe not. Gain a little bit of life. Could just play Shieldred. I mean, Shieldred looks great here too, and it's more mana efficient. The apocalypse begins.
Yeah, Shieldred would be very annoying.
There we go, Shelly.
Okay.
And there is both Shieldred in this deck. We have the new Shieldred, the mommy Shieldred, and we have the OG busted one.
So now
there's Crackles off the top.
I think we have to iterate a braid, deal with the Shieldred.
Yeah.
Then we could still play Crackling Drake after that. And we
yep, you can.
The issue is, isn't this Invoke Despair just gonna be lethal?
Invoke Despair is not known though, so
yeah,
you know, it just looks like that's gonna be the case. So the other option is to pieces the puzzle and try to find temporal whatever, and then a braid galvanic from the graveyard at upkeep for the next time. I think I would feel like I'm far enough behind where I have to go for something bigger, so I like this.
Hey,
it's got to be temporal. Oh, Lightning Axe is a card.
Yeah, we're just gonna die to this Invoke though.
Got no enchantment you can get. I guess you have to Lightning Axe and pieces and find Spell Pierce.
If that's even still in your deck.
And then you just die to the Hive if you choose that way. Yeah, it's a lot of ifs here. All signs point to GG. All right, I guess are we just Lightning Axing both of them?
Yeah, probably pitching a braid and pieces.
Yeah, you gotta pitch 2 cards, right?
Yeah. These are gonna get warded.
I would probably pitch. I mean, it's not gonna matter. The game's gonna be over. But I would pitch Crackling Drake.
You actually have to keep the Abrade because of the Hive.
The Hive?
The Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
You can just block it with your 1/1.
It is Menace.
Does it? Huh. These are new lands, so forgive me. These lands have just been printed in this D&D set. That feels like it was yesterday. All right, yeah, Menace is...
Yeah, I think I would have preferred... There were many reasons why I liked a chump block last turn, and obviously I saw the Invoke, but the Hive was threatening.
Well, John has to pick the lethal right now, though. One of them's wrong. One plays around Spell Pierce. Oh, okay. Once that Hive got cast, Despair will be invoked. All right, you're at -1. Your turn. All right, and we get to see some more action from this. Looks like that was game 2, assuming we are going to game number 3 between Blue-Red Phoenix and Mono Black Midrange. Wow. You got Mono Black Midrange queued up there, Adrian? Ready to go for us for a graphic?
That's a pretty good sideboard. I see a Go Blank and 2 Unlicensed Hearse, so a good amount of graveyard hate to go along with the Trespassers in the main. Extinction Event is good because all the creatures are even. Yep. Pyromancer and all its tokens are even. Crackling Drake's even. Arclight Phoenix is even. Thing in the Ice is even. Ledger Shredder's even. They're all even.
All even. All even. It's anti-Obosh.
Yeah. The old Gyruda Phoenix deck.
Yeah. No wonder. Good luck bringing those Phoenixes back. And it was at round 1 when I realized mistakes were made. Oh, good time. So we're going to be heading into game number 3 here of these players. Now, reminder everyone, as far as the tournament structure goes, we're going to be doing 7 of the 10 rounds today. Then we're going to be breaking, and we're going to come back for rounds 8, 9, and 10 tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern time. And then we'll be playing the top 8 as well. So a nice way to kind of spread out this broadcast so we can bring you just 2 good full days. Usually it's one heavily packed day 1, and then we have a nice short top 8 one. We get to break that mold here for these open series, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Sketchy one-lander gets mulliganed here for, is it Phoenix, into a solid 6.
Yep.
Mono black player, not a great hand, a very clunky hand with 2 5s and a 4-drop, and then 2 trespassers with 2 lands. So not doing anything on the opening couple turns. A turn 3 trespasser is your first play. Not very threatening.
Yeah. That does not look like a hand that I would be happy to keep, because there's still a chance you just don't play Magic. You don't draw land 3, you just lose. But on the flip side of that, Graveyard Trespasser is pretty good. Still, I think you have to ship this. And that's coming from me, where I don't mulligan very much.
Basically never.
Basically never. Do I get punished? Plenty of times, though. Absolutely plenty of times. But even this one, I think I would mulligan. It's just too clunky. Even 5-mana Shield Dread doesn't even look that good.
I'm not even sure it would be in my deck.
Well, I mean, it's Mom week 1. You got to play one new card.
I mean,
so,
post sideboard in this matchup.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Against the Lightning Axe deck.
We kept it. Woo! Let's go, gamble.
Okay.
Yeehaw!
Looks like Imperial put back with the second copy of Pieces.
Sign and Blood off the top. Not bad.
Although Sign and Blood on the draw with no 1-drop means you discard.
Yeah, that's all right. You'll presumably hit land 3 at least. So, and maybe it gets Spell Pierced.
Yeah, once you draw the Spell Pierce, we could wait and then next turn go Pyromancer with Spell Pierce up.
Yeah, or they're just gonna Spell Pierce the Sign and Blood. It might be too tempting.
Yeah, and if you Spell Pierce the Sign and Blood, you just untap and play Pieces.
Oh, it doesn't even play it. Okay.
Yeah.
You found land 3, you don't need it. I like it. And now, yeah, I mean, Young Pyromancer, land up. Pretty good if your opponent was going to cast Fable the Mirrorbreaker. Less good when your opponent's about to trespass on some graveyards.
Yeah. There's no graveyards to trespass on at this point.
Well, they're just at the mall then, I guess. Just a normal trespasser until there's a grave available.
I'm going to say most malls these days are graveyards, so that makes sense.
That's a good point, yeah. Malls and movie theaters. You still just got to play it though, right?
Yeah, got a jam. When you're playing the mid-range deck against Phoenix, you're the aggressor. Phoenix has the late game.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know the hesitation here. I'm slamming that card. There's no way to deal with it. And if they want to kill it, they have to 2-for-1 themselves. Yeah. This card's amazing right now. And it puts them in the weird tension spot of, do you want to do all your stuff on my turn? Or do you want to do a little bit on yours? You know, because day and night shenanigans. So are we gonna get crackly? 0-4, anyone? All right, pieces of the puzzle, which will mean next turn Shieldred can come down to another unbeatable threat.
We'll see what Pieces finds.
5 cards revealed.
4 Arclight Phoenixes in a land.
Wouldn't even be that good, to be honest.
Okay, we found a Cruise and a Charter Course. Put a Spike Field in the yard.
That is good. All right, now there's graves to stomp on.
I'm going to kept the Spike Field over the Cruise just to have a land drop. Not over the over the chart, I mean.
Over the chart, yeah.
Yeah, certainly not over the Cruise.
Like, let me slap you in the face with that comment. Are you feeling okay, Roz?
No, I was just staring at the Treasure Cruise. I got a little lost.
Ross, put your pants back. No,
didn't have them on when I came in.
And that is commentating in today's day and age, you know? Like, I wear a lot of pajama pants now with suit tops. So whenever I go, like, across the street to, like, buy a Red Bull in between rounds, I look ridiculous. And I don't realize it until I'm there. I'm, like, in sweatpants and then full suit, my hair's done. And I'm like, I bet this looks weird. And they're like, yeah, we've seen weirder.
It's the mullet of outfits.
It really is. Business up top, lazy at the bottom. Yeah, that's me. All right, so we are going to see land number 4 deployed, and then is it just Shelly time? That one, I actually like this play more, even though Shieldred looks way better.
Yeah.
One
you know
lightning
about the
axe.
cruise.
Yeah, but these trespassers just make you deal with the annoying cards first, you know? But not even just the cruise. The lightning axe. Lightning axe to deal with the Shieldred right here is okay. I always really want to save Shieldred for just for the last thing I play in a matchup like this. Because it's just like, good luck. Deal with these cards. They're really annoying already.
Now, I'm almost inclined to play Crackling Drake. Because Crackling Drake makes it harder for these trespassers to attack.
Yeah.
Instead goes for a pieces. This is gonna... It will allow us to cruise immediately. We could try to get greedy and chart. Okay, we found an opt. So now we get to opt.
You just got to cruise right now. Or I guess opt into cruise.
Opt cruise. And presumably we'll have a land for Spell Pierce at that point. Though we are going to tap out and give a window for Fatal Push. I guess they really want... They're playing around Fatal Push.
Yeah.
And they're getting max punished. Because now this duress is going to take the cruise away.
True, but this does also play around Invoke Despair. Just casting it. Invoke Despair isn't that big of a deal, though.
Presumably between Opt and Treasure Cruise, you will find an untapped blue source.
Oh, they haven't played a land yet.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I don't agree with that then.
Or no, this is turn 5. Sorry, I think they had played a land. I thought it was turn 6 for them. But they were on the play.
Yeah.
And it's turn 5 for John.
Turns out I'm getting some word in chat that somebody accidentally thought this was Pauper, submitted a Pauper deck. I hope they're doing well. I hope they're crushing it. That'd be cool.
I expect we will see Opt pre-combat and a triple block on one of these.
You got to deal with them at some point, right?
Yeah.
They're just gonna run rampant.
And if Fatal Push trades for 3 elemental tokens, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, but honestly, if that happens, now I'm playing Shieldred 5. Like, it's not amazing, but it's still got a big body.
I know how much you like big bodies.
So it's a 4/5, I believe. I'm still double checking. But they have to sack a creature. So number one, they'll have to sack Young Pyromancer, which is excellent because you can't spell pierce it. Yeah. Sacks a non-token, so it already would make them sack that. And then you can pay 5, return to the battlefield, transform, sorcery, and if an opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard, perfect matchup for it. There's always 8 cards in their graveyard. Is Shieldred, the OG. It's an A+ in limited, believe it or not.
Opt found us Galvanic Iteration. Oh, this is awkward.
Yeah, I don't like that play last turn from our Izzet player. I would have cruised. You got to take that opportunity when the face of 2 trespassers to just do it while you can. I'd opt into cruise, and then if you find a land, sure, then you have something to look out for.
6 cards in graveyard.
Yeah, and let me tell you, if that flips, let's start with chapter 1, shall we? For each opponent, destroy up to 1 target creature. So destroy their best thing. Pretty cool. Number 2, each opponent discards 3 cards, then mills 3 cards. Not amazing. Chapter 3, put all creature cards from all graveyards onto the battlefield under your control. Exile the True Sculptors. Oh, and then return it to the battlefield. So then you get the triggered ability of Shieldred on the front side.
There's I think I actually...
That's it.
I think I would have started this turn with pieces and gone pieces cruise, hoping to find an axe, deal with the Shieldred, and bring back any phoenixes I find.
Yeah. I like that.
I think that would have been my line. Now you find a land, so we have enough mana to still do all that.
I just start with cruise here and figure out. Oh.
And now I guess we're drawing 6.
Okay.
Let's play the Otawara, please.
Yeah, you need to
leave ourselves with some red mana.
Yeah, Otawara is not going to be good. Draw 6.
This is
and
solid.
honestly, if you find Lightning Axe here, this is great.
Yeah.
Because then you have the Pierce for the Invoke. Ooh, Lightning Axe with a Phoenix. Well, I'm going to start with that. I'm going to discard those. I got another Spell Pierce. Ross is giving the thumbs up. He likes. All right, and then you still have just bangers in hand. And yeah, you can just say go and block. Oh, yeah. We did it.
Yeah, no, I don't like.
Oh, I don't like it
I don't
either.
necessarily like that attack. We're at 12.
No fear.
Discard the steam vents.
And now this incentivizes an attack with Trespasser to get rid of your Galvanic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't like that attack. Fatal Push. Now, from our mono black player, I'm a big fan of Duress into Shieldred and try to win off that.
That is what I expect to see. Interestingly, in this game, by the way, this Sign in Blood that could have been cast on turn 2 has yet to be cast since then. We could just be 2 cards deeper into our deck.
We sure could. We'd have 1 extra card in the graveyard, but who cares? But yeah, I don't think Invoke is a solid play, even if it resolves. So I'd save that for the end.
Well, if Invoke did resolve, you'd put your opponent 8, put the Phoenix in the graveyard, attack them, exile the Phoenix, and put them to 4.
True.
And have a lethal Trespasser in play. But
yeah, that wouldn't be
you
bad.
just, the way your opponent has played this game, just having 1 mana all the time up on your turn, you've got to assume there's Spell Piercing.
Yeah.
By this point.
For sure. Yeah, I'm definitely just Duressing and Shieldred. And it's probably going to be pretty good. You Duress away that pieces, and now your opponent has to find an answer to this. And all the cards that they have to find the answer, draw you cards.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean.
Okay. Pay 2.
Well, no, you can't pay 2. You got Shieldred. You just got to let that happen.
Yeah, okay. So that's fine. We just don't get the information. But now,
which is better because now you have pieces.
But now you're sitting here worried that they have another lightning axe, right?
That's true. Yeah, but at just what point can you play around it? I like jamming. I think you're going to be too far behind. If their hand's good, you're not winning with just a Trespasser. You know.
Okay, so now we get to pieces though.
You got to pieces, yeah.
So still a really good Spell Pierce.
Yeah. It just worked.
Yeah.
So many people are like, oh, you got 2 mana, I don't pierce. But, you know, that card can still be awesome. Especially even just filling your own graveyard here.
Yeah, got a pieces. Worst case, no. Yeah, you can't. If you brick, though, I think you're just...
Yeah, if you break, you're probably dead, but you got it. You can Crackling Drake as a blocker, maybe, but you're still probably pretty dead.
Then you're just dead to Invoke.
Yeah.
They invoke you to 3, you sack the Phoenix, and both their creatures are lethal to your 1 blocker. We found Fiery Impulse. Is that it?
Fiery Impulse. If you have a land, the Galvanic's gone. See, because of your attack, you got punished where you could have Galvanic Fiery Impulse.
We did. It looks like...
Oh, there's 2 Phoenixes in the yard.
Looks like our pieces was 2 Phoenixes, a land. Is that a... What's a Ledger Shredder? Yeah, and a Fiery Impulse. So just one spell off of it.
So you can Fiery Impulse the Trespasser, hazard your opponent's face, and then attack with like 1 or 2 Phoenixes, and then hold up Spell Pierce, and then chump block Shieldred.
Yeah, I think that is the line.
You can't Treasure Cruise right now; it's too risky.
And you got to play around Invokes. You got to hold up Spell Pierce. You're definitely not charting. Yeah, so I like Impulse the whatchamacallit. Probably discard Chart.
Chart or one of the Crackling Drakes, that's fine too.
You do have this Hall over here too that is threatening.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, this still looks good for our Phoenix player.
Yeah. I think you either attack with 0 or 1 Phoenix, right? You have to leave back 2 to be either play around removal or get to double block and offer a trade.
Yeah, but because on battlefield, the Infinite Deadlands deals with it, right? But that actually means if there's a Swamp top deck, the Deadlands hits it, and then Push hits the other one. So if they attack with 1, I mean, Spell Pierce does still hit it. So it doesn't fully work, so yeah, you safely can attack with 1 if you have a Spell Pierce, I would think.
Well, you could also just jam with all of them. Your opponent gains 2 life, goes up to 9, attacks you to 3, you draw, go to 1, and you kill them.
Sign in Blood would be lethal. Wait, Sign in Blood deals so much damage with Children. Holy, wait a minute. Are you just dead to that? 6 damage.
Oh, the Sign in Blood, they could have cast on turn 2. Is this going to end the game?
Sign in Blood deals 6. It's 2 mana, take 6. but then they do
Spell Pierce.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think they're realizing that they can't really beat much.
So Sign in Blood is going to be for the win. They got to attack first. You got to attack first. So otherwise they can find Lightning Axe.
Yeah.
Attack, Sign in Blood your opponent's face. Pay for Pierce. Yes. Sign in Blood. The old 2-mana deal 6.
That is incredible.
Wow. How did Mono Black pull this out? These players are either X and 1 or X and O as well. So this deck's doing some stuff. They're X out. All right, we're starting with Mono Black mid-range next round. I'm calling it, okay? This is awesome. I think everyone wants to see some more.
Well, I guess not casting it on turn 2 was right.
Wow. That is incredible.
Yeah, Desperation Spell Pierce, hope you misclick.
Yeah, could be 2 of them, I guess. But you're just dead, so you have to.
Yeah.
You're dead to the hall, so.
GG.
Would you like to sign your own blood here on this paper? Right here, right on the X, please. Okay, there you go. Thank you.
The stack is not empty.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of signing the slip with a pen, your opponent's just like, here's a knife, sign it in blood. This game is over. John Rapp comes in and is 5-0 in the Mana Trader series right now.
I don't even know what to say.
That's awesome. This deck looks super sweet too. So Mono Black mid-range, definitely under the other category. I'll tell you that. This was not one that was a very popular deck at all. So really cool stuff. All right. So that's going to bring us to the end of round number 5. We got a couple of announcements though. Number 1, we have our format for May. We don't exactly have the date finalized, but the qualifier season starts usually around the 2nd week of May, and it's going to be Modern. Ooh. The best format. Let's get real. Modern's awesome. But Modern is also one of the more pricey formats. So if you want to play in this qualifier league and you want to start testing with some of these mom cards, !Bash Bros in the chat, you can use that code for 15% off to start practicing Modern, and you could be, well, right here, getting your matches commentated on by us, someone else, who knows. But yeah, Modern will be back to that qualifier season next time where you do have to play throughout the league. We'll have someone as a bounty, as we've done every single week so far. But it does come with some work to get into this tournament. That will naturally mean the tournament will not be as large, so it'll be easier. And we had about 480 people play this event. Modern ones, we usually get around 150-ish, but that's still much easier. And much less rounds, that's for sure. You don't have to win nearly as many. So check that out if you're interested in playing the May Mana Trader series. That's going to be a lot of fun. So that's going to do it for us for this round. We're going to take ourselves a short 7-minute break, and we'll be right back with round 6 out of 7 for the day. Don't go anywhere.